Yo, what's up? Need to get ready now. Right, is he here? Right, is he here? If I navigate to Ionti Varberg, the car estimates we arrive with 19%. We have 100% now. Really? Can I trust that? Well, I wonder if I can, because here, if you try the same with a better route planner, which is highly accurate, it also claims we'll arrive with what, 20%, very close. That's almost 400 kilometers, averaging 193 watt-hour per kilometer. Wow, really? Okay, we're gonna get ready, and then reset, and then off we go. There, 22:30. Let's go. Wait, okay, got the tangle up here. Shit. Oh shit, I forgot to clean the windscreen. Okay, whatever. It's gonna be smutsig anyway. Let me just spit on it. That should be good enough. Dude, like, in the middle of the road, really? Okay, so that was a rough start. But yeah, we're going for it. 1,000 kilometer challenge. The other car did it in 920. Can we match it? Can we go faster? Wait, shit. A better route planner claims that we will average 193 watt-hour per kilometer. Huh? Really? Even this car claims we will. Oh yeah, sorry. Both this car and a better route planner claims that we can make it to Varberg with 19%. Huh? Can I even make it to Falkenberg though? We need to find out. man, it's a nice car. Or D7, I don't remember. But I think it wasn't that fast, maybe 950 or something, 945 or... Oh, it's also nice and quiet in here, despite they have 21-inch wheels. Oh yeah, it's gonna be pleasant to drive this car. Well, a pleasure, rather, yeah. I need to plug in the USB. Oh, I forgot to clean the windscreen on the inside. Well, okay. I'll plug in the USB in case I want to play some music. But man, it's a great car, but it cost over $1 million NOK, or around 80,000 euros. Well, it better be good, right? But I actually had to rewatch my old video. I think I should do that before some test. Depends, of course, but I rewatched my own video, and the A6 Combi, or what you call it again? The Avant. It was quite stripped down. This car has that multicolor ambient light, or the LED strip, header display, and some other goodies, whereas the other car was quite stripped down. It had only white LED strip. I don't know if it's actually a different hardware or if it's just software limited. And it didn't have header display. Well, at least it had 20-inch wheels. Here we have 21-inch, and also fatter tires. So yeah. But we have wind for the north, which is probably an advantage. So we could possibly go all the way to Varberg. Oh, I hope I can hold my bladder. I checked my own video. I've actually prepared a lot this time. The 300 kilowatt chargers from Circle K, or whatever, even the 400 kilowatt truck chargers, if they have dry cables, they will give you 500 amp or up to 500 amp, right? For around 5 minutes. From what I've seen at that new EL6 video, seems like at Hobby truck charger, I got 470 something amp for 5 minutes, and then it throttled to 375 amps. But when I look at charging session, this e-tron requires 400 something amps, well, for 6 minutes, and then it throttles below 375 amp anyway, which means that I could go for the 300, 400 kilowatt Alpitronics with dry cable, and it wouldn't make that much of a difference. But we'll see. But for some reason, when I did the Avant, it was colder, and I stopped at Spectre with 25% or 28% or something. And on that session, on that challenge, it seems like I didn't nail the charging stops. So we're gonna try to nail the charging stop this time, at least, and see if we can go faster than 920. Let me just hug the left lane like a true Audi driver. Wow, shit is going down. I'm gonna see if we can make it to Varberg. Oh, okay, now it's just 12% at Varberg. %11%. It keeps dropping. Well, maybe there was a reason why I stopped at Spectre, but whatever. We could also go for that Circle K at Mölndal. I think I didn't consider it last time. Or we could go for some 300 kilowatt at Kungsbacka. And we just get slight throttle. Shouldn't matter, maybe we lose 10 seconds there, so we'll see. But I should also charge to only 65% because that will yield the best time. If I go for 80%, I lose a couple of minutes total. Yeah, there's something strange on the other side there. There's a transformer that some car has crashed into. It's crazy, man. Some car went off the motorway and then crashed into a transformer, and then all the chem power chargers are now out of service because of that. Man, that is one heavy bill for whoever crashed there, or for the, I guess, insurance company. .21 inch, well, but this car should be more efficient than the Avant. Well, at least at high speed, and possibly when it's colder. Yeah, it's only 13 degrees now, so yeah, brace yourself, winter is coming. Summer is over. But man, even on rough Norwegian asphalt, it's nice and quiet in here with 21-inch wheels. Oh, it's wonderful, man. It is wonderful. Oh, okay, shit. Now the route planner thing added a charging stop. Wait, I need to prevent it from adding charging stops, man. Automatic route, no. Charging set. E-route planner. I have to turn it off. There, that's better. 9% at arrival. Well, as long as we can make it to Varberg, then no problem. Oh, 100 DKK. That's like 200 NOK. Oh, thank you very much, man. Little contribution to your hard work. Yeah, highly appreciated. Well, I wonder if this car is quieter than the EL8 even. It feels nice and comfy in here. Well, except for that it has some fabric seats. I guess if you want some nice leather seat, you have to pay even more. But we already ran out of body parts we could sell. To buy this car, you're gonna need one. You need one. What do you call it? You need one kidney, right? You already donate, or you sold one kidney. What else can we sell to get more equipment here? We don't need the testicles. We have 2 kids. What about those legs? You don't need those legs. Oh, 100 SEK. Oh, okay. Well, that's worth around 110 NOK. Thank you very much. Norwegian krone is so weak. I saw that 1 euro is worth 12 NOK. Whoa, damn. There was a time when 1 euro was worth 10 NOK. But not today. So oh, this taxi driver is getting annoying. Alright, so far 226 watt-hour per kilometer. I cannot see how the heck we're gonna end up with 193 watt-hour per kilometer. Already now the car claims 8%. Is there something I don't know? Or what about a better route planner? How can a better route planner claim 20% at Wahlberg? Ich weiß nicht. Yeah, there's no clutch on it. Yeah, exactly. You only need the right leg. Right leg for acceleration and braking, no problem. Well, I wonder how accurate this is. If it claims 8% now at Wahlberg, maybe we can make it to Wahlberg then. We'll see once we hit Sweden. Then everything changes. It gets colder. We can hammer it. And yeah. Oh, 7% now at Wahlberg. Okay. So it keeps dropping and dropping. You know you can't beat an A6. That's just a lousy Skoda Enyaq. A taxi driver. They ain't very smart, in it. Well, at the time, is it incredible how quiet this car is, despite that it has what was it again? 255, 40, 21 front and 275, 35, 21 rear, right? It's borderline low profile tires. When you have 40 and 35 profile, that's quite thin. A taxi is just being annoying. Typical taxi driver, super annoying. I don't want to race anyone. Especially not over here with so much traffic. Oh, it's 50 zone here suddenly. Oh, okay. Baustelle. Wait, how long is the 50 zone gonna last? Oh, this seems to be a semi-permanent Baustelle. Yeah, it's not just a one-time during a day-night thing. Oh, we have a donation from EVKX, 200 NOK. That is around 10 euros. Thank you very much. All entertainment. Yeah, well, well, EVKX, I'm almost driving your car, but your car is A6 Avant. No, sorry, S6, yeah. The beast from the west. Holy macaroni, are you serious, man? Why did they collect all the idiots in one place tonight? I don't know. I have no idea. You know, the Undertaker is always ready. You never know when the Undertaker will strike again. Just have to watch out, you know, got too many pricks on me now. Don't want to get too many pricks. Unfortunately, my job requires getting pricks, so that's not good. Oh, shit. Maybe I should stay more in Thailand. They will just pay the police. Okay, maybe not. But man, this is a nice car. Except for that the infotainment seems to be from the 90s. Or infotainment is like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's better than the old Audi, like the Q4 e-tron, but I don't know, man. Once you got new Tesla or Seeker 7X or Neo, then everything else becomes old-fashioned. You know, if I had time, but I'm probably running out of time, I could make a video about the infotainment on various cars. For example, I just noticed that in Audi and also in Volkswagen, you know, the ID software, you have those cards or whatever, right? You can show various information. But the fact that you have to click into navigation to be able to just interact with this map or something, kind of tells me that they haven't really designed the system properly. Unlike Tesla, you can of course interact with a map, or you can interact with on one of the other cards, or whatever you call it, music, or and the same in Neo. You can pan on the map or do something there, and then you can click on Spotify. But here in the Audi and in Volkswagen, I mean, they are VAG products, right? In order to interact with the map, you have to click into the app on the map, and then you have the map in full screen. And then you can go back, of course, to home screen to see the other info. So it wasn't long ago before I realized that was, you know, the case here. So it's weird why they design it like this. It becomes less user-friendly. Well, that guy wants to hammer it. Okay. There we go. Go ahead. Have fun. Don't want to be in his way. Hopefully he has no pricks on him yet. This was going to Morten's. Typical those how they call them in Thai we say kak. Those Mediterranean people, you know, I've seen many of those. I mean, I don't want to be a racist, but I mean, those guys, they seem to not obey the law. Well, good luck to you. When the Polizei catches you, Don't want to dare to hammer too hard around here. Once we go in the dark forest of Sweden where nowhere can you scream, then and there's less traffic and it's only you and the moose out there, and then I can go a little bit faster. But, I was talking to wifey about that trip to München to test the new G6 and Xpeng G6, G9. And wifey had a suggestion. That sounds like the best solution. No, the mother, but yeah. She suggested that I go with Isabel. So I'm like, well, why not? So I talked to Knut Arne from Xpeng, and he said that, well, yeah, I mean, he can help. When I talk, I email him. About the what happened with the deed. But in the test drive, there is 3-hour test drive for the G6, and the next day 3-hour test drive for the G9, right? You don't need to drive that car for 3 hours, but they have put in a charging stop somewhere, hopefully with some ultra-schnell laden. So that's great, and hopefully we don't start with 100%. Maybe if we start with 50%, that would be great. Yeah. But instead of me bringing the whole freaking family, and I had to bring 2 car seats and the whole package, I only need 1 car seat. All right, that's slightly better. Bring the Anoris T too, and just the light stroller and my own equipment, equipment and some luggage. And I think also Isabel gets usually gets 10 kilograms of check-in luggage. But the stroller does not count in that quota. Oh yeah, Isabel is also allowed to get some probably 10 kilogram or the carry-on luggage. So that would be the plan. 2nd of September, I leave home with Isabel kind of early, let her play at the airport before we enter the airplane, and then 2-hour flight, Lufthansa to München, MUC. And then they will arrange so that I get a car for myself and Isabel, and we hammer it, probably hit 200 kilometers per Stunde, and then we do a little charging test. Oh, maybe I should bring the tripod also. And then we go have some lunch, and then there's some other stuff going on I don't remember. And then so yeah, I mean, I think that's an okay. That's the best solution, because then I actually get the chance to go on some of those trips. But I have to bring Isabel with me. But it's easier to deal with her than 2 freaking kids. Yeah. What do you guys think? I can actually go on some of those test drives or those trips, because until now I have declined every trip. Nissan invited me to UK to test the new Leaf. I said, oh, no thanks. Volkswagen invited me to something, I don't remember what it was. I kept getting invited to various places, usually within Europe, which is usually just a couple of hour flights. And then they are usually 2 days. Yeah, they don't span over 3 days. So it's usually just 2 days. So if this works, then we could go on other trips also. Just bring Isabel. Isabel, yeah. But I'm not sure though. Neo wants me to go to Shanghai for Neo Day, which is in September sometime. And I think that's going to be big. I will be able to see the EL8. I was like, oh, I mean the third gen ES3. I'm like, the third gen ES8. I'm like, oh, I want to see it. can I also check out the ET9 and some other goodies? Yeah, Onvo L90, please. Oh, that could be a really big money run, but the trip will be probably 4 to 5 days. It's a long trip. I can bring Isabel then, and then wifey needs to get stuck with Axel. And I probably need to hire some babysitter to help. No, wait, maybe that's not needed. No, it doesn't need it. Just for one kid, no problem. You see, that's the thing. If both children were home, then that's too much hassle for wifey to deal with it alone. Then we need to start hiring some stuff. And when it comes to extra, when the ticket price, I checked it already. If I travel alone to München, it will cost 3,000 NOK. If Isabel comes with me, it will increase to 5,700. So it's almost a doubling. So the child goes with slightly cheaper price, but she needs her own seat. But then at least there is no need to upgrade the hotel room because Isabel wants to sleep in the same bed as me anyway. And as long as we have a king-size bed, queen bed, whatever it's called, then that's good. So and Xpeng is willing to stretch that extra so that I can get there. So they really, it seems like they really want me to go there. Drive to München? Oh no, that's too far. It's far in the southern. No, it's too far. It's better to fly there. Way better to just fly there. Fly there, do the thing, bam, bam, and then back. But yeah. By the way, Rune, I have this idea. Are you falling asleep or some shit? I don't know if you saw that. He was just going like, left and right over the lane. I was like, wake up, dude. That was a strong horn. Like, it's German. Everything here is strong. It's Deutsche quality. Wait, the consumption is 194 watt per kilometer. But Chris is borrowing this car you're driving now to München. Huh? What? Huh? You bought this car? What do you mean? Chris? Wait, okay, wait. I didn't get the memo. He's borrowing this car right now, huh? Oh, he's going to borrow this car and drive to München, right? That's what you meant. Well, I mean, he can do all that stuff because his daughter is a teenager now. The A6 Sportback. This car, right? He's gonna borrow it later, right? And drive to München with it. Oh, okay, there, okay. Yeah, okay, now I understand what you mean. But yeah, great for the IA. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. IA, that would be great. I wonder what kind of stuff they show there. Wait, when is the IAA? That stuff I should go for. I should bring the whole family because it spans for several days. But then the endless problem is if you bring the whole family, what the heck are they supposed to do during the working hours? 9 September. Oh, I see. The new iX. Oh, I see. You know, if I have the choice to go to some expo in Europe or Shanghai, you know where I'm gonna go to. Shanghai. Okay, how fast does the iX charge? Oh, the iX. Oh, okay, the iX3. Oh, the iX3. Sorry, the iX3. Well, it's only 400 kilowatts. I want to see 600 kilowatt hour per hour on the ES8. Or the Xpeng, 550 kilowatt. They probably have that hardware over there. If they have the Huawei 720 kilowatt, it's only 300 kilowatt. I thought it was 400. The Neue cluster. Okay, 6% at Warburg now. Well, if we must stop at Kungsbacka or Mölndal, and that's still fine. Polestar 5, okay. IAA, well, I need just one day. I think it was 400 kilowatt, and then the CLA was 320. I mean, that's just child's play compared to the Chinese. I don't know what the heck the Chinese people are sitting on, but freaking every Chinese brand, the IM5, IM6 also, they charge at 395 kilowatt or around there. All the Chinese car brands, they are sitting on some tech that the Europeans don't have yet. $400, yeah, okay. But Rune, I had this idea for a while. I want to try 24-hour endurance run with the NIO, the battery swap. We heard recently that Xpeng P7 managed to go 3,961 kilometers, but that was on the racetrack, a closed track. I mean, it's completely different. You can optimize everything there. No traffic, no overhead, nothing. You know, no stoplights, nothing. But at least on public road, can we set a new record with the ET5? Just whatever current technology we already have. And I was looking at Lehre swap station in Germany, and it's supposed to be 6-lane autobahn going east-west, which should open up for Schnell hammering there even in the daytime. But I haven't studied everything. I need to consult my German friends, maybe Ralf and Amadeus and some other people. At least Ralf, he lives not far from there, and also Amadeus. But kind of want to go for it. Like, I Sunday drive then, what? But the idea is to leave Norway with the ET5. Well, it needs to be ET5, not ET5 Touring. Leave Norway on a Sunday. I think Sunday might be a good day. Sunday morning or something, daytime. And then, but the problem, Okay, I need to decide eventually. The problem is that in weekends, those freaking left lane huggers, man, it seems to be worse on weekends because there's just too many just nisse on the road. Like people with bicycle racks and ski box and whatever. And this slowpoke, almost feel like weekdays is the traffic goes smoother. The trucks, they'll just be on the rightmost lane, right? Some trucks in the middle lane maybe. Get Seeker 7X. Well, okay. Anyway, whatever day, but let's say if we start on a Monday. If we leave on a Sunday, then I should be around Lehre or arrive there at night or late or something. Wait, that's too late. That's too late. Or maybe, because I need to also get a full sleep before we start. And then the plan is to start around, well, I'm not sure. I need to calculate. Based on other tests, it's likely that when we hammer at 200 kilometers per hour flat, then the car will consume 450 watt-hour per kilometer. And then on 90% charge, or at least 100% charge, you can go almost 200 kilometers. 166, what? Well, but EVKX, maybe you have a simulation. You can calculate the consumption at 200 on ET5, right? You're sitting on some data, right? But if I guess 450 watt hour per kilometer, then we can go maybe 170, 180 kilometers before it's 4,000. Well, it was 3,961, right? But close enough. But we cannot beat it. But at least our test will be on public road, you know. And I will have more detail. We will actually show how we do it, how many stops we have, and so on. The Xpeng is like they just have it, and then we don't really know how it went. Do they have a video, like like when they do a Nürburgring record? There is an onboard video. You can see that how they actually did it. But the idea is that we we will also highlight the limitation of swap, which is that they have opening hours. So that if we start around 6 in the morning, or maybe 6:15, whatever, 6, we hammer it, and by the time we are empty, the swap station opens, and then we swap at 7 in the morning, and then we keep swapping and swapping until the last swap that happens right before 10, and then comes the biggest tension ever, because we're gonna go for 24 hours, but we need to finish the remaining at night with charging. You will lose around 2 hours of swap. 2 hours of swap. Wait, that's it? It's more, right? Because I calculated each cycle is less than, the driving cycle is less than an hour. If you get, you can drive a little bit over around 120, no, maybe 130 to 150 kilometers on the 90% cycle, and that should take less than an hour. So actually, each cycle should be less than an hour with the swap included. No, not 200 kilometers. That's way too optimistic. Well, I don't know yet. I need to test the ET5 at 170, 180, 190, and 200 kilometers per hour to figure out how much they consume, actual consumption with losses. So ideally, I need to go over to Bustorf and conduct some tests, but already that needs a lot of time. I need 2 full days at least to do this, like I did back in the days, right? And I need to do it at night, and I need to charge in between and stuff to do the dry run. Actually, I don't have to do a full test, full discharge. I can just do a cycle and then figure out and extrapolate the remaining, and it should be good enough. If I run like a 100 kilometer, 60 kilometer cycle, I get a pretty good idea of how it consumes and stuff. But you see, the problem is that I don't have a test track, so I need to spend a lot of time getting over somewhere where it's legal. I can't do the test over here in Norway, 200 kilometers per hour at night, you know. They're gonna put me in jail. And it's also not safe to do it over here, because the roads here are not as good as Germany. But yeah, so that's the idea, because once you swap right before 10, but you better not be late. You want to have some margin so that you swap 15 minutes before 10, because if you lose that swap, then that's also big. Yeah, 400, yeah. Well, I'm not sure. We can't assume 90 kilowatt hour net. I think we have to assume around, I don't know, 85, 80 something. So there's some differences here at high speed. But the thing is that once you swap right before 10 in the evening, then we want 2 battery, because I've seen it. They charge blistering fast. You can get 175 kilowatt flat. Is amazing how fast it charges. If you get stuck with a damn Gen 1 battery, that's like 120 kilowatt, and then at 50% you're down to 88 kilowatt. It's like a joke. So it boils down to that last swap. I have another idea. What we could do is, or I'm not sure, maybe it helps. We can, okay, we swap 15 minutes before 10, right? If we get a Gen 1 battery, we try one more time and see if we get a Gen 2. But we can't just keep swapping because we're losing time. But it does pay off, because from 10 until 7 in the morning, well, then they finish the challenge anyway. But from 10 until 6, right? I mean, that's 8 hours of driving and charging. We can already calculate, actually, beforehand, how big the difference is. That is quite easy to calculate. You can calculate how much time you lose. So it might actually be worth it cycling through that to get a Gen 2 battery, and then you finish it through the night, right? But the whole thing there requires 4 days away time. 1 day traveling, some sleep, and then the execution one other day, and then or at least 3 days. Yeah. I guess I could sleep in the car if I have a co-driver with me from Norway. So I mean, it's a quite big project, and of course I need to ask NIO how they feel about it. I don't need much support, except for that I just need the car, and I need them to make sure that the car is in tip-top shape, especially the tires and everything, check everything before I go. And it would be great if I get a Gen 2 battery before. And actually, it doesn't matter. I'll be traveling at daytime anyway. So, well, I could travel at night. Then it's better go faster. Well, yeah. So I mean, that's the outline for that thing. I feel like I don't have room for doing anything fun or entertaining anymore nowadays. It's just the same old 1,000 kilometer challenge, range says but on the box, and the views are kind of declining. And if we didn't have kids, then I would just go. If I had one kid, no problem, I'd just go. Wife would take care of Isabel, for example, if Axel were important. It's not like I'm blaming Axel, I'm just saying that, yeah. So it would be great if I have volunteers to help me take care of Isabel and Axel while I'm gone. Or at least for now, someone to shuttle them to the kindergarten back the days that I'm gone. But I'm still working on getting the driver's license, but it's not happening right away. It still needs several months before wifey has the license and can be more independent. So, but then by the time that happens, then it's winter, and then they have to wait for next summer before I try that. Or no, maybe not summer, but spring or whatever. I don't want to do it in July. It's madness. But yeah, so I don't know, man. The old days when I did that 24-hour with the Model 3, we had no kids. I just went for it, no problem. But now it's like I have constraints, but I just wonder, did I ask for help? No, I didn't. Maybe if I just made a video and asked for help, there'd be plenty of volunteers who will. There's not much they need to do. Just bring someone who has experience with kids to just hang out. And they can even alternate that. One person comes one day and the another person comes the other day. But yeah, I just wonder if Isabel or Axel would be afraid of random strangers coming to the home, right? Or I don't know, or shuttling with. Well, I mean, as long as wifey goes with them to the kindergarten back, then I guess there's no problem. Who is the driver? So, but actually, I'm working now on just getting a bicycle. The what's it called? Get hammocks. Oh shit! The chat was stuck. Oh, I mean, I didn't scroll down. Sorry. Well, can you ask them to keep it open? Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, I could ask, of course, but I mean, I already have a plan to do it without opening hours. I mean, without that anyway. No, they will come back eventually. Once Isabel grows bigger, then no problem. It's already getting better and better. I mean, I can already go for the 1,000 kilometer challenge at night again, you know, no problem. So slowly, my life will be restored. And I just need to work on wifey, so she will get the driver's license, and then we get a car and stuff. We went to NIO house today, and she tried to sit in the ET5. And she thought, I mean, it feels big, but I was like, once she drives it, she will realize that it's not that big. Yeah, that's what he said. She doesn't want to drive around in a big car like an ET, I mean, like an EL8. I fully understand that. status update. 205 watt-hour per kilometer. The car claims 6% at Varberg. Really? 206 watt-hour per kilometer, 93 kilometers done, and we are down to 81%. Or we can look at here, 73 kilowatt-hour left, and 301 kilometers left. Ionity did, they did. I mean, Ionity, that was pretty cool, because I was planning on just going for that 10 euro per charging session, right? I was just gambling that someone might chip in some money once we started it, but I could also just bear the cost myself and probably gain enough views so it was worth it. But then Ionity was very sporty and they opened up the chargers for us, even though Tesla is not supporting Ionity, or not in the Ionity deal. But it was probably worth it for them because they got lots of free PR. And lots of people were praising Ionity for opening it for them. But yeah, I mean, it's just a fun try. And we will probably set the world record for a public road run. And then we need to challenge the other Chinese. They'll be like, come on, Xpeng or BYD, yeah, your turn now. Or if they want to provide me the car and the setup, and I'll try again. But we have to probably find another location, a more suitable location. Like Demineland was quite good. But I think right now there's some Baustelle around Demineland. But that stretch that I found around Lere, east-west, there's no Baustelle. And there's 3 lines in each direction, so it sounds perfect. But what was good about that Model 3 run was that Tesla probably got lots of free PR. And it was done by an independent reviewer, right? Because if Xpeng brags about that they set a new record, people will like, well, it was set by Xpeng. Just like when Porsche sets a record. So I think it has another value if some independent tester or someone sets a record. Well, okay, anyway, a lot of talk about that test thing, but I've been thinking about it for a long time, actually, maybe since last year. Haven't really pulled off anything, mainly because of family. It was like possible. And if I brought Isabel with me, she would be quite bored because I should be driving a lot. There will be times when I'm at the pool. Yeah, the whole setup is that we will have to preferably have another car at the swap station so we can sleep in it. Bring a mattress, something inflatable mattress. We can promote something from Bilkomponenter, you know, one of those nice self-inflatable mattresses. Eat bratwurst or whatever, right? And I will have my break time there to sleep and eat, but I will try to drive or be in the car maybe 80% of the time because that's when they want me there. But I also need to stay fresh and awake, and over 24 hours, it's not safe to drive too long. Well, actually, maybe 80% sounds too much, but if I can at least be there 60% of the time, that would be great. 60-70% of the time, right? In the car, yeah. Well, I mean, ideally, I need a co-driver. Definitely, I need a co-driver. Well, I can drive alone. I mean, we don't need a too big team. I can drive alone, no problem. But we need another one, at least one more at the depot. To maybe, for example, clean the windscreen. I think we can clean the windscreen while the swap is being done. They probably don't detect that anyone is around the car, or it doesn't disturb the swap. But as long as we don't exit the car, you know, that will screw up the swap process. Well, maybe, but I prefer asking someone I know personally, you know. And Ralph might join. It's German. I need to get some allies from Germany also. It sounds like we are going to war now, but I mean, you know what I mean, right? Yeah, Ralph, he will be a powerful ally. Yeah. Czech drivers? No, they were performing some illegal and high-risk driving and moves, and I don't like that at all. Safety is important, and it's kind of cheating the way they did it. So no, I don't want them to be there. It's not safe. There should be plenty of other people who could join instead. And we don't want any tailgating or shit like that, you know. If there's traffic, then we just have to deal with it. Probably just give it a light flash if you feel like it, but we don't want to push anyone, or you know. Of course, if they are really obvious left lane huggers and they don't move, then okay, we need to do something, right? But yeah. But I calculated that we should be able to go way over 3,000 kilometers or maybe even more. Well, I'm not sure. Okay, I have some rough notes here. I estimate that we have 73 kilowatt hour net capacity with a 90% swap and going down to 5% something, and then 450 watt hour per kilometer, and then that yields actually 162 kilometers of range. Model 3 did 2,728 kilometers something, but we didn't correct for distance error. And it's likely that the Tesla actually lied, you know, or we didn't go that far. From what I've seen, statistically, the Teslas, they over-report distance. But also I wonder, Xpeng, when they did the test, did they correct for distance error? Almost every car I tested has distance error. Could be big also, some of them. Okay, what miles? I estimate that it needs, well, we can do it in decimal. 0.85 hour driving time and 0.15 hour swap time. That's not 15 minutes, but it's 0.15 hour plus some overhead. And later, it's kind of tricky. There is some red light even, I think it was, to get there. So, yeah. And that means one cycle should take 1 hour, roughly. That means 162 kilometers per hour during the swap time. And then 17-hour swap is possible. So that means 2,754 kilometers during opening hours, plus the initial almost 200 kilometers before the swap opens at 100% battery. That becomes almost 3,000 kilometers, and then the remaining, I don't know, 700 to 1,000 kilometers remaining. So I estimated 3,400 to 3,700 kilometers total. And if we can get that high, that is actually damn good compared to the Xpeng. That was a pussy cat. Because we are on public roads and the Xpeng was on a closed track with literally no overhead. But if Neo opens up the swap station just for us, then we could possibly do it in almost 4,000 kilometers, matching Xpeng's time. But that we are on public roads. You know. So I mean, yeah, I told Neo about this idea, but seems like it never reached William Lee, right? Or I'm not sure. But William Lee wants to meet me. He knows about me. Damn, I mean, that's awesome. In the old days, I guess a couple of years ago, if I met Elon Musk, people would be like, wow, they would watch my video. But if I met Elon Musk today, they'd be like, traitor, Björn, he's a fascist, he's a Nazi, I knew it, he's a freaking Nazi. He said 999 so many times, yeah. So it's better that I don't meet Elon Musk now. Okay, 5% at Wildbike. I've been planning to make calculator for. You could okay. EVKX, you can try to calculate that. You know? See what you find out, and you can also check out if you have time. You can also check out the Lere swap station. It's a bit south of Hanover, and then yeah. But I also wonder, what is the world record for 24-hour on a public road anyway? I know that not long after I went for that run, then the Czech people, they beat it, but they did some illegal moves, supposedly. But unfortunately, since then, Tesla hasn't really improved. Well, okay, they actually improved on efficiency, but they then kind of nerfed on the charging speed. So you can't find a Highland with Panasonic battery. Oh, you can get a US car. So there's not that much to gain, or I mean, yeah. But actually, we did it on Ionity. Yeah, I forgot. So we weren't actually riding on the 250 kilowatt wave. We were riding on 190-ish something. So if we can find a good location with V3, V4 supercharger, then we could beat the old record. But I mean, it's not going to be that much, right? It's not going to be night and day. But with swap, I feel like the potential is big. But then the ET5 is not the most efficient car. I don't know. We have to find out. Maybe if it hammers at 200 kilometers per hour, then it can match Tesla in the consumption with losses. I have a theory. Maybe the Gen 2 battery has lower losses, like heat loss, than Tesla. Because when I charge it at 240 kilowatt or 175 kilowatt, the cooling doesn't run that much. Versus Tesla seems to cool it more. So, yeah. I don't know, it would be interesting to test all this. If I had time, I would maybe try to get over to Germany. I know it takes around 10 hours for me to hammer over to Neumünster. Well, that means less than that, 8-9 hours to go to Busdorf. And from Busdorf, I can make those runs at night, those high-speed runs. Or actually, it doesn't have to be Busdorf. It could be some other place nowadays. Well, it's around there. There's some Baustelle and stuff around there. And then I can conduct some tests. But I kind of need to be away from home almost 48 hours because I also need some sleep. And I can also do a test, maybe at Tangen, or maybe Kløfta, and I can time it from when I exit the motorway and go to the swap station and swap, and then go back to the motorway. How long does it actually take? Right? And we can expect that it might take roughly the same time, maybe even slower at Lede, because there are some stoplights and shit versus cleavage. Actually, I kind of did that before I went on the 24-hour Model 3 run. I went with MC Hammer to check out what you call it, do a reconnaissance. When I did the recon at Demineland, when I did the 30 launches with MC Hammer, and then I found that location to be very good for the 24-hour. But I haven't actually done I haven't done a recon at Lede. I didn't have time. I had the full family with me. But okay, anyway, back to the challenge. 211 watt-hour per kilometer, 125 kilometers done. Well, okay, let me calculate here. 66 kilowatt hour left, and then we are 268 kilometers away. So, we have a budget of 246 watt hour per kilometer. What? And we have to pass through Göteborg. Dude, there is actually a quite high chance we can make it to Varberg. Not many cars can make it to Varberg. Now, especially now that I moved to Yesholm, it adds another 30, what am I saying? Don't remember, 35 kilometers, I think. I haven't checked. From my home to that Esso station, the old starting point. But even back then, when I live in Alnabru, even then, not many cars could make it to Varberg. So, I mean, if this car can make it to Varberg, that's big, man. Going almost 400 kilometers at night, but with a little bit of help of tailwind. Send an email. Okay, thank you very much. Runa. Yeah, good evening. Oh, cool, Silver here. Yo, what's up? I haven't seen you in a while. How is your Cybertruck going? Well, I have to check the battery temperature. Oh, 20 degrees Celsius, okay. Oh, it needs to heat up eventually. When I think it should heat up slowly, or by the time we go deep, or 20 is too low. It needs to be 25 degrees. Partner corner. Well, I mean, yes, we are. I mean, he's still there. Just kind of, we are just doing our own thing and stuff. But eventually, yes, we'll catch up. I'm thinking about going to Spain with him in November or something, late November. So we'd bring the whole family. Yeah, it's actually dirt cheap to travel to Spain during the low season, and it's still nice and warm over there at Marbella. We have to fly to Malaga and then drive over to Marbella. Or I'm not. Maybe he will drive all the way there. Yeah, but he has free supercharging on my account anyway. Still on these cars? No. No. The drivetrain is not that great. The software is shit. And the space utilization is also not that great. But I realize how awesome the ID7 is, because I did the banana box test of this car today, and the Combi or the Avant A6 took 22 boxes and 9 in the trunk. This car took 8 in the trunk, but when I folded the seats, it could take 22 boxes. So like, what? But then I look at ID7, and it was like, it can take 26, or I don't remember, like, way more. so, so actually the ID7 station wagon, I mean, that's a damn space, good efficiency, charges fast, and also you can get it for 7 days, and it's all-wheel drive. So it's a really good car for the money. And most important, it's not a damn SUV. Rune, why did you get the S6? Were you tired of fat e-tron? I mean, I love the EL8. It has so nice and comfy ride. And when I try other cars and I go back to the EL8, I'm like, damn, you know, the EL8 is not competing against BYD or MG. You know, they are competing against the German cars. They have this nice comfort and the soundproofing and the design on the interior, on the ride. You know, it's gonna kill me. I say nice thing about Neo, and the Audi is trying to kill me, but I feel it in the curves, and I feel like the EL8 is a heavy, it's a big fat Obelix, you know. But when I drive this car, I'm like, oh, this is so much nicer in terms of body roll. Like when you just in roundabouts or in intersections, this car doesn't roll, whereas the EL8 it wags a bit, it tilts sideways just because of physics. Later side has a Neo Swap supercharger. Oh, which supercharger? Which version? So at night we have to switch over to supercharger then, but well, it should be V3, V4. But I think Lede is not an old school V2 site, unlike Bustorf or some of the others. Oh, 5% at arrival now at the wild bike. It's getting colder, 9 degrees Celsius. V3, okay, that's good enough. Yeah, it's gonna be cold. That is the disadvantage. I have to find a way to get to Neo Day. But I wonder, but I have cars queued up in September. Actually, Xlantics. I'm excited about Xlantics because, okay, in the past the Chinese cars, they've been laughable in the software and so on, but nowadays, man, the Chinese cars, they just look so good. They have good spec. They are quiet. They actually have good ride. I keep testing Chinese cars, and they really impress me. So, but we have to see the Xlantics, how good they are. It's from Cherry Group. So do they have any good cars there? Ioniq 5 and the BYD Sea-Line 7. I feel like the Sea-Lion 7 is newer, and it has it has the BYD user interface. I'm not a big fan of it. But I feel like the Sea Lion 7 has a nicer ride. It feels more premium in some ways. Ioniq 5, I mean, it has the 800-volt architecture. Charging wise, well, that's the thing. I haven't tested Sea Lion 7 with 230 kilowatt update yet. I booked it, but they have the plus and minus, both of them. Okay, here. Distance check. Okay, at the bridge. Oh, we are at 44 kilometers. Okay, with this car under reports. It should be 46.5. Okay, check now. 44.1. Okay, under reports. Status update. 214 kilometers. 214 watt hour per kilometer. Under the bridge, we have 144.6. Okay, approximately 1.3% underreporting. I will check eventually at Varberg maybe what the distance error is. Right, Sweden has been reached. Welcome to the land of Sötabror. Wait, I need to fire up the high beam. Zoom. We will just move over to Sweden seamlessly now. Yeah, I sent an email to Telehor to end the subscription. So it should end by the end of the month now. But I got the message, email that, well, it can take up to 10 working days to get a reply. I'm like, what the heck, man? 10 working days just to respond to my request? Dude, are they gonna end the subscription after the month is over, so they get another month from me? Let's see. Well, actually, no. I think what counts is that I sent my resignation. I sent my email today. That's what matters, not when they respond to it. What? 10.5 degrees over here. What? Ah, I've seen it that it gets warmer the further south we go. It's just cold in Norway, but further south it's not that cold. So that's good. The consumption doesn't go sky high. And I am in efficiency mode, by the way. The car will just do whatever it needs to do to be as efficient as possible. But I mean, I can still cruise at my speed, and it's still nice and warm in here. So, yeah. Vorsprung durch Technik, right? Audi for the win. Well, I got the impression that Mercedes made CLA an efficient car. We'll see how that goes. So that's the thing though, with the Chinese cars, well, they charge really fast, but they're not that efficient, except for maybe the P7. Like Seeker 7X, big fat SUV, thirsty. I mean, not super thirsty, but you know. Yeah, from what I remember, Model Y was more efficient. But I mean, still, I feel like Tesla, they are kind of losing in the game here. So they need to step up the game, otherwise they're going to fall behind in the charging department. So, you know, the Model Y XL, I mean, the Model YL, okay, they added some motorized armrests, but what else? Okay, made more space, but it is still cramped in the back. From what I've seen, the seating height is abysmal. So normally when I measure on like a good cars, you know, they have 35 plus centimeters, 36 or something. Even the Model Y, regular seats, right, rear seats, they have quite good seating height compared to many competitors. But in the third row, it's something like 25 or something crazy low. So, and also in China, Model YL is priced similar to many of the other Chinese brands that has way bigger cars and way more features, luxury premium features than the Model YL. So I don't know what's the hype with YL. People are posting stuff every day about YL. Oh shit, it's awesome. Elon Musk is the king. I'm like, well, if it came out in 2021 maybe, but in 2025, sorry Mac, the Chinese, they're all over the place. Infrastructure service, well, I can tell you all about it. Many of the Chinese brands, they partner up with existing dealerships in whatever country. So for example, in Norway, MG, they are at Birkenhaug. BYD, they are at RSAbil. So they partner up with they partner up with the companies that already have a big infrastructure in that country. Maybe well, that's the downside of NIO. they don't partner up. They wanna run their own show, which seems to hurt them. Because I think some people, they're not keen on driving several hundred kilometers to some dealership for service or repairs. I mean, just the fact that they actually make better and better cars now, you know, leads me to believe that they will slowly dominate the EV market. Just like Tesla did. They slowly build up a reputation. Okay. Yeah, you guys know EV Clinic. He suddenly messaged me about something about the LG batteries and Panasonic batteries. He says that the LG batteries that Tesla uses, they are shit. And the Panasonic batteries are better. In terms of, I don't remember, it was not, yeah. So, dude, can you stop that? I already turn off this shit now. Is the battery heating up? Check. 9 degrees Celsius. It's cooling down. It's scavenging. Alright, let's see how it's going. Well, efficiency is important, yes, but I'm not sure. I mean, well, the 1,000 kilometer challenge speaks for itself, because Tesla, they're still on top there. I think it's not only because of efficiency. There must be other things also. I think Tesla handshakes faster, and that actually helps a little bit. If it's like 1 minute here, 1 minute there, then it adds up to become 5 minutes. And then there must be something else about Tesla that somehow they do it really well on my challenge. But it could be that Tesla, they have so good navigation that I get a very accurate estimation, and I can nail the charging stops. Whereas other cars, I keep missing the target by 5%, and I have to charge a bit extra. Yeah, but also the fact that Tesla ramps up quite quickly, that also helps. They handshake really fast and ramps up quickly. Oh, what is this? Fog! Oh, 9. Oh, the temperature drops now. Yeah, I've seen some big temperature swings around here. Well, you know, okay, I was stuck on the old mindset back then because based on the old tech, as long as you have 70, 80 kilowatt hour, then you can't really pump much faster than around 250 kilowatts. But then somehow the Chinese people, they're sitting on some 5C, 6C tech batteries that allows them to go way faster than before without killing the battery. And that actually rewrites all the rules, because yeah, in the past, yeah, you guys have seen it, right? The 800 volt cars, the Korean cars or whatever. Okay, you can get 250, 220, 230, right, on the Ioniq 5, and then eventually they pump up to 260. Okay, great. But 400 volt cars, they can match that, like Tesla or Neo. So there's really no advantage there. And then when it comes to efficiency, well, the most efficient cars, they are 400 volt, and lots of them are Teslas. But of course, now that they can go 600 kilowatts, then for 800 volt or even 900 volt is necessary. So it's kind of funny because, or kind of, like Lucid, they've been dominating, like for the longest time. They were the fastest charging EVs, 350 kilowatt, and it's amazing charging speed. And suddenly, Chinese comes in and steamrolls them. Just the Seeker 7X is not that expensive, and it goes to 400 kilowatts. Oh, we're gonna forget to flash that now. And Xpeng also, you know, can't wait to test in a couple of weeks. No, it's not in a couple of weeks. In about a week or so, I'll see the charging speed on the G6 and G9. We just simply don't have fast enough chargers here, unless they somehow find a 600 kilowatt charger in Europe or near München. So the fastest charger we have, well, Ionity has 350 kilowatt water-cooled, liquid-cooled cables, but the Alpitronic 400 kilowatt, as far as I know, they are just dry cables. So they have timer. So you get 500 amp for 5 minutes maybe, and then 375 amp. So it would be interesting what chargers or which charger Xpeng chooses to let the journalists test on. Let me check something here. When I'm in efficiency mode, it goes to the lowest suspension. Efficiency. Okay. Ninja mode on. But you know, when I pick up, it was kind of funny. That day when I was in the hospital, wifey was at the hospital with the 2 kids, right? And I went to swap cars, swap the Q6 for this A6. And then, you know how wives are, they don't pay attention, right? They don't listen. Because I told her I was gonna switch cars, and she's like, yeah. When I explain something to her, you know, I'm gonna do this today. To her it's like blah 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 blah, just goes in one ear and out the other ear. When I shot that video, you saw it. We walked to the car, and I asked her, do you like it? Is it beautiful? Is it sexy? And she was like, yes, it is. And then she walked right past it. Because she thought that I was parked, it goes both ways, yes, unfortunately it does. She thought I parked further down the ramp where the chargers are, but I didn't plug in that day. So that she didn't know that was the car I swapped to. But after that, she asked me like, what car is this, and how much does it cost? And so, normally she doesn't ask me about that. There are a few cars she asked me. Don't remember. Some of the Chinese cars also, she was very impressed, and she started asking me about price and so on. Don't remember if it was Neo or Xpeng or Hongxi. Yeah, I think it was Hongxi. She was very impressed with Hongxi, the comfort there. However, the software in the Hongxi is shit. And the efficiency is also quite shit. Suddenly the car says 0%. No, it's just, no, the car is lost. Yeah, the navigation is not very good in it. We can check here. 51.6 kilowatt hour left. And 209 kilometers. The budget of 247 watt hour per kilometer. We have consumed 223 right now. So the budget is way higher than they consume so far. and we have to pass through Göteborg. So we know that the consumption is likely to be around 220 on the remaining leg. So the navigation is not as advanced as Tesla. Minivan. Yeah. It's not, well, it's technically, it's Denza D9. It's a sub-brand of BYD. It's like a luxury brand of the BYD. That was very impressive. But I kind of feel like after seeing the Xpeng X9, I feel like the X9 and even the P7 interior is nicer, softer, higher quality, and also Neo. After sitting in Neo for so long time, like, the Denza looks nice on the outside, but I think by the end of the day, it's still a BYD. You know, and BYD, they are lower on the food chain. Like Neo is higher on the food chain, or above BYD. But man, that A6 I tested, the A6 Avant, it was so stripped down. It cost only 860k NOK. This is over $1 million NOK, this A6. And the previous A6 didn't have the nice ambient light, the multicolor ambient light. It didn't have header display, and it had only the Bose sound system. But here we actually have what do they call it again? The Danish Bang & Olufsen here. Yeah. So this is a much nicer car, indeed. But you know, it's crazy. The third gen the third gen ES8, it's so big now that it competes against the Xpeng X9. They are roughly the same size. And the interior, the diamond stitched leather in the EL8 or the ES8, I mean, just looks wonderful. And the big screen and all that stuff, like, oh damn, and the big frunk also, you know. It's game over once it rolls out. Oh, EQS, yeah. Well, the problem with the EQS is the price. It is so expensive, and I feel like, I mean, it's a nice car, yes, but I feel like you pay for the brand. Okay, what do you get for EQS? You get nice interior, nice design, okay. You get good soundproofing. You don't really get that much power. Then you have to go for the very expensive AMG, which involves also some other stuff like brakes and shit, right? Yeah, a nice ride, comfortable ride. But you can already get that in many Chinese cars. Like Xpeng X9, it was incredible how quiet and comfortable it was. And it cost half of EQS. So then, and also it's powerful. So the Chinese cars, man, they have so much horsepower, many of them. Even just the regular all-wheel drive matches some kind of performance version of the European brands. I remember when I tested the EL7, it was a beast. So, but this was not always the case. You know, just 5 years ago, Chinese didn't have any of these nice cars. They slowly just slapped down one car at another, after another. Yeah. Especially X-Bang. You guys remember X-Bang, right? The first, well, I'm not sure, but I think one of the first X-Bang, that was the G3. It was a joke, man. I wasn't impressed. I was trying to like the car, but it's just front drive, kind of dirty looking, not that efficient. Chademo, they weren't trying hard enough. And the P7 was like, oh, it looks nice, but then when it came out, I was like, why is it so thirsty? And the charger is so slow. And yeah. And actually the interior wasn't that nice. It kind of looked nice until you start touching it. I was like, no. And the soundproofing was not that great. But in just, I don't remember, man, 5 years or so, X-Bang, they have improved massively. I wonder if that's one of the Chinese companies that has done the biggest improvements. Wow, we have 169 people on. Wow. Wait. Why do we have so many people on? Because normally live stream is quite dead at night. Well, it's okay. It's 16 minutes past midnight now. Well, are you guys interested in the A6 performance? Last time it was a 920 run, but that was with 20-inch wheels. Thinner wheels and probably more efficient rims and all that. But yeah, we're currently at 226. Well, it's corrected, okay, but 226 watt-hour per kilometer. That is very good. I mean, finally we have a relatively efficient car with big battery and 800 volt charging speed. Yeah. But if I would spec it, I'll probably add some nice leather seat with the ventilation. I don't care too much about the massage. It's nice to have sometimes, but I use ventilation more than massage on the EL8. And this car is equipped with just some fabric seats. I mean, what the heck, man? You pay, or you spec it for 1 million NOK and you don't get seat ventilation. Well, the Chinese cars, they have nice massage, but it's not like a massage chair at home, you know. It doesn't go that deep and hard. Well, the headlights are pretty good, and they are not as aggressive as the EL6. Man, the EL6 was a freaking nightmare. I got flashed at so many times. Here it tends to turn down in time at least. Even though I think I will be flashed at a lot around Falkenberg. Yeah, there also, yeah. This is kind of strange. I overtook a car earlier. That was around 20 minutes ago. But he speeded up and he's now following me. But it didn't look like a typical police car. And if it was police, he would probably pull me over by now. So it's just kind of weird. Well, how high are the ticket prices over here? I mean, if you get a speeding ticket here. When I went 17 over the speed limit in Norway, I got 7,000 NOK tax. That's probably around 6,500 SEK. Stalker? Nah, probably not. Battery temp. 19 degrees, okay. At least it's not dropping that much. But eventually I need to heat it up once we are, I don't know, at Kungsbacka or somewhere. I think it doesn't need that much time to heat up. And then once it hits the 25 degrees and it stays there. Unlike the Korean cars, man, with your face palm, man. You heat up the battery, yes, to 25 degrees or 21 degrees, and then it freaking scavenges it. Dude, why the heck did I heat it up in the first place? Because I'm gonna fast charge soon. Oh, okay, the guy behind exited finally. And now we have 3 Volvos. Wait, or at least 2 Volvos. Man, this car is wonderful. Oh, I like the ride, the comfort. I could totally buy one of these cars if I'm a rich bastard. Well, I have to be Audi Björn, yeah. when Neo doesn't want me to be Neo Björn anymore, I was like, okay, I can go to Audi then, or VAG. But I don't know, man. I've gotten used to the comfort with lots of space with the EL8. Wonder if it's going to be a big downgrade to go to ET5 touring. Just today, wifey enjoyed a nice queen seats with a footrest on the EL8. I was thinking, in a couple of weeks we have to go to ET5T. But I mean, I can't just camp on the EL8 forever. People seem to be bored of it. Seems like they want me to drive something more affordable for them, yeah, so they feel better. Okay. I'll be ET5 Björn then. ET5T. Kombi Björn, yeah. CLA, well, yeah, if it's ready, I don't know. Speed, I think, is max 4,000 in speed. What? Wait, but how? But Yeah, but how fast do we go then when you get 4,000? Because I think in Deutschland, if you go 17 over the Polizei, they don't care. I think you have to go like 20 over the speed limit. Then they give you a 60 euro ticket, right? Do we have any Germans here? Oh, I'm gonna get flashed at. Oh, just in time. 30 over. Holy shit, man. I don't dare to go that fast, man. Huh? So in here, you have to cruise at 140 on the GPS. Probably 142 because they probably deduct 2 also. Well, okay, navigation now is stuck that I can't make it there. Oh wait, GOM has been adjusted. GOM claims 170 kilometers and then we are 174 away. I think the navigation is not very sophisticated. It should know that I'm passing through Göteborg and that the consumption will be way lower there. And also not only that, but the total consumption since Home is 225 watt-hour per kilometer. Wait. Oh, unless the energy content... Wait, I don't remember. The energy content, is that down to 0%? Oh. Can someone help me, please? Hilfe! Can someone watch some 0-mile test of the Q6? I did it, right? How was it again? I don't remember. I'm at 50%. I'm at 50% now. I think it's fairly linear. We try to calculate how many kilowatt hours we spent. Wait, I'm at 50%, but we have only 42 kilowatt hour left. Eh? What? 49% now. 226 times 220.2. I've spent 49.7 kilowatt. Oh, it's non-linear. The scale is non-linear. I spent almost 50 kilowatt hour. Plus the remaining 41,900, that becomes 91.6. Yeah. We have. It's correct then. I have around 92. I think it was 92.8. Well, I'm going to check my notes here. $93.8 actually on a good day. 93.8 kilowatt hour, so it's likely that we have 41.7 kilowatt hour left. Funny thing, Sweden. Bumpang, Gothenburg Post. Okay. Cost suits. Then the man, NIO, they got a bill, a parking bill, and they sent it to me on the EL6. I was like, huh? And that was strange because I have registered the license plate of the EL6 in Easy Park, and then one park sent NIO a bill, or I paid it, and the parking itself was around 50 NOK, but then the parking after payment fee, whatever shit, was another 50 NOK. So I did over 100 NOK, but it was like, dude, there was a 50 NOK fee. That was silly. Because also there was a misregistered thing in the Home parking, the Home Storcenter. But that was just me entering the wrong license plate in the Easy Park app. But then that fee was only 7 NOK. But yeah, so it seems like the camera parking, if I have enabled, I added the EL6 in Easy Park, and I have enabled camera park, but I suspect that when you go to one park locations, the one park shit overrides, or it doesn't care about that I have Easy Park. So it then counts its own camera parking session, right? So that's why when I actually go to a camera park, what I can do is I can choose that location and then press start, and then suddenly it shows up that I've been in this location for 5 minutes already. So then I grab that session and then I pay it via Easy Park. So okay, now I know. Huh. Germany, 117 in 100 zone. Fine was on the fees. Okay, 60 euros. Oh, I see. 60 euros, that's it? Man, I'm moving to Germany now. Helga is coming. 60. Huh? That's nothing, man. That is 60 plus the other fee. Okay. Well, that's equal to the fine. I mean, the speeding I did, 17 over. But it was 7,000 NOK, which is around 500 something euros. 550 maybe, quick math. So it's almost 10 times higher. And also, to be honest, it was on a motorway at night, no traffic, and fences on each side. Like one of the safest roads in Norway. And ironically, in the daytime, people go 20 over the speed limit or something. GPS speed, they actually go around 17, 18 over the speed limit. Everyone does that. But then nobody gets a ticket. So yeah, but I mean the law is like that. I'm not gonna disagree with it, of course. It's just that the logic is kind of flawed. Okay. The car doesn't update the thing. It still claims 0% at the Pawel now, but I'm pretty sure we can make it there, no problem. I need to recalculate. I guess I can trust the remaining energy. I double check. I did a cross check now, and it seems to be correct. The remaining energy is down to 0%, and there's even a buffer below 0, but we're not going to use it, of course. But I think maybe if I re-navigate there, it will calculate correctly, which is kind of weird. Why it doesn't recalculate on the fly. But whatever. I mean, once we get to speculate or beyond, we can check again how the status is. But we are at 46%, and this is just amazing that we are we are getting close to Hobby, right? No, wait, did I pass Hobby already? No, we did pass Hobby. We're getting close to Hogstorp, and we still have 46% left. Huh? I mean, if you don't need the space in an SUV, and if you don't live in a freaking, I mean, or if you don't have a cabin without roads there, or if you don't need an SUV, why do you need to drive around with an SUV, right? Drive around with a sexy sedan instead. Better ride, better efficiency. Well, except for that, I wonder if Model Y consumption again. Range, of course. I think we might end up with around 230 consumption. easier to get in and out. Well, how about here in the gym? You can get in and out. But no, is that a problem? I mean, I feel that I'm getting older, but I have no problems getting in and out of a sedan. I noticed that I don't have the same movement and the same flexibility in my body and whatever as just 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Well, especially when I did Nimber task, I was in pretty good shape, which means that as soon as we get everything settled up now and wifey gets her driver's license, I can hit the gym, get back in shape again. And get ripped. Ah, okay, well, but really? You know, I've heard about big people, they have no problems owning Tesla or something, you know, like a Taycan or whatever. Oh, it's 8 degrees Celsius. Kind of cold. But I think it's supposed to be warmer for the south we go. Well, maybe you're right. I just never noticed it. Maybe I'm just used to getting in and out of the cars all the time because of 1,000 kilometer challenge or other tests I do. Maybe you skipped leg day. But for me, man, every day for me is a leg day. With the kids I have. Oh, that thing in front is smelly. Let me recirculate. It's some smelly fossil. It's an old Audi. Wait, no, never mind. It's a Golf, yeah. Probably 30 years old. Yeah, okay. You have the same age as well, okay. But man, I mean, I've gotten used to the EL8 comfort. I'm just getting over to the EL6 because like, less space here. And also the Q6 e-tron Sportback was like, oh, it's kind of tight in the back here, right? So, well, once you go big, there's no way back, right? Our consumption is slowly going up. Now we are 229 watt-hour per kilometer. 147 kilometers away, 142 on GOM. What? How does it calculate? What? 142 on GOM? Let me calculate how the car... Let me check here. 35,400 watt-hour left divided by 141. How the heck does a car calculate? GOM is based on 251 watt-hour per kilometer. And it knows that I'm going via Göteborg. You know, there's a freaking long stretch of 80 zone and 100 zones there. How efficient is this car? It is very efficient. The vending machine. That's a good one. Oh shit, man. But how the heck does this car calculate stuff? It's way off. Well, eventually find out once you get close to Speculator. I'll find out whether I can bail out there. But I can at least go to Konghalla, right? But I mean, we still have 41%. We check battery temp. 18 degrees. Oh, it's dropping a little bit. Okay, eventually I need to heat it up. Well, I mean, I navigated to Ionity, so the car should heat up in time, right? If it doesn't, then no, there's no manual preheating here. Oh shit. Wait, is it? Let me see. Yeah, this car doesn't have manual preheating. Well, okay, well, yeah. I guess it can't even match the Plaid, but for a legacy automaker, then 230 watt-hour per kilometer is pretty good. Well, actually, it's corrected. I don't know. I measured 1.3% underreporting, so that means 220. How much is that? 1.3% out of 229. Okay, 3 watt-hour per kilometer lower. So it's 226 then, corrected. Oh, suddenly it's 12.5 degrees. It was 9 degrees earlier. Okay, it gets warmer now closer to Göteborg. That's good. Yeah, we have fat rims. I mean, these rims, they might not even fit on the Tesla, right? I think it was 245 front and 275 rear, and 40 and 35 profile, 21 inch. So just bear that in mind. Oh shit, there's a 70 zone here. Oh, this is a short, right? Or don't remember. Oh no, this is supposed to be the short one, or I think it's just flashing red now. Oh, okay, sorry, I was just hammering too hard. Okay, now hammer it. Oh, okay, no, it's, wait, let me see. Yeah, then it's back to 110. Yeah, so just a couple of days ago, they had some asphalt work on the other side, so which means that they might have reduced speed on the other side. I think they tend to do that. Limit to 90 over there. So we might have to deduct a little bit on the way back. I'm actually getting hungry now. I brought some sticky rice with me. And some gloves. It might be messy. Right, status update. 229 watt-hour per kilometer and 255 kilometers done. Holy macaroni. And this is probably like driving the Model S, right? Palladium, the Model S long range. It has also roughly the same net capacity and I think even better efficiency. So this is why the Model S or Tesla did it so well, because they have so good range. They can go quite far before they take the first stop. I'm gonna get flashed. No, okay. You know, based on my spreadsheet calculating the 1,000 kilometer time, I tried to, just for fun, put in really short charging stop time, right? Or like, you know, if the cars, they need only 12 minutes to reach 80%, and then try to space out how much it will need to reach 50 and 60 and 70%. And the 1,000 kilometer time just doesn't go crazy low. if it's some SUV that has only 300 kilometers of range, then it still needs 9.5 hours or something. I don't remember. But once you extend it, if you can go 500 kilometers, then yeah, I wonder if you can push it below 9 hours. But of course, there's a theoretically minimum, which is the driving without charging at all. And I think it's around 120 kilometers per hour average speed for the challenge. I don't remember exactly. I mean, actually, I haven't never tested it. But that's the whole thing, because you can't go too fast when you travel through Europe. That's the whole point with this challenge. It's supposed to be a realistic test. Okay, I still don't know where I'm gonna stop on the way south. I've checked now beforehand to see where the chargers are. Yeah, Snappipe might be an option. The truck charger is Snappipe. Also, the chargers at Mellbystrand, if I need to go there. Oh, and also Halmstad. But this time I will probably charge to around 65% and then just go for it, and then decide where to stop. Oh, there was a falling star. Did you guys see that? Wow! I have to make a wish. I wish wife will get the driver's license this year and that she will not fail on her first attempt. I think I caught it on the live stream camera. I wish we can make it to Wirebag. Well, I mean, I'm actually not what do you call it, over-truist, superstitious. I mean, it's actually probably not gonna. Yeah. I believe in science and like in Thailand they donate money to the temple for good luck. So, but like for example, Mr. Beast, like, was he successful because he prayed? I mean, he got help from God, or he was lucky? He did something, karma. No, I think he's successful because he dared to go for it. He went for he's smart. He got help. He got help from others. Got consultancy from others to grow better, bigger. It's like hard work leads to success. That's what I mean. Or also, there's also, of course, what do you call it? Coincidence. Yeah, like me, it was a coincidence that I just happened to be the first Tesla YouTuber, and that was a coincidence that I managed to get that Model X and so on, and some of my videos went viral because it was randomly that it happened. But I had to take a few chances here and there. So I feel like I need to go back to doing something crazy, something fun, something unconventional time. Otherwise, we won't have that much fun, and channel's kind of stagnating a bit nowadays. But I'm just waiting for things to become better now with the children, so I have more flexibility. Well, I mean, it's technically not a falling star, right? It's actually a meteor. And then we don't know if it burned up in the atmosphere or if it actually landed somewhere and became a meteorite. But it was just I guess a significant enough particle. But I mean, it was quite. You saw it at least, right? But guys, I look at the footage from the thunderstorm a couple of days ago, and man, the thunder lit up the sky like it was day. It was insane how bright it was in the video. Suddenly the video looked like daytime. Like if I just took that one frame, you would think it was just the magic hour. It's just insanely bright. But that's because the lightning happened really close to us. And has lots of energy. But that falling star, the meteorite, and the meteor, it's really far away. But it shines so bright that we can see it all the way here. But the energy there must be extremely high when that happens. But I just wonder how big that particle was. It must have some significant size. I bet it, well, I don't know, maybe I'm a noob, but I bet it's not just a tennis ball. Or maybe it is. But because of the speed it reaches, it actually lights up like that. But then it just burns up. And I don't know, disappears, but it might be just, well, it can't just, I mean, it can't just disappear. So there must be some smaller particles. Or maybe stuff evaporates and then floats in the air. And then slowly drops to the ground. But it means that the Earth is actually gaining some mass. But it's probably microscopic. Okay. 232 watt-hour per kilometer, 274 kilometers done, 33% left, or 27.6 kilowatt-hour left. And the car still keeps claiming it and won't make it. We are 116 kilometers away from Varberg. So yeah, a quick math, we have around 250 watt-hour per kilometer budget. But once we drive to Göteborg, then we will have a lot lower consumption. Wow, you know, when I look at the headlights here, I get the impression that the spread and the strength is roughly the same as the EL6 headlights. Yeah, I tested the EL6 just a couple of days ago. Wow, it means that the EL6 has really good headlights then. But the EL6, for some reason, it came later than the EL8, but the EL8 has the gear selector in the center console, whereas the EL6 has it on the gear stalk. I'm sorry, as the gear selector on the steering wheel, whatever, right? And the next gen ES8 also has the gear stalk there on the steering wheel. So in a way, I wonder if the EL6 has, it's newer than the EL8. Also, the charge port on the EL6 is in the left rear, whereas the EL8 is in the front. Like I think the ES8 was also the front there. Oh, I'm gonna get flashed there. I'm blinded. Okay, Speculot, 32% now. Yeah, I think this was the case. I stopped at Speculot on the last challenge. It was colder, but I came there with around 25% or so. But this time we're gonna skip Speculot. But also last time, I don't remember if we had the Circle K charger in Møndalen or not. And the other options, they were not that great. There was some 150 kilowatt Circle K charger at Bakkabol. Yeah. But I don't remember Kungsbakka. So we are actually in a way better position today. So it will actually be quite big if we can reach Hvalberg. That alone might save us 5 minutes total. Degrees, okay, not the warmest nights. We had those nice nights where it was 15, 16 degrees. Actually, some rare nights we even had 20 degrees. That was crazy. I remember I won Hvalberg, I was like, huh? Is that hot? But I wonder if we'll get 12 to 15 degrees tonight further south. We'll see. Oh, let me check the battery temp. 18 degrees, okay. But man, it is so strange. I've been driving now for almost 2.5 hours and I don't feel any fatigue. It's just nice and comfy, quiet, great ride. It's a driving machine. This thing is a machine. How many cars read Hvalberg? I don't remember. I mean, I think you have to check on the Model S Palladium or Plaid 1,000 kilometers. Just check that video because I haven't. Yeah, you have to actually watch the video, skip through it, and then you'll see when it charged the first time. The knees are elevated. Huh? Really? Well, I don't have that problem. But it depends which car it is. Many cars, sedans or whatever, you still have plenty comfortable seating position. Even if you're a big guy. For example, ID7, even though it's like a sedan, whatever, it is a bit taller than, for example, Model S. So maybe if you're used to Tesla, yeah, they are kind of low. But you should try ID7. It is amazingly good. Yeah, Model 3. I mean, but that's Model 3, okay. Model 3 doesn't have the best seat height, but it doesn't mean that every sedan or car in that class is like that. Also, EQS is taller than, for example, Model S. So many of the German cars, the sedan version, they have good seating height. And even if you raise the seat a bit to get better leg angle, you don't hit the ceiling or the roof. No, but in general, Teslas, they are somewhat low. Model 3 and Model S, need to turn down the ambient light, man. It's a bit too bright. Okay, the lines may be too bright. The interior may be fine. There, okay. Well, now we are 99 kilometers away from Varberg, and we have 23 kilowatt hour left. But soon we will reach Kongal, but then we have to slow down, and then the consumption drops. ID5. Oh, really? Well, I wonder, ID5. Oh, I don't remember. I think maybe ID7 has better seats than ID5. But yeah, if I need a family car, I would seriously consider an ID7 touring maybe. Or actually, the difference in touring versus the fastback is not that big in space, so I'd probably go for the regular ID5. And actually just the 82 kilowatt hour battery. The 91 is nice, but it seems to rapid gate slightly. So you pay more for a bigger battery, and then it's not that much. So the 82 kilowatt hour battery in our current generation is really good. No, but the problem is that if you want the GTX, well, if you want overdrive, oh wait, can you get overdrive in Norway without the with the 82 kilowatt hour battery? Don't remember. You might need to go for a 91 then. Okay, well, maybe no big deal. It's not the worst rapid gain anyway. And that car goes for only 600k or around there. I'm not sure if they raised the price. And that actually, to be honest, that is way better value for money than this Audi. Think about it, it costs almost twice as much, and it's not twice as good. But the ID7 is really good. But that is until the Chinese comes out. But they are kind of dominating some of the SUV and the van segment. But once they start rolling out with nice, sexy, luxurious sedan stuff and station wagons, then it's game over for German car industry. Well, they can just use the same platform, right? And make some kind of, I don't know, the next gen ET7, where you can actually fold the seats. Or Seeker, I don't know, some kind of sedan. Well, it's not the Seeker GT, whatever you call it, 007 GT. Is that a sedan? Is that basically a 7X battery with a nicer body? Ice stick shift, holy shit. Well, the ID7 gets the work done, and it ticks the right boxes. Plenty of space, good efficiency, fast charging, preheating, and actually pretty good infotainment. And that's probably why it sells so well in Norway. Okay, now we come to Kungar. I still have 25% left. 20 kilowatt hour. Well, actually, oh, the kilowatt hour thing, they might drop faster towards the end. Oh, maybe that's, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. We should still get 93 something kilowatt hour, right? Or at least over 90 kilowatt hour out of the battery. Okay, let me try to re-navigate to Varberg. Let's see what happens now. Ion to Varberg, okay, navigate again. Maybe then you realize that, oh, you can make it there, no worries. Okay, no, not yet. Oh, I know. You know what needs to happen? We need to drive now in the 80 and 100 zone for a while. And then the car realizes that, oh, the consumption is suddenly lower. We can make it there. Yes, of course. Audi. Didn't you know that we had a lower speed limit over here? I think the Audi was expecting me to hammer at 110 plus VAT all the way to Varberg. This is why Tesla kicks ass for the Lord. Kilowatt hour left. And then how much have we spent? 231 consumption times 304.5 kilometers. We have spent 70 kilowatt hour, yes. And we have 20 kilowatt hour left. Yes, there is a bit of losses here because we hammered. So with 20 kilowatt hour left and 86 kilometers to go. Budget is 232 watt hour per kilometer. Okay, it has shrunk a bit, but that's fine. But now we should have lower consumption via Göteborg, because then the budget will rise now, increase as we go into Göteborg. Well, but you know, to be honest, when you ask all those guys who bought an ID7, I think they don't care if the car has no soul. They just want the car from A to B, doesn't cost too much, has plenty of space, and charges pretty fast, and looks nice. But yeah, well, now GOM says 80 kilometers left, and we are 82 kilometers away. We can bail out at Kungsbacka if we must. We'll see. Or we go deep to 0%. Yeah. There was a guy who commented on one of my videos that, when you say deep, what you meant was low. Yeah. I was like, no. When I say deep, I mean deep, as in deep discharge. He probably meant low battery, but he has never heard about the deep discharge before. Oh, it's kind of cold at 9.5 degrees. of the car users, can I turn off that thing? This is gonna pull the stock towards me, I think. Turn off the auto high beam thingy. Let's do it here. There, okay, yeah. I don't need high beam now until after Göteborg. Wow. Hemsedal. Hey, P. Simpson, what car do you have? Is it still that? Wait, it was an MBB car, right? Your father's car. But I am your father. Okay, just kidding. %, left. Damn. Consumption dropped a bit now, 230. You rent EVs, okay. I mean B, okay. This is amazing how far you can drive. Wait, let me think here. The Seeker 7X. Where the heck did I stop and charge again? I remember I stopped at Himle twice, but I must have stopped before. Did I stop? What? Wrong charger? What? I mean, trying to remember where the heck I stopped the first time. I'm pretty sure I couldn't make it all the way to Himle. 300 kilowatt, huh? What are you talking about? Oh, now I remember. I stopped at Kungsbacka. I bailed out at Kungsbacka. And I topped up there for just, I don't know, 5 minutes or less. Yeah, because I was struggling to find fast enough chargers. And I wasn't sure about the Ionity, but it turns out the Ionity would have been okay speed because the 400, back then I didn't know what the car was capable of, but it cannot maintain 400 for too long anyway, so even 350 kilowatt would be okay. Yeah, it was just a quick top up at Kungsbacka. And then Himle, not very optimal. The first stop should have been maybe the 400 kilowatt at Mölndal instead. Yeah, I messed up. Yeah, now I remember. I messed up. I was going to Mölndal, but then I didn't find. I took the wrong turn. Yeah, that was unfortunate. But then, okay, over there, Himmler, and then back to Himmler again. But then I need to stop somewhere else. One more stop before I went for it. Oh yeah, and then it was Hobby at the truck charger, where I got. Wait, didn't I had to move around a bit because I didn't get max speed. That was a bit clumsy. I feel like that Seeker run was not perfect. Could have done things slightly differently. Well, I'm getting hungry. Fortunately, I don't have to pee yet. It's been 2 hours and 45 minutes now. We average 117 kilometers per hour. Oh, there is some Baustelle on the way back. Uh-oh. Are we going to run into that on the way back? Depends how long they work on it. Tingstadtunnelen. Man, it's so bright here. They don't adjust for day-night stuff here, man. If they just had a timer at least, or a sensor, or yeah, doesn't even have to be sensor based. They can just base it on time of the day and year. So actually, they don't even have to care about year. Just past midnight or past 10, they can lower the light in the tunnel there. Oh wow, 228 watt-hour per kilometer. It has dropped a lot now. That is actually the total average since yes home. So the lower speed here consumes well, less than the higher speed, obviously. And I'm now in the leftmost lane, like a true Audi driver. Now let me get over here. I just feel like some of these guys might want to change lane suddenly in front of me. Oh, they did. Okay, good. You see here, ID7. Fastback. There, you see the guy there who wants to go out. You see? Oh, I like the fastback. I like it looks better than. Well, I mean, both of them are nice. Fastback and the station wagon. Or whatever it's called again. A Tourer, I mean, Tourer. But I found out that fastback is more efficient. And you don't lose that much space. Where can you get a fastback all-wheel drive? Well, even the rear-wheel drive be okay. Because when I think about this, I mean, how many times do I need all-wheel drive? Well, okay, it's more power, yeah, okay. But I mean, the APP 550 motor is already quite powerful. But well, during winter, the most extreme weather, yeah, okay, then all-wheel drive would be great, yeah. But for the most time, rear-wheel drive is fine. Then it's more efficient, it's cheaper. Okay, but over here, do I bail out here at Møldal, coming up soon? 9, I have 21% left. 67 kilometers on Gom, and we are 64 kilometers away. You see? Told you I did. We can make it there. The car didn't believe me. The Vorsprung was not good enough. Ah! No. It's gonna go into the ultra low mode thingy. Silly, man. At 20%. Yeah, it always does that at 20%. Yeah, always go deep. Oh shit. Let me see. I need to try to memorize this. The exit. I need to know it by heart where it is, so I don't need to base it on navigation. I think. There's a hospital coming up soon. Yeah, this is the exit. This is the exit I should have taken. Here. I recognize it now. Møldal, and then Gunnebo. Yeah, you exit here, and then there's a little thing, a little roundabout and some stuff, and then you get over to Circle K, and it's open 24/7, which is great. Yeah. Because I might use this more often. It has 24/7 Circle K and fast enough charging, and it's a good bail up. Here. You exit there, and then go straight in the roundabout and shit, and then you get over to Circle K. And also quite quick on the way north. You only get the A6 rear-wheel drive. Okay. Oh, I was thinking about the ID7, but well. Yeah, consumption is 228 now, and we have done 329 kilometers with 20% left. And now in the low speed stretch here, then 1% lasts forever, man. 16.1 kilowatt hour left and 60 kilometers to go. Oh, 13 degrees Celsius over here. Oh, nice. That could help on the consumption. See the maximum charging speed tonight. Well, 285 kilowatt hour per hour. We should see it at Varberg, or yeah. But I don't have any stuff on the car scanner, I think. I'm not sure if it shows on the screen or not. But I can try to poke it. Where is it? Yeah, the charge port is on the left side. The DC charge, okay. Sometimes I get confused when I swap, I move between cars too often, and I forget where the charge port is. And then I do some challenge. I'm like, oh shit, I need to move the car. Wow, 12.5 degrees at night. That's considered nice and warm. Seven degrees. Sounds good. Oh wow. I think also Yesome is kind of cold nowadays. Around 7-8 degrees at night. 18%. Yeah, on the previous run with the A6, I kept missing the target and I arrived with way too much juice. And that stop was maybe not ideal at Speculator. So hopefully if we can nail the stop this time, we can maybe do this in 9:10 or even faster, I'm not sure. Yeah, well, here you see 2 arrows because we have charge port on each side, but I need to know where the DC charge port is. So, I mean, there we don't see. We just see 2 arrows and we don't know which one is DC. Okay, we hit the 100 zone with 14 kilowatt hour left and 53 kilometers away, and the car still claims 0% at arrival. Oh yeah, now I can fire up the high beam. Raggere, Ghostbusters. Oh, I've been recirculating for the longest time now. Oh, but I'm getting the moisture problem. Okay, status update, 228 watt-hour per kilometer. Or what corrected is 225. We have done 300 and, well, it isn't correct for that. We've done around 345 kilometers so far. I'll check eventually at Waterberg what the distance is, the distance they are. Oh, please charge battery, 50 kilometers range left. But 12.9 kilowatt hour, can we trust it? Let me double check again. 228 times 341.5. We have spent 77.8 kilowatt hour plus 12,700. Yeah, that's 90.6 kilowatt hour. Wow, we don't get 92 and 93 even. Only 90 point something, okay. Well, that means that it's highly likely that we have that 12.6 kilowatt hour left. Let me calculate budget. 47 kilometers. Okay, budget is 268. Yeah, it went up now that we went on the slower stretch. So it's still gonna go up all the way until Kungsbacka, then we hit the 110 zone. So yeah, there is a very high chance we can make it to Wahlberg. I don't think we need to stop at Kungsbacka. So that's the perfect run. Get over there to at Wahlberg with 1 or 2% left, and then pump it up full speed to. Oh, I need to check battery temp. 19 degrees. Okay, I think that's no big deal. Because if you go real deep, then even 20% will be okay. But what might happen is that soon enough it will start preheating the battery and then it sucks the extra energy. But we still have plenty of margin here. Oh, ET9. Well, I mean, ET9 is freaking huge and insane. But it's more like an ID, like a BMW i7, I think. Even ET7 is well, yeah, ET7 is nice, but it's just you can't fold the rear seats. It loses a lot of flexibility for that. I think that's why they're taking it out from Norway. Probably ET7 sales are quite low in Norway. But I wonder why they took out EL7, because that was a beast. It was fairly big. Maybe it was just too expensive. And also I feel like the EL6 is still very good. Maybe EL6 is sitting on newer hardware than EL7. Yeah, that makes sense. So it can perform very good, and then it's a lot cheaper than the EL7. Right, 15%. Always go deep. Oh, it's 14 degrees Celsius. Yeah, yeah, now we're cooking. Okay, this is basically the bailout point here. Yeah, we have 43 kilometers on GOM and 39 kilometers to go. Yeah, that was the point of no return. So we either have to go slow or we can make it there. So if we suddenly don't have enough juice, but let me see. 11.2 kilowatt hour left to go 38 kilometers. That's at least 250 watt hour per kilometer. We don't consume that much, even in the high speed here, or the 110 zone. Well, that's weird. He's changed his mind. He could have finished the overtaking. If it was quick enough. It was a German. He probably figured out that I approach fast. But that was kind of far away, so he could have finished the overtake and then... well, I see he overtakes slow, okay. %, left. Uh-oh, we are getting close to Varberg, and look at this. Look at this. consumption is 227 watt-hour per kilometer. I estimated so far that we under-report by 1.3%, so that means that it's actually 224 watt-hour per kilometer. But we have done 350, corrected, it's more like 360 kilometers done so far. That is insane how far we can drive. We can still go more. And we are aiming for Varberg. Not many cars can make it to Varberg on a 1,000 kilometer challenge. You know, and even before, when I lived in Oslo, then yeah, not many cars could make it to Varberg. But now I moved to Jesholm, it makes it even harder to make it there. And this beast can make it there. Well, or I'm not sure, because we are 33 kilometers away. And we have 38 kilometers on GOM, but the car keeps claiming that I won't make it there. Another concern I have is that the battery temperature is kind of low-ish, 20 degrees Celsius. Well, I think that should be enough. Well, ideally, I think I need 25, but it should heat up quite quickly. Okay, 9.3 kilowatt hour left to go 31 kilometers. Yeah, that's roughly 300 watt hour per kilometer. Plenty then. Well, as long as we arrive at 0%. Well, this is no Chinese car, so we get full speed. Well, I mean, at least no slow down because we go deep. No. The Germans, they like going deep. There's no problem going deep with the German cars. Same with Tesla. %12 left. 35 on GOM. Okay, status update. Try to get the corrected numbers for you guys. 224 watt hour per kilometer. 365 kilometers. And 12% left. Wow. Average speed since Jesholm is 115 kilometers per hour. And we passed through 2 cities on the way, Oslo and Göteborg. But it means that, I should maybe be able to go to the turnaround point and then go back to Varberg. And if I must bail out, I could bail out at Falkenberg. There is a 400 kilowatt, probably Alpitronic from Recharge, but it's slightly on a different. It seems to be on a truck site, so yeah, I don't know if they roll out the liquid cooled cables for the Alpitronic or not, but that should be good enough for me to receive like 99% of the full speed I want. Or Himmler, also 400 kilowatt truck charger from Nima Energy. But if I can reach Himmler, then I really need to bail out, right? Then I could almost reach a Varberg. But I wonder if I want to go for 65%, because that yields the best 1,000 kilometer time. Once you go higher, then you actually lose a minute or two total. But that means that you're only losing like a fraction of a minute for that, like, if I kept going to 70%, right? So, yeah, I need to try to guess the consumption at high speed stretch. I think it might be around 240. No, well, maybe 250. Oh wow, I need to spend 57% only for the round trip, which means that if I charge it 65%, then we can make it to our bike. Yeah, and go deep. And if I can't make it there, then no big deal. I can go to just bail out at Himmler, still go deep. And if for some reason I spend more, then I can even bail out at Falkenberg. There are plenty of options to stop at. And eventually one day Tesla will flick the switch and open up for 800 volts at V4 superchargers. And I don't know, maybe they will unleash 615 kilowatt, or I don't know. Yeah, that's what they heard, right? The V4 are capable for 615 kilowatt. That would be quite future-proof. Okay, it's not as fast as Huawei's 720, but I mean, it's going to take a while before 600 kilowatt is too slow for most cars. Even the 250 kilowatt Tesla offered has been fast enough for a good time, and it's still fast enough. The only problem is it's 400 volt, so many 800 volt cars, they cannot utilize it. But at least the 400 volt cars, like the MEB platform, they can take 185, and then some of the Polestar and so on, they can take. Yeah, and also the German cars, i4 and so on, they can take around 200 kilowatt. Okay, how is it cooking now? Let me double check my stats. 6 kilowatt hour left. Oh, 19 kilometers left. Okay, that's still fine. And the car still claims 0% at arrival. Let me check battery temperature. 20 degrees. Okay, so we might cold get slightly, I'm not sure. But it shouldn't cold get too long before we hit max speed. But I wonder, because we go so deep, then we might still hit very good speed, like 250 kilowatt. And then it heats up quickly. 6 kilowatt hour left. 18. Yeah, now suddenly it says 1% at arrival. Yeah, see? Told you I did. Okay, but I have to be quick. Okay, I have time to eat, and I go to the restroom first. Go to the restroom first, come back. Wait, I'm trying to figure out where do we turn off HVAC here. Yeah. Dude, I mean, oh, it's office over there. Oh, I almost didn't see it. I'm gonna turn off HVAC just in case they don't disturb the cooling. Got 4.8 kilowatt hour left, 14 kilometers left. Yeah, plenty. It seems like there's a big difference. When I did the last run, it was colder, a lot colder. I think we had around 8 degrees at night, and now it's 13.5. So that makes a difference. Plus that, of course, the Sportback has a bigger advantage when it's cold and at higher speed. So the tire or rolling resistance has a smaller impact on everything versus the drag part. But I wonder if Model S made it all the way to Varberg on the first leg, even from Home. Because I think Model S was even more efficient. But then from there, I would charge only 50% or so, and then stop at, I think I went to the turnaround point and then went to Halmstad and topped up there. It is in Sweden that you get hammered at night. Huh? There's always someone faster than you in Sweden with a Volvo. With 10 kilometers left, almost there. Check battery temp. 21 degrees. It's slowly heating up. What the heck is wrong with this Volvo dude? What? Oh, limited performance. Oh, what? Oh, okay, 6%. You get limited performance. Man, it scared the heck out of me. I thought the battery was gonna die. %. That beep is so damn loud. 3.2 kilowatt hour left to go 6 kilometers. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, always go deep. Oh, shit. Okay, I'll eventually calculate quite accurately the distance error. It's supposed to be 394 kilometers. Do you have power limit? Oh, I see now. Yeah, we have around 40% power left. And that's still plenty, no problem. This car has plenty of power. 21 degrees Celsius. Okay. Should give us a good speed, right? We come to the thingy soon. The exit. Well, let me get the mic ready. Get the shaft ready. Get the mic disconnected. Here we first broom. I have 4% left. What happened to that 1% of the rival thingy? I have 4% left. You can go to Himmler. Wait, okay, maybe not. Okay, let's not try that. Okay. Wanna stretch it, man. You have 120 something. I don't think I can make it to Himmler. Not with 2 kilowatt hour left. Well, no, that's not good. I could make it there, but I have to drive slow. And that's not good. Hey, 4%. What's the car nagging about? Yeah, you can't make it there. You can't make it there. 4%. Okay. I feel like the car is kind of sluggish now. It's like a TDI without the T. Oh, maybe I can clean the windscreen even. Well, I'm not sure if I have time. Okay. We go for 65%. Or maybe 70, but I think 65 should be good enough. But I cannot trust the car's systems here. Oh, they're gonna add more charges. Oh, I see fat cables. Holy shit balls, what the heck are they doing now? Varberg, man, is a mad place. Okay, let's see. Charge port is on this side. Okay, I can go here and then there and then right. Oh, the bucket is right here, waiting for me. Here I guess. I have to go for the there. That's 227 watt hour per kilometer, 389.1 kilometer, and we have 4% left. Bye. Dude, we are at Varberg. We made it here with 2.2 kilowatt hour left. Or we charge it? 4%. What the heck was the car nagging me about? 4%, that's fine. 22 degrees Celsius in the battery. Now we're just waiting for the handshake. See, this is why. Oh, don't tell me that it's gonna fail. Why is it so slow? Okay. How do I do this? Oh shit, the shaft is gone out. I can see it. You can see it there. Zoom in a bit. There. Oh. Look at that. Where's the percentage? Oh, you see it down there. I know. Okay. Full speed, more or less. But 389.1. 394. 1.2% underreporting. Okay, let me see. I need to eat quickly. Let me switch that. But I don't have that much time. How is it? 28% now. 6 minutes. See, I have to check something here. It was 206 hours from 350. Okay, I need at least 51.5 kilowatt hour, which means I have around 5 minutes of eating left. Okay, time for food. Yeah, we have sticky rice with some meat and some other stuff here. I brought the gloves because it's gonna be messy. I think I need to put it in a hot box. It's a bit coldish, but it will do because this car charges so fast. I have around 5 minutes left. It's crazy. I go 65%, or I pay attention to the kilowatt hour here. 51.5 kilowatt hour. With the margin, of course, with margin. Well, I wasted probably over a minute or 2 minutes trying to get this Circle K. I never opened it, no. Whatever. Wow, 10 minutes. We are 46% already. It's actually not that critical at time for me to end up here, but from here I'll probably jump over to Strömstad and then finish. Then it's 3 charging stops on there. Well, the crazy thing is that the E6 was able to match the speed at this state of charge. But of course it was going slower earlier. I need to get ready. I'm going for 65%. Yeah, 57 now. I've packed away the stuff now. I've packed away the other stuff also. I had to shoot video before we disconnect, so I had to move you guys back. Oh. We're almost good to go. Now we're down to only 160 kilowatt, 61%. I calculated we're gonna spend around 57% of the battery. So now we just have a margin. According to my calculation, we need to spend 51.5 kilowatt hour. So we will drive now all the way to turnaround point and back again. That's 206 kilometers. Let's check outside. The battery is at 47 degrees Celsius, nice and cooking. It was 17-minute charging stop. Now I need to reset the short-term memory. Let's see. There. Okay. That's it, 17-minute charging stop. And we are good to go. I didn't even need to clean the windscreen. It was actually fairly clean. Let me go back to the, well, it is still in efficiency mode. Okay, good. Okay, that's crazy, man. We can charge 17 minutes and possibly make it back here, and then charge another 17 minutes and go to Strömstad, and then, well, those two, well, actually, the next charging session might not even need 65%. We might only need 60%. No, that was crazy, man. 17-minute charging stop. But there was a little bit, I thought the handshake would fail because the tritium charge, I guess it's slow to handshake. Okay, so my guess is 250 watt-hour per kilometer. And I have a margin, so in case I miscalculate, we can either go deep or we can bail out at Himmler, which is not that big of a deal. But I see that both a better route planner and the car was incorrect. It claimed 19 or 20% at arrival, and then I write 4%. So I can't trust those. Yeah. Which now the car claims 34% at the turnaround point. No, it's going to be lower than that, but whatever. We just have to see. But no problem, we have plenty of bailout points. Wow, that was 17-minute charging stop. Okay, from 4 to 64%, no, 65%. Yeah, and now we are hammering in the 120 zone, and I go at 120 plus VAT, and man, it is nice and quiet in here. It is as if this car was made for it. Okay, let me do it. I want to do it in here. I'm gonna take the internal shot instead. Well, that was 17-minute charging stop from. Well, back on the road. That was 17-minute charging stop from 4 to 65%. Amazing, man. I barely had time to just pee and grab some food that I brought with me. Yeah. Don't try to go to the gas station to order food. No, you don't have time for that. But yeah, so now we're on the 120 zone, and as usual, I go at the speed limit plus VAT, and it is actually not that quiet. I mean, wait, let me check here. Maybe this lane here is quieter. It's about the same. Okay. Well, back on the road, and that was 17-minute charging stop from 4 to 65%. I wasted a couple of minutes going to Circle K and then trying to get them to open the door, but then they never opened the door. But then I just peed and went back on the road. Wait, I have to check something here. Okay. We are back on the road. That was, wait. We are back on the road. That was 17 minutes charging from 4 to 65%. And I tried to get over to the gas station and get inside, but they never unlocked the door for me. So I was wasting a couple of minutes there, and then I just peed, and then I started eating. So, if you try to go inside and order burger, you're done charging by the time the burger arrives. So I brought food with me because I knew it's going to be fast. Well, man, now we are in the 120 zone, and I'm going at 120 plus VAT, and it is still nice and quiet here, despite that we have 21-inch wheels. I don't remember, I think it was 275 35 rear, 21-inch, and then front was 245 or something, 40 profile. They are borderline low profile tires, and it's still nice and quiet. This Audi was made for high speed hammering, and it's fairly efficient also. So other cars like SUVs, once you hammer it, the consumption goes through the roof. Here it should still be okay. That's what we're gonna find out. Okay, you can stop that now. Man, annoying people. See, I use efficiency mode. I've been using it since Yes Home, and actually in the efficiency mode, it goes. Oh, no! I was looking at something there. It goes on the lowest suspension. Yeah, just squat down, hunker down, and hammer it. And even in the efficiency mode, when you floor it, it's still fast. I like it, that it becomes efficient, or I don't know what the heck it does to be as efficient as possible, but you still get all the power if you need it. Time 2:21. Okay. Yeah. So what was it again? I measured 1.2% underreporting. There. Okay. Here we go. Right. We now reached the. We have now reached the concrete. We have now reached the concrete surface around Falkenberg, and yes, there is more noise here. This stretch is known for being noisy. But let me see. If I move over to the left lane, the trucks, they don't hammer here. Well, at least most of them. Oh, then it actually becomes quieter. But again, if noise is important for you, then I think you should go for 20-inch wheels. Also, they should be more efficient. But then the Sportback itself is already efficient, right? Yeah, I'm hovering at 288 watt-hour per kilometer now, but initially, after you fast charge, the car is spending some extra energy cooling down the battery. And also, we have that initial burst to gain the kinetic energy we have at this speed. So, yeah. Consumption should drop. Here's Falkenberg, and yeah, I guess I'll just hug the left lane then, like a true Audi driver. Oh, great! It's 14 degrees Celsius outside here. Now this sound system is so crisp, almost a little bit too crisp. But the Bang & Olufsen is known for being super crisp, high details. I listen to songs I've heard 100 times before, but then I suddenly hear new details I never heard before in the same song. Right? And it also goes deep. We are soon at the 4 hour. Wait. Yeah, we're soon at the 4 hour mark. Take current time plus 1.5 hour. That is 1,000 kilometer time. And we're already at 430 kilometers. Okay, consumption for the current leg is 277, but it should stabilize. I think the temperature in the battery is dropping fast now, so check here. No, what the heck is that? No. Shit, I didn't mean to play the freaking radio. Shit. Misclicked. Can I delete this shit? There, it's better. Battery temperature is 37 now. Yeah, I think it was 47 earlier, so it's dropping fast. But the average speed is going to go up like crazy now because we are hammering in the 120 zone and we just finished charging. Okay, we hit 4 hour now. 4 hour mark. Let me check here. We have done around 445 kilometers. Okay, so average speed is over 100 kilometers per hour still. But we have to check the average speed before we charge then, which will take, let me see, 156 kilometers. That will be in around 1 hour and 20 something minutes. Then we can check the distance and so. It should be. Let me see. How is this? We'll be at 600 ish. Yeah, over at Wildbike. But that would be around what, 5.5 hours, right? Or well, less than that maybe. At 600 kilometers. No, I think it's not. I think this is a pure EV platform. However, the space utilization is somewhat poor compared to the ID7. Not sure why. This is a more expensive car. It should be better, right? Or at least equally good. Yeah, I think we hit the tarmac now. Let's see, especially here, it should be dead quiet. Okay, no. Yeah, we finally hit the tarmac again. Oh, nice and quiet. Well, you see, there's not that much difference between really fresh ass and rough ass, which indicates that the soundproofing is really good. But I think that's already measured. I guess I can retest if I have time Sunday night, just do a quick run. But this car is slightly heavier, probably because it has more equipment than the other, the Kombi I tested earlier. But I could test noise just to see how much the 21-inch affects the noise. And I could also, might as well test the acceleration while I'm at it. Next week is EX90. From something efficient to something thirsty. Holy macaroni, man. Volvo EX90. Well, I guess some people are interested in that car, so it's gonna be fun to test it. Thirsty beast. Maybe compared against the EL8. They cost roughly the same, right? Wait, is that the Polestar 3 equivalent? No, it's fatter than the Polestar 3, yeah. But that's the same 111 kilowatt hour battery. Oh, that means V3, V4 superchargers only. Yeah, it needs over 600 amps. Wow, but the consumption is a bit higher than expected. Okay, no big deal. If I don't have enough juice, then I just bail out that Halmstad. No, not Halmstad. Falkenberg. Or I eat the extra margin and stop at. Dude, that was not necessary. And stop at. Himla. I need to restock drinks back at Loyberg. Or maybe I need to bring 2 bottles instead. Like I did a while ago. I need to purchase another Stormback bottle. The one I had, the blue, has been kaput for a while. It leaks because the rubber seal is kaput. Or it disappeared. I don't know. I think Isabel managed to make it disappear. Well, these matrix lights, they seem to at least turn off in time. The Neo EL6 was just crazy slow to react, and I got flashed a lot. But here, I mean, I still get flashed at, but less. But actually, my impression is that they, the EL7 and these headlights here, I don't know what the heck they're called, but EL6, I mean, they have roughly the same strength and the same spread. That's crazy. That twice as expensive. Wait, is it twice? But okay, a lot more expensive German car has roughly the same strength and spread. But Neo should try to fine tune. Because I remember this. I think I remember last time I tested the EL6, or I don't remember, or maybe it was EL8 also. That it turned down way too slow, or it couldn't detect oncoming traffic in time, and they got pissed and they flash at you. It could also be because the Neo lights are also quite powerful, so of course it annoys people more than if they are dim, like Model 3 Highland headlights. Then they don't even see that you have the high beam on, huh? Are you in yet? Are you in yet? Work for Hella. Wait, okay. Which car uses Hella then? I guess the Audi uses Hella, right? But not Neo. But I haven't done any measurement. It's just my impression of these lights was. I remember I was quite surprised of how bright and good. Oh no! Don't do that shit, man! Shit, man! The EL6 lights were. Okay, 268 watt-hour per kilometer. I'm not sure about the wind direction over here, but the consumption, okay, seems a bit high, but well, it's 15.5 degrees Celsius. What? Just a couple of minutes ago was 8 degrees Celsius. The temperature varies quite a lot. Yeah, all the Renault 3 was Highland, yeah, but not Highland. But you work for Hell, right? Well, I heard it from someone. I'm not sure who it was. That the Hella lights in the Model 3, they were projectors, and then they switched over to reflectors or something. I don't remember. Yeah, but then Uniper still has Hella. Okay, nice. That's great. Yeah, my impression was that Uniper had good lights. But I also remember that the ID7 had incredible good lights. But actually, like Q6, I remember had like one notch. No. The ID7. You are into headlights. You know everything, right? The ID7 has that auxiliary beam. It was incredible. As far as I know, the Audi doesn't have auxiliary beam. Okay, we're getting close to the turnaround point now. Okay, let me navigate to Waterback, just see if what the car claims now. Oh, it claims 6% at Waterback. Oh, go for it. 102 kilometers away. I have 30. Oh, 102 kilometers away. Well, I had to go slightly further up the ramp, but I have 31.6 kilowatt hour left. Yeah, it is actually a pretty good chance we can make it to Waterback, but I don't know about the wind direction and so on. So maybe it was a good thing that I had that extra margin. Because it seems like I spent a bit more than I expected. Well, we are currently at 262 watt-hour per kilometer, and I expected 250. That's where the margin comes in. But this time I shouldn't Colgate. Should I get full speed from the start? Now 29 degrees Celsius in the battery. Yeah, I think it will just maintain the temp now on. Okay, let me see. Start. 3, 4. Wow, we are at the turnaround point after 3 hours and 25 minutes. No, wait, not 3, 4. 4 hours and 25 minutes. That is schnell. And the turnaround point is also roughly the halfway mark. Oh, a bunny. Little bunny. Hop, little bunny, hop, hop, hop. Uh, 2000. I think it was 2,380 kilograms. This 20 kilograms heavier than the Avant that tested earlier. Wait, or was it 2,480 kilograms? Don't remember. If you look at the weight table, you can find the A6 Avant, and then this is 20 heavier. Well, I see that it's getting darker and darker now every day. Because every week now we get darker runs, or it takes a longer time before we hit the daylight. Winter is coming. Current leg we have 266 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, a little bit higher than I expected. And I haven't figured out the wind direction yet. man, I went all the way to Løddeköping. That's almost to Copenhagen. Oh, that was crazy. Yeah, I remember Classic Ioniq went all the way there. Also the Model X Raven and Fat e-tron. Yeah, not that many cars went all the way there before actually Ioniq the Helsingborg popped up, and I could go there instead. Yeah, it's been quite a journey. These 1,000 kilometer challenges. And I remember for the longest time the charging network in Sweden was lagging quite behind Norway. Now it's getting a lot better. But I mean, dude, since Chinese, they are so good at tech nowadays, why don't they make AI-based matrix lights? They already have AI-based suspension, or well, adaptive suspension, what they call it. The Xpeng G9 somehow looks and analyzes the road ahead and then adjusts the suspension based on that. And I bet also NIO has something similar, and maybe also BYD. Oh shit! The thing didn't understand what the heck is going on. You see, I saw that. No, you don't blast it against the mother trucker, but no, the system here is just too rigid, too dumb to understand what's going on, and they get flashed at all the time. We need AI-based matrix lights. But the system should learn somehow, right? But it doesn't, because if you get flashed at, the car could collect that data. Because that's how a human would do it. You will remember if you get whipped at. The human will remember it, and then based on next time, if the conditions are similar, instead of firing up the high beam, it would then think again and then, okay, maybe not, because we are in doubt here. There is some light source ahead. Could possibly be stationary lights, or it could be a truck. And then based on the information we get when the car comes closer, we're like, okay, we got the confirmation that was a truck, okay. So based on that, we could learn. But these systems, like in the Audi, it has been pre-programmed and it can never learn or evolve. That's the problem. Wait, do I have schmutz? I think a schmutz is on the inside. Wow, 265 watt-hour per kilometer. We get a slight dip once we pass through Halmstad, but that's pretty much it. Okay, now it says 3% at wild bike. Well, I mean, we are 87 kilometers away, and we have 25.4 kilowatt hour left, and the Halmstad stretch will lower the consumption slightly, but it's not that long, the Halmstad stretch. But of course, it helps on the consumption part. So I'm pretty sure we can make it to Varberg. But instead of arriving with 7% or 8%, we arrive with 3%. Well, that's still fine. That's why we have a margin, in case I misguess. Yeah, I need to grab another drink at Varberg now. Restock on drinks, then eat, and then get ready for another run. The stupid thing just fires up the high beam. I'm gonna get flashed at again. Oh, man. I need to record a video about this. See if I can catch it. Wow, the headlights here are wonderful. And we also have matrix light, but oh shit! However, I get flashed at a lot, but this is an Audi, so it is expected, right? But yeah, what happens usually is that the car turns down the light late, and because we have quite powerful lights, then oncoming traffic, they don't like it. But also many times the matrix light simply cannot detect that we have oncoming truck, right? Especially if the truck is coming over a hilltop. So then the matrix system just fires up the high beam at the truck blasts the lights at me, I get blinded, and then, yeah. Well, okay, I was going to demonstrate, but it didn't happen now. But also, you know, these systems, they are quite dumb and rigid because they've been pre-programmed to do whatever, right? Based on some criteria. They are not AI based. Maybe that would be great. If nowadays everything is AI based, if we can just base on AI and then figure out what's going on and then take action based on that. But also, it doesn't learn from anything, unlike a human, because if the oncoming truck flashes at me or blasts the high beam at me, I should take that as input and look at what happened before. Okay, like I see something coming, and then if the car blasts the high beam and then I get flashed at, that means that, okay, that was a truck or that was a vehicle. And also next time we get to a similar situation, if the system would decide to, okay, you have the option to fire up the beam at the oncoming traffic, maybe don't do it. And then look at the feedback again as the traffic approaches. Oh, that was a car. Okay, then we have learned, right? And the system learns and evolves, but it doesn't do it. It's just a dumb system that just crashes into the wall every time, and it doesn't take in feedback that, oh, there is pain, there is damage here. No. It just bam, 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 and then it destroys itself. Okay, well, that doesn't happen here, but yeah. But man, these headlights, they are quite strong and wide. But you know, a couple of days ago, I drove the Neo EL7. I got the impression that the EL7 was equally strong and wide. Also, wow. And that car cost a lot less than this yeah, Audi. So, man, the Neo is actually pretty good cars. They don't cost that much, and they still perform really well. Bridge, yeah, and some pillars and stuff. Once the object goes behind the pillar, well, human, we are smart enough to figure out, okay, it went behind the pillar, it's gonna reappear soon. But the system is just like, oh, okay, the object is gone, let's blast on the full thing again. No, don't do that. Because I think the problem is that those like matrix systems, they just look at the light and calculates the light levels, but it doesn't recognize the landscape. I bet it doesn't recognize the road and bridge and pillars and stuff like that, and extrapolate where objects are moving, you know, like we do. That's why it misfires all the time, because it's dumb. It needs to be smarter. Okay, let me see. Okay, now the car claims 2% at Wildbike. Well, you know how it goes. We're gonna ride with 4% to 5%, right? Okay, but let me see. Let me calculate based on kilowatt hour. We have 20 kilowatt hour left, divided by 68 kilometers left. That is a budget of 294 watt hour per kilometer. We are hovering at 265 now. Yeah, we can make it there with 99.9% chance. I can't really see any reason why we would suddenly consume 294. Actually, the current consumption now corrected is 261 or 2. And it's quite stable, because the road, I mean, the car is very aerodynamic, so it's not that much affected by wind, and there's not that much elevation change. So that means that the consumption is stable. It doesn't yo-yo up and down that much compared to a boxy car. Wow, but it's 3 at night now. And earlier, during summer, it would be bright by now. but not today, so not today. Maybe in around 1 hour, or maybe past Varberg it will get brighter. You know, the days are getting shorter, I can feel it. That was that. The summer is over. And even August is about to end soon. I guess the four nicest months in Norway is May, June, July, and August. April is still kind of cold. Could even be sub-zero temperatures at night, or even in the day, yeah. And then in October, September, then it also starts getting colder. So yeah, Norway is only usable 4 months of the year, or I could stretch it to 6 months of the year. Then I have to find something else to do in the remaining 6 months, or somewhere else to go. Yeah. I wonder if in the future I will be more in China, and maybe also US. Like spend 1 month in US and 1 month in China, and then 1 month in Thailand, right? Or it could be 2 months in China and 2 months in Thailand. But I'm not sure if I would deal with. I would bother staying 2 months in the US. I don't get so fat then. Wait, is a chat bugged? Nope, it's just inactive. Man, but this is quite awesome that I can make it back to Varberg. Well, it's not a big deal, but okay. From Varberg, I have around 214 kilometers to Strömstad. The consumption, I don't remember. But that's a longer distance than this distance, but it should be less intense on the consumption since we have lower average speed. Yeah. So there I could expect maybe 250 consumption. Maybe even lower. But it means that if I charge 65%, then there is a pretty high chance I can make it to Strömstad. No. Shit, man. No. This matrix light is not very smart, is it? It has no clue about what's going on with the different light objects. It needs to be smarter. I think it needs AI, and it needs to understand more about the surroundings, and actually it needs to identify objects and the terrain and so on. It needs to know that there's a little bridge here, a pillar, and that the cars they have. I don't know how they actually work, the matrix lights, but they seem to be quite dumb. Yeah, exactly. Bridge pillar again. Right, low battery charge. No, it's not going to go efficiently plus. Shit. Yeah, it happens at 20% every time. So the light goes behind the pillar, and then the car's stupid logic is like, oh, okay, the light source is gone. Let's fire up the high beam. No. It just went behind the pillar. You know, it should be able to detect it, but I think it's dumb. It doesn't understand. It's not programmed to detect objects like that. Maybe because it's just light. I'm not sure. It uses camera, okay, but how much do they analyze and how detailed is the camera image? I guess Tesla could be one of the first companies to actually implement a very good matrix lights. They have the hardware to process the data and the cameras to be able to capture everything. I mean, humans are, but you know, because Tesla, they seem to, they are able to map out the world based on vision only. Okay, so the camera just analyzes the lights and light frame by frame, right? It doesn't create it doesn't create like a, what do you call it, a map or a world, like a model of what's going on. A 3D model, yeah, where it actually detects objects. With Tesla, it detects objects, if it's a cone or a car or a human or whatever, right? the car doesn't detect that. It doesn't detect the car in front here properly. I can see it. There, it's trying to do it. Like, it's quite clear that the car in front is there, huh? With the tail lights and even this whatever is reflecting in the back there. Oh man, freaking loud ding about low battery. Oh, that was auto stay was crazy. They're trying to kill me. Well, the ambulance is hammering it. First I wasn't sure if this is Polizei or not, but it's ambulance. Okay, we have 11.2 kilowatt hour left and 33 kilometers to go, and the consumption on this leg is 263 watt hour per kilometer, and we're about to hit the 5-hour mark. Wow. Wait. Long term. 5-hour mark and then 565 kilometers. Let's hug the left lane so we get quiet and right. I forgot to be on the concrete surface then. But actually it doesn't make that much difference. This car is so quiet. Okay, do we need to bail out at Himmler? No, we have 9 kilowatt hour left and only 23 kilometers. The car even claims 3% at arrival. We check battery temp. 26 degrees this time, okay. Let's see if we get over 250 kilowatt and from the beginning now. Yeah, good evening. We're getting close to Warby. 19 kilometers left. We arrived with 3% supposedly. We're down to 10%. This is really deep again. Always go deep. Yeah, we just go 65% again and then we go to Strømstad. We skip Spekkerud. But then at Strømstad, we don't need that much to reach home. 7%. Getting close to Wi-Fi again. Yeah, 9 kilometers away. I can do a quick ABC at Wi-Fi. Bucket is right there at the charger. Down to 6%. Well, here we come. 5%. Okay. Yeah, it's usually around 600 kilometers here. The time is, well, 6, right? Five hours and 15 minutes to 600 kilometers. Wow. I didn't hit that power limit. 5%. I have around 40 minutes power left. good. Watch where you're going. You can drive on the tarmac, or you can drive on the gravel. I didn't know that. Okay, total stats 238 watt-hour per kilometer, 593.2 kilometers, and 1.2% underporting. Wild bike, and I have 5% left. We are back at Vibeck. We're on with 5%. Now we're taking 264 kilowatt. Wow. The battery is warmer this time. Oh, it's only 30 degrees. Okay, whatever. But we have quite limited time again, as usual. But this time, we're gonna go for Ionity Strømstad. Ionity Strømstad. There, quite quick. Replace destination. That's 223 kilometers away. And I think this time we also need to charge at 65%. That means we have around 15 more minutes. Yeah, okay, let's go. back. Now I can put the shaft here, you guys. Yeah. You have to prioritize going to the restroom first. Now I need to eat. I can quickly move the camera. I'm still taking 256 kilowatts. This, I guess. Here. There. And then I have just 5. We're at 7 minutes. Okay, we're gonna leave in 10 minutes. I have roughly 6 or 7 minutes of eating time before we have to pack and leave. So we're going for. Let me bring up the car scanner here. We're going for Strömstad. 223 kilometers away. Yeah, okay. I'm guessing 250 consumption, but maybe that's too high. I mean, total is 238. You know, maybe I have to guess 240 consumption, but that means charging to 60% all day. Does it matter though? Good. That's 48% right there. This might not be a 17-minute stop. maybe it'll take 17 minutes. We have 12 minutes now. I need to pack the leaves soon. I waste all my drinks. I need to move the camera. We had 61%. We're gonna leave in just I don't know, in not that many minutes left. I have to get ready. Oh, 63%. We're almost good to go. We're gonna drive all the way to what? Strömstad, 223 kilometers. And now the car estimates how many percent I will arrive with. Yeah, we have 58 kilowatt now here. I have a little margin in case we consume more, but okay, that's it. 65%, good to go. Let me check. Yeah, 16 minutes. All right, good to go. That was 16-minute charging stop. Last time it was 17 minutes, so it's slightly faster. But last time we arrived at 4%, this time 5%. But it seems the battery was slightly warmer, so we gained a little bit there. And next stop is going to be the last stop. 3 charging stops total. And the last stop now might be the shortest stop also, because we just have to charge enough. I will calculate again last time before we go finish it. So next stop might be around, I don't know, 12, 13 minutes. It's not going to be that much difference in charging time. Yeah, we charged 66% this time, not 65. I'm back in efficiency mode. It actually resets to the individual every time, which is kind of silly. It should remember my last mode. But at least it goes to individual, right? You could, of course, set individual to be efficiency mode. But Neo always resets to comfort mode, which is not good. Yeah, you know, I had to bring food with me. I rushed to the gas station to pee only and wash my hands. And then I came back and I had food prepared when I could eat. And you know, okay, and I didn't just charge to 45 or 50% like a Tesla. I charged to 65%. And just a couple of minutes extra, it would have been 70%. Right? So, okay, this is, but you can say, oh, but you know, not everyone can afford a 1 million NOK car or 80,000 euro car. Well, you can already get this in a Seeker 7X. Okay, it's not that efficient, but maybe there's a more efficient Seeker or something coming out eventually. Yeah, for example, the MG IM, they can take 400 kilowatt or 395 kilowatt. IM5, I think, is like a sedan, slick sedan, you see. So there you have affordable, but should also be efficient. And the charger is really fast. And what else do we have? Yeah, the Neos are kind of thirsty. Big EL8 or ES8. Yeah, I wonder how the C-Line 7 will do it. They boosted up the speed, but it's gonna replicate, right? Unless they actually, they need to ramp up the cooling on the C-Line 7. I'm gonna test it in, I don't know, I don't remember. I have booked it at least. C-Line 7 and Nami box also. No, the Jack E30X, not the poor man's car. Yeah, I booked it back to back, so I don't have to drive too much. I just have to. Well, I have to drive all the way to Drammen, which is kind of far. Almost an hour drive back again, so that's a long swap. But I still haven't finished the food yet. Every time I only have 5 minutes of eating time, and then I also have to pack the food away and pack some equipment away. So of course, yeah, me who shoot video, there is a bit of logging and a bit of shooting video, whereas okay, other people, they could just plug it in and then go right away, and they at least save a couple of minutes there. But I try to cut the videos short now during the charging, try to eat and do necessary things so I feel nice and fresh. But yeah, I mean, the charging session so far, I went deep, right? First stop, I arrived with 4% and I charged at 65%, and it took 17 minutes. And second stop, I arrived with 5% and charged at 66%, and it took 16 minutes. So you have only, 16, 17 minutes of break. And I mean, it might not sound like that short, but if you well, the thing is that there's around 2 hours. Well, the first stop was after over 3 hours of drive, and then the second stop almost 2 hours drive. So Yeah, and also I needed spend maybe a minute or two picking up some drinks at the gas station and paying for it. And I of course use the fastest mode, which is to pay with the machine, not wait for the dude to get over there and do it for me. Not too short, but too short. No, but trust me, this video is not going to be too short. But I just, there's no need to talk too long during the charging sessions. I did enough, you know. We don't need a 5-minute speech on every charging stop. Especially if nothing special is going on, just showing how awesome the car charges. And you know, I actually forgot to, or I thought I turned off the HVAC, but it stayed on and it didn't affect the cooling or charging speed at all. Maybe it was smart enough to even scavenge the heat there, the heat of the cabin, like Tesla would. There you go. Wow, that was, I mean, the car was really late to react, even. Oh shit, I forgot. Ah, man. Short term. I forgot to reset short term. So I don't know what the current leg is. So I could reset now, but it's kind of... Okay, whatever. We can just look on the remaining capacity versus the remaining distance. That should be good enough. We can just, I can calculate now. Also, let me see, 50, yeah, the silly thing is that there's no auto reset on the, since, oh, that was another falling star, what? Well, let's make another wish, that, Isabel and Axel won't be sick that much this year for the rest of the year. That was out of the camera's viewing angle. Okay, divided by 209 kilometers. Well, the budget is 262 watt-hour per kilometer on this leg. There's no way we're gonna spend that much since we have to drive through Göteborg also. Some people flash the lights even when you're one. Yeah, exactly. Because you're supposed to keep the headlights on, the high beam on, until the light cone meets. But also, you know, I talk to wifey nowadays about, you know, we are on the process of getting driver's license, but I don't know, but I think wifey realizes that she doesn't know that much about signs, rules, and stuff, because whatever she learned from Thailand is not that much. In Thailand, it is really simple, so-called driving education. You have to go to this, you have to watch this presentation. And then the test, the so-called test, is that you just back up the car into a parking slot, and then the sensor is not even in the car; he's outside watching you. And then if you finish parking, then you have the driver's license. So they don't learn anything about risk, about rules. About, yeah, actually lots of rules about signs, yielding rules. I mean, there's like, no, but somehow the roads, okay, they function. Somehow maybe people, they learn about the unwritten rules about how to interact with each other on the road. But however, I see lots of inconsistency. But I mean, I also see lots of inconsistency in Norway, like freaking left lane huggers, right? So but yeah, I mean, for me, I'm a walking Bible, a driving Bible. Wifey, she can ask me anything, and well, as I claim that I know the rules and stuff very accurately, because I'm genuinely interested in rules and stuff and exceptions and so on, right? For example, the difference between, when you have a merging lane, the difference between a red arrow that points towards a black arrow, that means that the red arrow needs to yield for the black arrow. But if you have two red arrows merging, then it's mutual yielding. But on the like the on-ramp, you will notice that you have a continuous line, and then eventually it turns into a dotted line. I learned this recently. I never noticed, I never knew this. So in the continuous line, you must not cross the continuous line. That's illegal. But once you see the dotted line, you can cross and merge over to the motorway. But it actually means that you need to yield as long as you're in the dotted line. But once there are no lines, then you have mutual yielding rules. I just learned about this a couple of months ago. I came over an article or somewhere, I don't remember. And also we have, well, maybe people tend to forget, but at least in Norway, I'm not sure if it applies to other countries, as long as you're driving on cobblestones, you need to yield for pedestrians. And almost everyone needs to yield for the tram. Even if you are a pedestrian and you have a pedestrian crossing, you still need to yield for the tram. The only exception is if you have a green light. Yeah, so there's actually tons of, there's like hundreds, I would say maybe thousands of different rules or exceptions and stuff you need to know. And wifey nowadays, she's a bit confused about the right-of-way sign, the yellow squared sign, and the red, well, the white and red yielding sign. She's confused. What does the yellow mean, and what does the red and the I tried to explain to her. I explained to her at least 5 times now, and I'm not sure if she still understands it. The Forsvarsvei, the yellow squared, means that we are on the right-of-way road. We don't have to care about yielding for other people. And then if you notice, you will see that the side roads, they will have the triangle, the upside down triangle, the vikeplikt, or the yielding sign, and also on the ground they will have the triangles there. But not every country has the triangles on the ground. It depends again. So yeah, it boils down to the attitude. I mean, she is interested, but it seems like she doesn't want to soak into all the information yet, or yeah, and she doesn't pay attention, or she doesn't try, because I was on a 70 zone, and exited, and then I saw that there was a 50 zone, a 50 sign, but then also there were some yellow 30 sign, and I told wifey that the yellow means that it's temporarily, typically a road works. So then I asked her, what is the speed limit here? And she could not answer because she didn't pay attention. But I saw that there was a 50, but it's actually 30 because of the temporary. That's the kind of stuff that the driving teacher or the censor, once she will do the exam, they will ask her this, and she needs to pay attention and know what speed limit we are at, and even if we are allowed to overtake or not, or other stuff. Yeah, man in Nisse in Norway, they don't know how right away. Like also even in Jessheim, I see it way too often in Oslo. People don't know how to drive in roundabouts. They don't know how to blink. They blink when they change lane. They blink, or they don't blink. They blink freaking left when they want to go straight to shit like that, you know? And they stay in the wrong lane. It is actually not that hard if you understand the layout of the roundabout, how it works, and that it's a multiplexer. It's a machine to split many different roads. And what is the purpose of blinking, you know? Even I did it wrong for many years until I took a couple of driver's lessons, and the teacher corrected my bad habits and explained stuff. Whereas I would then blink and change lane quite quickly. But that is wrong. You're supposed to blink and wait 2 seconds and then you slowly change lane. And I was doing it wrong in the roundabout also. You're supposed to block once before you exit. You block and go on the outer side. I would hug the inner side until the very last moment, and then I would cross over. So I can teach wifey everything, and as long as she drives like I'm supposed to do it, right? As long as I don't hammer it and go over the speed limit and shit like that, or I undertake people, as long as she drives it like I would drive it, there is no way she's gonna fail the driving test. I mean, I could even do a driving test just to check if I drive correct, if I, you know, drive like a priest for once and don't do any illegal movements. But that's the thing. She needs to learn all this, not just practice on the alternatives in the test and then guess things, and because eventually she needs to know about the risk and rules, and so she doesn't break the rules, and then if she crashes into someone, it's her fault, you know, because of yielding rules or whatever. So I want her to be a good driver, not just to pass the test. But there's a couple of things. We have been waiting now for Axel to get in the kindergarten, and he seems to have adapted quite well. So actually, from now on, we can drop him off the same time as Isabel, and then we can pick them up around 4. Done. In the beginning, the first week, we had to go there early, and he only stayed there for 1 or 2 hours, and then we slowly stayed there longer just to get used to it. But he's used to it. Now he's in already. So then it just boils down to that they don't get sick, you know, get stuck in hospital or shit like that. And then we can start on the driving lessons because the money is ready. I have set aside money after the tax refund and stuff. And then we just have to spend a lot of time. And I think in the beginning, what I might do is just drive with her, because we still have the EL8 and she's not confident driving the EL8, understandable. But once we get the ET5 from 12th of September, then she should start driving. But I think in the beginning now, it's going to be quite hard for her to focus on driving, plus focus on the signs and everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drive, but she will have to pay attention to what's going on, and I will start asking questions. I will teach her what this means, what that means. You see, why did I yield for that guy? What, and just do various things. Maybe focus on. I have to maybe read a book also to try to get an idea what I should focus on. Well, I could just focus on one day. I can focus on the roundabouts. The next day I can focus on yielding and pedestrians. And if a pedestrian wants to cross the road and there are no pedestrian crossing, you don't need to yield for them. Maybe you shouldn't yield for them because you could cause a weird situation for cars coming from behind. They don't expect you to suddenly brake or stop. Lots of situations, I need to explain. So, well, I could easily spend, and also the problem is that in 1 week I simply cannot spend Monday to Friday all day with her. Some days I will have to do my test and stuff. Some days I might have to relax and sleep after some challenge or night run. But at least in 1 week, I should be able to spend maybe 2-3 days, and each day, let's say 2 hours. All day would be way too much information for her to soak in. So yeah, maybe that would be a good thing. We just do. We don't go too crazy. Like we could do several days in a row, but no more than just 1 hour at a time, and focus on one topic at a time. Basic, yeah. The whole idea is that if she needs to focus on driving and not like run the rim, curb the rims or some shit like that, right? Or whatever, crash. She needs to focus on that because she's not used to driving on the right side of the road, She needs to focus on all that stuff, focus on operating the car, and focus on the rules and stuff, and me talking to her. That'd be way too much. So it would be better if you just full focus and don't use your phone, don't check Facebook, and then just pay attention to the road. Look at the road and think, and the mind should be as if she was driving. And I could certainly ask her, what is the speed limit here? Or follow the signs to Trondheim. And then she needs to instruct me, turn left here, go straight in the roundabout. And also I could suddenly ask her, well, I'm going straight in the next roundabout. Which lane should I be in? Should I hug the left side or the right side? Something like that. But before I even go that far, I need to first teach her stuff. I'm not sure how it's gonna stick. Yeah. But I guess I just need to focus on one topic at a time. Yeah, she has a license in Thailand, but the Thai license is worth nothing really, because they have really poor driving education over there. I would dare to say it's one of the worst in the world, based on what I heard. On Thai road, I drive a lot, so I actually get used to it quite quickly. After just one day, then I'm in. But also, in the beginning I was like, oh shit, how is it going to be driving Bangkok and stuff? But I quickly learn how people drive. I observe and I figure out how they react to each other, how they interact, and then I just apply that, and it's fine. You see like that? Like the car in front started changing lane and then used the blinker when she was already halfway over in the lane. That's pointless. Then you could just gi faen i å blinke. So that's not the whole point of blinking. But like I said earlier, it depends on your attitude. Because if you really want to do something, then there is no limit. The sky is limit, right? Like my attitude when I worked at the Konkurransetilsynet, no, it was SSB, yeah, Statistic Norway. I purchased an electric bike, and back then nobody had them, or very few people had them. And I started bicycling to work. And my idea was that, okay, it's electric helper, but you still get the exercise, and I could save money on T-bane. So at least around 5 months of the year, I used the electric bike to and from work. And my attitude was that I wanted to do this every day. And then it started raining some days, and then I got some rain clothes, rain pants, and whatever. And then I got wet on my shoes, and I said, "Oh, I need shoe protector. Oh, there is a rain protector for the shoes. Ah, yeah." And then I got cold in my hands. And, okay, I need some gloves also. You know. And then I was like, and then when winter came closer, then I started freezing on my ears, and I said, "Oh, there is this hat or whatever you can put over your head, and then you put your helmet there." I'm saying, "Oh, you see." So I adapt. And my attitude was right. I wanted to bicycle and save money. And over 3 years, I think the electric bike paid off. I saved money on the månedskort, or the monthly transportation thing. I didn't get that at all during summer. And there was very little maintenance on the electric bike. And I charged it for free at work. But I mean, the electricity there is literally free anyway. So that was my attitude, right? And I could go for it. But if you have the wrong attitude, then you would say, "Oh, it's raining, I'm not gonna bicycle today," and then you end up buying the monthly pass, right? And then the point is gone, because you needed to push yourself to bicycle every day, regardless of weather. And you would save money. That's why you invested in that bike. And also the same for me. I had the attitude that I wanted to learn more about photography, about aperture, exposure, shutter speed, and I read some book. I actually don't remember if I purchased some books or something, and I read about how stuff works. And I was genuinely interested into soaking information, went on the internet just to learn as much as possible about video and photo, and even storytelling. But you see, if you feel like taking the driver's license is something you must do in order to be able to shuttle your kids to and from kindergarten, well, I mean, there's a motivation. I think wifey got a pretty good push of motivation when Isabel was at the hospital, and would be very convenient if wifey could drive, but she couldn't. So, yeah. I guess we just have to try to drive her a little bit around Jessheim. At least it's not too crowded, not too much traffic. We need some traffic to create some scenarios. Yeah, exactly. She doesn't have to rely on me all the time. And actually, EVs are so cheap. And then she was also kind of concerned about, oh, what if I fail? Well, and if you fail, no problem, and we just take it again. But as long as she has the right attitude, and as long as we learn enough, practice, instruct and learn and repeat, if she knows how to drive and how to understands all the signs and everything, then there's no problem. There is nothing to fear. And she has actually plenty of time. When I did it, I was studying. She does nothing pretty much at home, right? Okay, there's a little bit of cleaning and laundry and some housework when I'm gone. She does that, but there's plenty of time for her in the daytime now when Axel is at kindergarten, for her to focus on this. And there's no rush. We can just take a time, drive. I love driving, so I don't mind. I love talking, so we can just go around and instruct, and eventually she will drive the ET5 touring. I'll just be sitting there, instruct her, and see how it goes. But I guess we can just wait until she feels confident about everything before we start wasting money on the driving school. But I should be able to teach her 90%, right? And then the driving school takes the rest. Or technically, I mean, ideally, if I taught her 100% and she only went to the driving school, like a double, they call it double team, a double lesson, 2 times 45 minutes, for the instructor to figure out what she knows. And then the instructor would figure out that she knows everything and she's actually ready for exam. And that's it. But then I forgot, she still needs to take the mandatory stuff, which is ice driving and night driving and highway driving, and there's some of those packages. You cannot skip them. But it doesn't require a test. It's just a thing you need to do, and then you have checked it, and then was it 4? Okay. Well, hopefully they have ended the Baustelle now around Tingstadtunnelen. Well, it's still kind of dark over here. .4:30. Well, I guess it should be bright soon in about half an hour. What's the price of getting a license? Oh, Norway. Oof. I wonder if it's around 50k NOK or 4,000 euros. Getting more, maybe 920. Well, the previous one was 920, but to beat it, it seems like we managed to nail the charging stock better this time. And also it's warmer now than before, which was done in April, I think. Norway. Well, we are not in Norway, and we're in Sweden. But you see, my attitude was to become a better driver, And also, I love driving, right? That might not be the case for wifey, I'm not sure. But also, I tend to soak information from other people. Morgan has taught me things, and the driving school, or I tend to absorb the information I can get about driving. Even to the little things like how you should turn your steering wheel to make it smoother. Right? You don't just do a quick, you know, but you gently turn the steering wheel more and more. Example. And also, when you slow down before a complete stop, you can brake or regen hard, but then if you just keep the same delta, or you keep the same braking power or slow down power, you will get like a little sudden stop. But if you right towards the end let off slightly, you will then smoothen out the very end until you get a smoother stop. You know, stuff like that. Yeah, counts. Why is that mist on the left lane? Oh, it should be brighter, but there are some clouds blocking the lights. Well, and I guess little things like you shouldn't be in the left lane, blocking the left lane in case there's someone behind you, regardless of how fast you're driving. Look at that. This is change lane without blinking. The car in front suddenly changed. What the heck, man? Must be a woman. Okay, how is cooking now? We have 42 kilowatt hour left, and we are 151 kilometers away from Strömstad. I think that's fine. Car claims 5% at arrival. But yeah, I mean, the more wifey drives with me, either I drive and I teach her stuff, or she drives and I'm sitting there teaching her stuff, the better. And the more actually time she spends practicing or studying or stuff like that, the better. Because then we need to waste less money on the driving school. I heard stories about some woman spending years and failing driver's lesson. I mean, wouldn't call her stupid. I think it's just that she has the wrong attitude, that she doesn't soak the information, she doesn't understand, or she doesn't, like, she needs to remember things and just use some logic and try to figure out how things work. Driving and everything is quite logic once you put your ass into it. But there's also a lot of things you need to memorize. For example, the difference between a yielding sign and a stop sign. But I just have to be careful and not overwhelm wife with information. Maybe just learn the basics first and then gradually start adding all the exceptions. Wait, why does it appear to be quite dark here? Yeah, I think that looks better. USA tour? Nope, unfortunately not. Because of 2 small kids at home. A friend of mine needed like 50 hours paid. Holy shit! Yeah, so I'm just curious, why did it need so many hours? Was it because they didn't practice beforehand? Actually, I didn't get that much practice. Överkörning, call it. You can practice yourself as many hours you like with your parents or whoever, right? I taught Eirik a lot. I think he was also focused on getting the driver's license because he knew he wanted to get a family and so on. He has 3 kids now. I remember I had to keep telling him. I had to keep pushing him to keep in the speed limit. He will always go under the speed limit. I was like, no, keep the speed limit. Come on, keep the speed. Go speed up. Don't go so slow here. Don't be a slow poke here. Well, he ended up buying a Toyota. So good. Well, I think it boils down to practicing, but also attitude. That if you're into learning, you can learn a lot by finding information online nowadays. I bet there's probably some YouTube channels about driving lessons and stuff, right? I haven't checked that. Quit? Wow, okay. Yeah, again, so like I said, it's based on attitude. Just like my bicycle attitude, that I wanted to bicycle regardless of weather outside, and I would try to bicycle as long as possible, but then I would be able to save money as long as possible each year. And it actually gave me some health benefits. I could, if I went back, especially back home, if I bicycle a little bit harder, I would get sweaty, which means that my pulse went up. And it was actually an exercise. Maybe not super hard exercise, but just getting your body moving is already good. But I wonder if there's something wrong with the exposure. I'm trying to flip around here a couple of times and the resets. Okay, there, maybe. Well, I remember I did get some training from my mom, but it wasn't that long. I was just in Bodø. Well, she trained the basics about. That's the problem before. We would focus so much on the damn gears, man. Clutch and gearing and brake and the gear stuff takes away so much attention, and you spend extra time with that shit. Automatic is way better, especially nowadays with electric cars. You don't have to dick around with freaking clutch and shit like that, and which gear to stay on, and uphill, downhill, and downshift, and engine braking and shit like that. And also when you brake, like how do you brake? Many people, they step on the clutch and the brake at the same time because they don't want to stall. No, that is wrong. You should step on the brake, and then before you go to a complete stop, then you push in the throttle, the clutch. Then you have the best braking power, and that's the safest way to stop fast. And some people, again, because they don't understand how stuff works, or they don't care, again, it's based on attitude. They call it slure clutch, and they engage the clutch halfway. Yeah, some people even, like prime example, when you are waiting at an intersection and there's a slight uphill maybe, instead of just pushing the brake, holding the brake, and then just put it in, push the brake and push the clutch. Some people will actually clutch and release the brake, and then they are able to balance it so that they don't move, right? But you're then wearing out the clutch. And again, they might smell this weird smell, which is burned clutch, but because of the attitude, they don't give a shit. They don't understand. They don't pay attention to what's going on, right? I noticed that for Wi-Fi, I remember she asked me something about Wi-Fi, or I don't remember, right? It was something, semi-technical. And instead of me saying yes or no, I would say, well, yeah, it was something about 5G and the 2G, which is 2.4 gigahertz. I don't remember what was the whole thing, but typical something. She asked me, and then I said, well, yes, but it's because of this, the Wi-Fi, blah, 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 right? And because of that, no. But she would just, yeah, okay. She got the answer, no. And then next week, she asked me the same damn question. And I was like, did you not understand what I explained to you earlier? Let me explain again. Blah, 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 blah. And then she gets annoyed. Like, dude, can you just give me the answer, right? So that it's all based on attitude. Do you want to learn, or do you need to get the answer every time, right? If you know how stuff works with traffic, rules, whatever, cars, whatever, then you can already figure out the answer. You don't need to keep asking me every time for the answer. Let me see, I have 37,600 watt-hour left, divided by remaining distance, 132. I have a budget of 284 watt-hour per kilometer. Actually, 285. That's plenty. Yeah, we can make it to Strömstad. 99.9%. I don't see any reason why we can't make it there. We might even arrive with almost 10%. Gear manufacturer, yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. Whenever wifey asks me something, I want to teach her how it actually works, so she doesn't have to keep asking me about this. Or something like, I don't remember. Well, something quite simple, right? She wants me to do it, but if I just teach her how to do it, it's quite simple. Then she doesn't have to rely on me every time. But it seems like she has this attitude that she's the wife, I'm the husband, I'm supposed to do this for her every time. I'm like, what if I'm not around, or what if I'm dead? Okay, but what if I'm not available to do it? Then why would it be? I mean, why would she get into the inconvenience of waiting for me to do it? Especially if it's not something that hard. Yeah, light the man on fire. That's good. Oh shit. Well, I could almost turn off the high beam now. It seems to still annoy oncoming traffic. Okay, maybe in about half an hour I can turn off the high beam. Yeah, I guess so. The same thing, we talk about I might want to invest in that bike trailer with two seats so that you can shuttle yeah, the kids to school. I mean, well, to kindergarten. But, I mean, wow, it's nice. It's just based on, it boils down to attitude, right? Because the way it works now is that I have to freaking do everything. Like, I have to shuttle the kids to school, pick them up, kindergarten. Whenever we order something online, okay, wifey orders it online, that's good. I don't have to deal with that. But when we return, there's stuff in Norwegian that I had to translate for her, since she doesn't know Norwegian or English. But she can Google translate it from Norwegian to English, but then, she still doesn't understand everything there. So then I have to help her with the return of clothes and whatever. Usually clothes for Isabel and Axel, right? And then I need to figure out for each shop how they do the return process. Some of them are easy. Just take the sticker, put it in there, and then ship it back. But then we also have to look at what is this, PostNord or Posten, or what is it? And then there's a QR code you have to show at the desk at the place, and then they print a sticker and put it there. So every shop has their own sequence or whatever procedure of returning stuff, goods online. So I have to do that usually, but I will then let her wrap the thing and tape it, and then I have to bring the package to the return, like the Posten or PostNord, right? And I have also the app. She has the app, also Posten and PostNord app, so we can open the but it just boils down to attitude, that if she wants it, she would try to install the app and figure out more, and try to do more herself, not always depend on me, because I might be busy, and then there might be a wait time or whatever. Wow, we went from I had 66%. I used 26% to go from Varberg to Spekeröd. I have 40% left now, dude. Okay, and now I have 117 kilometers left and 39. Okay. But she says that she wants to get the driver's license and she wants to be independent so that she can go and, for example, go to the shopping mall herself to buy stuff there. Well, that's good. So she doesn't always have to wait for me, because the way it works now is that she messaged me on Facebook chat with a shopping list, and then I go buy it while I also buy other stuff. But why doesn't she do it herself, you know? And even when we lived at Alnabru, she could walk over to Alna Center. Okay, she doesn't have a car, okay? She had a bicycle, you know? And again, it boils down to attitude that if she wanted to, she could bicycle from Alnabru downtown Oslo, go to the Asian store and buy groceries there. Yeah. And then just bicycle back to Alnabru. And she could do that on a sunny day even. Or if she really wanted to, she could get raincoats and stuff, rain pants and whatever, and she could bicycle regardless of weather. And just bring a backpack so you can put the groceries there. But she never did that, because it was way easier to wait for me to do the stuff for her. But also when we live in Alnabru, there was a 5-minute walk from the home over to Alna Center, where we had Meny, quite big supermarket with food and whatever stuff. I think she went there twice during the 8 years we lived there. So I'm like, well, it's a miracle that we're still married, right? Well, it has been like this for a while. And at least previously, it was me taking care of wifey and the dog. And now, at one point, it was also me taking care of one kid, a pregnant wife, and a dog. So I got fed up. We sold Dolly to a couple that seems to have plenty of time for dogs, and they love dogs, and they have another Chihuahua also. That was perfect. But we carefully picked the right family. It was a bit hit and miss in the beginning, but I was the one who had to push this. And ironically now, that family, they are going on some vacation, and they ask if we want to take care of Dolly for a week or two. And now, I said, well, I mean, it's fine, right? We have Axel also on kindergarten. But then wife was like, okay, well, it shouldn't be my responsibility anyway with a dog. Oh, we have headwind, yeah. We had tailwind in the beginning, now we have the headwind. It seems to be a nice day today, sunny day. I need to recover, get enough sleep. Okay, we'll see if I care about doing the noise test or not, because it will get low view count anyway, the noise acceleration test. Maybe I'll just ditch it and get some sleep, so I'm rested for Monday. Then I can actually start doing some EX90 test. And actually, if I have time, I could go on a road. I mean, I could go on like a trip to Yale or some shit like that. Maybe I could even bring wifey with me. We can have a little driver lesson. That's gonna be freaking long. Well, okay, she can take a nap if she feels like it. We have no kids in the back there, so you can fully recline. And then, but there should be at least a couple of hours of driving lesson. Well, my sleeping schedule is a lot better now because I sleep with Isabel. She has better sleeping, you know. She doesn't wake up that much, but Oxel tends to wake up almost every hour or two now. So then it's fine because wifey sacrifices some of her sleep, but then she can get the midday nap and whatever. When the kids are in kindergarten, I'm busy swapping press car or running errands or doing some tests. Then she is home and doing some laundry and homework, and then she also gets time to get some nap and catch up with sleep. But eventually Oxlade should get better sleeping time also, so that wifey gets more or less uninterrupted sleep at night, and then we can focus more on the driver's license. And then actually would be great if I just figure out how we're gonna do with the painting of the garage and stuff, and then I bet we can do a lot of stuff ourselves. It shouldn't be that hard to paint, but then it just takes time, and then do I have time? I need to make video and produce stuff. So it would be great if we can paint the garage together. Then you speed up, double the speed of painting it. And then the remaining hard parts, we can let the professional take care of that. But yeah, for the past few years, I've just been surviving, keeping everything together, and still produce videos and secure the income, and most importantly, save the house. Yeah, exactly. And for me, to be honest, people keep saying, well, she should start working. Yeah, get her a job. No, but think about this. If she gets a job, how much does she make per month? Maybe, well, okay, I mean, everything counts, of course, but maybe, I don't know, after taxes. It depends also if it's full-time or part-time. But let's say full-time, she might make 25k NOK after taxes. Depends. Well, it depends. That's the problem. It's not like it can't be like a job that requires education. So then maybe we're talking about only 25k. Not sure if 25 is realistic after taxes. Well, I mean, that helps, of course, 20k. But it's like a drop in the ocean compared to how much I'm making. So it would be actually better if she would just support my work somehow, so I can free up time and make more money. For example, if she could stay home a couple of days with the kids, or shuttle them to, if she'll be home alone a couple of days, so I can fly over and test some new car, Well, she knows how to edit videos. She has she had a YouTube channel. The problem is attitude, and that she doesn't enjoy editing. So, okay, well, if I actually totally understand, because I could not oh shit, there, no, wrong, but I could not force myself to run like mom's store, because that's not my thing. But I have a passion for video and driving. So in that case, if wifey doesn't have a passion for editing videos, then there's no way, that there's no need to force it. It will never be good. But it's a bummer, because if there was a way for me to figure out something she could do to help me, and I could employ her, that could be big, because it means that we can travel more, and we can the travel, since I'm making video and she will help me, it will be counted as work expense. Yeah, here's a 90 zone as expected. 7 kilometers, okay. Yeah, fresh asphalt over here. Well, oh, okay. The car struggles to see the lines. But okay, I mean, fine. I don't demand too much. The only thing I need is like freedom to do a couple of things. I mean, I'm not gonna completely disappear and be like a offshore worker, but if from time to time, if I can just go to some event, or even go to China for 4 or 5 days, that could be big. The amount of views I can get, or at least the videos I can produce during that time. But until then we just need to make sure that everything is right with the driver's license, the car, and like, you know, like even little things like that stroller you guys have seen, right? It's called Cybex e-Gazelle S. Thinks your channel is missing. Yes, yeah, it's missing more of that. Test new cars and do some challenge, like a real challenge, right? Like I mentioned about the 24-hour run, or if I go somewhere back to Arctic Circle or whatever, right? Do something a little bit out of the regular stuff I do nowadays. But I feel like I'm quite constrained because of the kids, but they're finally getting a little bit bigger now, so I have slightly more freedom. You guys know that for the longest time I couldn't even do 1,000 kilometer challenge. I had to do the Norway run and stuff like that. But yeah, but back to the stroller. You know, even basic things like folding and unfolding the stroller. Wifey, I'm not sure now, but at least she couldn't do it, because I was always the one folding and unfolding the stroller, and it's not that heavy, that base thing. I mean, it weighs maybe not sure 8 kilograms. A grown-up lady should be able to lift 8 kilograms. Isabel weighs 13 kilograms, you know. But also the whole mechanism, how whatever you press to fold it, right? She just she's not used to it, and she struggles every time to fold and unfold it. But that's because she needs to do it more often. And also, she doesn't know how to install or uninstall Isofix base. I've done it a lot because I also do it on my videos, plus that I do it on a regular basis because of the kids and all that. And I swap cars all the time. Kettlebell. Oh, she already has that at home, plenty. It just boils down to attitude. If you have time, you know. I remember when I had more time before, I would do some push-ups and lift some dumbbells. But nowadays, I don't have time for that. I should. It also boils down to attitude, because it actually doesn't take that much time to get some exercise done. But now, after I've done everything in one day, and I mean, you guys probably don't know all this, but little things like I have to empty the garbage. When I come home, I empty the garbage, put the groceries we have bought in the kitchen and in the diaper room, and then empty the diaper bag, and then change diaper, and then feed Isabel or Axel or cook something, and take the trash out, or take the empty can and the bottles that has pumped to another bag, or return some online purchases, or pick up some online purchases, or fold the card box that came with the online purchase, or separate the card box and the plastic and the other trash. Wipe after Isabel because she made a mess. Start the robot to clean up and vacuum clean the kitchen because it's always dirty there, or at least, you know, it has debris from food and shit. And then there's more stuff like I think I need to go to the dentist. Which dentist do I choose? How much does it cost? And then Isabel seems to have a rash or something. Oh, it's more severe. Oh shit. Well, let me take care of that also. Try to find out what to do. You know, go online, Helse Norge, check the doctor. Wait, 1.5 month wait time. What? And then it became more severe. Oh shit. Okay, what do we call then? 113? No, that's emergency. Someone is dying. Okay. Oh, there's another number. 116, 117. Okay. You guys have no idea how much shit I need to deal with every day now. Mainly because I got 2 kids I need to raise, and yeah. And then there's also YouTube stuff, right? And work stuff. And companies sending me shit. And then the same companies, they bug me. Hey, have you tested that item yet? I'm like, we have vacation, and then Isabel ended up in hospital. I will check out that item soon, okay? I should find a day with the right weather and the right time, and I'm not too tired after 1,000 kilometer challenge, so I can test that item. Make a video about it. Yeah. But I also need the right car. I need the Tesla also to test it on. It was easier back in the days when I had a Tesla at my disposal. So nowadays I have to arrange also to get the Tesla from Bilkomponenter, or if it's a Highland, I need maybe Marcus Bil, or if it's a Juniper. Yeah. So the thing is, the problem is that it's getting like a lot, right? Just like traffic. Very prime example, traffic. If the roads are empty like now, the traffic flows well. If it starts filling up 50% or whatever, it still flows okay. But it comes to a point where it becomes a traffic jam, Stau. Way too many cars, and then things move a lot slower. And in a way, that's how my life is at sometimes, because there's just so much shit I need to deal with, and I need to remember everything. And there's stuff I just put on hold because okay, let me deal with that once I'm not too busy with Isabel in the hospital or some shit. So it's like my life is like a stau now. I just need to clear out all the tasks, and I still haven't cleared all the tasks yet. It's just put on hold for now. And I still need to keep production up while trying to be creative and just not make the same boring videos over and over again. And I also need to contact importers and ask them, hey, is this car ready? I emailed Hyundai several weeks ago. It was the 10th of August. And I asked them, hey, is the Ioniq 9 ready? Didn't get a reply. I need to ask them if they have seen my email and if they have any Ioniq 9 ready for me or not. Yeah, eventually, if I had more money, I should just hire someone to help me with stuff. But I'm not there yet. No, I don't burn myself. I mean, I've done this for a decade now. No problem. I just put things on hold. If things can be put on hold, then put them on hold. It's not critical, then yeah. There was actually there's some wash. Last year, I think, there was some company wanted me to promote some car wash soap and whatever. And there was a referral thing there, or some what's it called again? Not referral, but yeah, affiliate. I was like, okay, just ship it out. Okay, he wanted to help me. Yeah, he wanted to help me, and if I can help him sell some of his washing products, I will get money. But then that stuff has been stuck just in the first in the washing room, and then I moved it in the garage because wife was fed up of it laying there for 6 months. But I still haven't had time to make a video about this washing product and then mention the affiliate link so you can buy it. Yeah, because I don't do a full hand wash on my press cars. I just touchless high pressure wash with clean water. Doesn't take too long. A full hand wash requires a lot more, and I normally don't have time for that. And also, half of the year in Norway is freaking winter, full of schmutz. I don't feel like washing the car outside there, hand wash it in minus 10 degrees. But yeah, I should do it then before it turns into 2 years after the, yeah. Okay, how are we cooking now? 20 kilowatt hour left to go 65 kilometers. Quick mount, that's 300 watt hour per kilometer. We will run with 4%, the car claims. Well, okay, whatever, it's fine. That's the last charging stop. Status update. Yeah, we should do a status update. So we have no deductions. And ceramic coating, yeah. And that's also the thing, yeah. Some of the press cars, they seem to be coated, so I don't want to hand wash stuff and ruin the coating or whatever. I need to be careful. But I know that just a quick pressure wash with clean water should be fine. Clean's good enough, and it's fast. I see slightly more traffic now, but it should be quite empty because it's Saturday morning. This is the best time for doing the challenge. Saturday night, it's absolutely the best time, traffic-wise, and no Baustelle roadworks. Wind noise. Oh, it's probably some rubber seal that is out of position or not doing its work again. Might need what do you call it? This rubber seal alignment. Or maybe window alignment. Hobby hammering past it. Okay, we are almost at the 7-hour mark. Let me see, 5. Yeah, we add 1.5 hours to the current time. That is the 1,000 kilometer time. And we started at 22:30. And we have 1.2% underreporting, so we have to go to 988. We're at 757 now. Oh, it's finally getting bright. 5 in the morning, 5:30. Yeah, and I still have stuff I need to do. There's this place in Marbella. I need to go and film a house, quite awesome house, mansion rather. Yeah, and the plan is to go there maybe in October or November. I haven't decided yet. Let's see. I'll try to find a suitable time, but I need to reserve some, maybe a week to go there, fly over there and stay there. A little bit of vacation, but also some work. Maybe try to time it so we go there when it gets not nice in Norway, close to Christmas. And also I want to go to Thailand during Christmas, New Year, because then it's dark and cold here. And I bet there's plenty of interesting stuff to test in Thailand nowadays. I think they're already getting the the MG IM5, IM6 over there. And they already have the Seeker 009. I should test. Almost a year late. And they still haven't arrived in Europe yet. But yeah, if Xpeng is coming out with X9 in Europe, then maybe people are also interested in the Seeker. But this time I won't make the same mistake by borrowing from EVme. I think I'll try to go for the importers. Otherwise I just get the leftover from EVme, which are not super interesting for people to watch. And I will also focus on cars that will gain views in the main channel, not care too much about the Thai channel, because the Thai channel doesn't generate that much money. That's also some mistake I made in the past. I was hoping that the Thai channel would generate money, but it just didn't. And also seems like lately, for the past few years, there's been a decline in interest for my channel. Maybe because I don't produce that much, or maybe because the Thai people, they just want different content, or they want to watch other people more than my channel. So then I'm like, okay, you know what? Then I'm not gonna waste time and money on making too many Thai videos. And even the high view count Thai videos, they don't generate that much money. So fuck it, no need to waste money, resources on it. I can instead spend that time on the main channel and make more money. But on the other hand, I need to have some connection with the Thai importers, of course. So I will still make some Thai videos, but just not everything like I did in the past. I made Thai videos for cars in Europe that would never come to Thailand. That's pointless. Like some Stellantis cars, I don't remember. Yeah. Canada? No, I don't have any plans to go there. In January, February? Are you crazy, man? I already said that I want to avoid winter. It's cold and dark. It sucks. I want to be in Thailand instead. Nice and warm. Bright, green. To be honest, there's nothing car stuff that is interesting in Canada. US, yes, there's some Hummers and shit like Cybertruck and shit over there, and some Rivian. But Canada, well, then it's better to just go to US, and I get better coverage of cars over there. And then we have, I never bother about China until recent years. I'm like, dude, China is big, man. I need to get to China. And also we have like Africa. I don't care about that. No offense. And also Australia. I don't care about Australia. There's nothing going on there. There's no EV stuff in Australia. Well, at least Canadians, they use Celsius, not Fahrenheit, right? They're smarter than the Americans. Really? What the heck, man? I thought Australia was quite anti-EV. What kind of EV is that? Well, I mean, yeah, okay, I mean, fine that there are EVs in Australia, but the thing is that China, they are producing the EVs. That's the home country for many of the EVs. They're big brands. And same in America. They are producing some of those crazy mother truckers. And the Silverado, whatever. Also, yeah. And of course Tesla. Yeah. So that's why it's interesting there. And then when it comes to Europe, well, we tend to get all that stuff from other countries. Plus that I just happen to live in Europe. And then it makes sense to cover those three continents or countries. And this area here is so empty at this time of the week, day. But yeah, even when we get to Norway side, that will be in about an hour. It's still gonna be quite empty there. 6:30 or 7 on a Sunday morning. All the Nisse hasn't woken up yet. Oh, it's 7 degrees Celsius. Oh, kind of cold. But yeah, that's it. This car can do 1,000 kilometer challenge with 3 charging stops if you plan everything right and if you know the car better. And actually, the reason why I do this test so well is because I rewatched my own video of the Combi or the Avant, and I saw what kind of mistakes I made there. Also, not to check all the bailout points, and of course we have more chargers this time versus before, so that also helps. Wow, EV3, okay. Please charge the battery 50 kilometers of range left, 35 kilometers away, no problem. We'll arrive at 4%. Let's see, I have 12.1 kilowatt hour left and 35 kilometers to go. Well, okay, 12 kilowatt hour divided by 35 kilometers. Has a budget of 342 watt hour per kilometer, no problemo. We'll be there in around 17 minutes at Stromstad. Yeah, the Chinese, man, they're doing big. Just 5 years ago, nobody would care about Chinese cars. Chinese brand. We had the Xpeng or BYD. There was some BYD E6 around Thailand also, probably some other places. But then the BYD has grown big. Came out with a Han and what's it gonna get, Tang and stuff. Yeah, NIO is also not that old. Many young Chinese EV only companies. that looks like a Taycan behind me. The inside is good, yeah. Norwegian registered Porsche Taycan hugging the left lane. Probably gonna hug the left lane all the way to Oslo. -7 degrees Celsius. But you see, it's kind of interesting because in the past, when you get some supercar, right? Okay, when you get luxury cars, you usually get quiet ride, comfortable ride, right? And if you get supercars, you get many horsepower, like 500 horsepower or 300 horsepower. You get fast car with lots of horsepower. Well, EVs, they just rewrote the rules, starting with Tesla, but then more and more cars like Polestar 2 or a bunch of way affordable EVs, they could suddenly match supercar in speed. Like even the EV6 GT was featured somewhere, I don't remember. So then the advantage or the point with supercars, well, at least less. I mean, you still get a very fast fossil supercar, right? That looks nice and it's rare, kind of. But at least you wouldn't get it only for the speed, because that's not unique anymore. You'd be outrun by a freaking Plaid that costs half of that, 1/10 of that. Or it doesn't have to be a Plaid. There are other fast cars out there also. Like a freaking Ioniq 5 N, right? Well, not Ioniq 6N is even beefier than the 5. But then, yeah. Status symbol, yeah. But then, you know, when I saw the Taycan, I was like, well, I remember when the Taycan came out, one of the selling points with the Taycan was that it was charging so fast. They were like, oh yeah, it's going to be 350 kilowatt. Okay, they didn't come out with 350, but at least 270 or 265, right? And then the new Taycan was even faster, 320k, right? Same with the e-tron GT, okay? When it comes to speed, well, they can't really compete with speed because Tesla is beating them at lower cost. And then also many other brands, they can almost match the Taycan or the e-tron GT speed anyway, right? But they still had the charging speed. But then friggin' Chinese steamrolls them. I mean, even the G9 was already rocking it, hitting 330 kilowatt, and was still charging like a boss for a very affordable price. And now the Chinese, they can charge faster, and you know, you bought that Taycan because one of the reasons why you bought it was charging so fast, and then suddenly some Chinese car costing half of that charges faster than your Taycan. What do you think about that, huh? They pump in 550 kilowatt, right? Xpeng. I don't know what the P9 is, and the P7 is capable of, or some of the others. And the crazy thing is that the Chinese cars, they even have good soundproofing and nice handling and nice ride and nice interior. What is the point of buying a Taycan then? Or even this car, this Audi A6. And I even remember the ET7, man, dude. That car is really fast. Just many people don't know it. I don't remember the horsepower numbers, and oh, it might even have the Gen 1 battery. No, I should test if Gen 2 battery unlocks more power. But the ET7 is a bit out of sale now. You can get them second hand or yeah, but they don't sell brand new 87 anymore. At least in Norway. But it is really fast. Asian car maker, okay. But yeah, like I've seen now, like freaking Chinese, they can offer 600, 700 horsepower in affordable EVs, right? Actually, similar to what Tesla. Oh, okay, Optimus Prime, I measured almost 700 horsepower, but it was more peak, and it couldn't sustain it too long. So maybe the average was more like 500, but still quite massive. Neue Klasse, yeah. So it means that getting a supercar for speed, well, you can already get that in EV. Getting some expensive luxury car for comfort and massage and whatever, and plush interior, you can already get that in the Chinese brands. Getting a Taycan or an e-tron GT or I don't know, Lucid Air or even the Lotus. Oh, that was a Pussycat, poor cat. Or Lotus Electra for that 300 kilowatts. You can get 500, 400 in the Chinese brands. And also 100 kilowatt hour battery seems to be more and more common nowadays. Tesla managed to offer it actually a while ago, but maybe Tesla managed to build them cheap because they use the cheaper cells. I'm not sure. Some people claim that they are expensive, but I heard that the 100 kilowatt hour pack from Tesla is not that expensive, but maybe they are also not performing that well. Well, at least they can charge the 250 kilowatt for a little bit. Well, I did pay attention there. We are 13 kilometers away from Ionity. What is the battery temp? Oh, 24 degrees. Perfect. Oh, we're down to 10%. We got too much juice. Okay, whatever. That means the last stop here is going to be quick. I have time for a quick snack, restroom break, and then get ready. What about the bus? What about the bus? Huh? The short bus? It's all about Neo apart from Firefly, because some newest models not even up to the ET5 Touring. Huh? Oh, there's a new ET5 Touring? What? We didn't get that yet. Shit. Yeah, that's a bummer. I mean, if Neo wants to sell more, they need to get the new shit to Europe fast. Not just get it over here half a year after China has it. Because then it's too late. Because then Seeker is out, or BYD, or the other brands, the other Chinese brands, huh? Or MG, they have their own shit out. So at least in Europe now, Seeker 7X is the best deal, or one of the best cars to buy. But that's because the other Chinese brands are so slow bringing the new shit, the latest and greatest to Europe. IM6 is already out in Thailand, and probably also been out in China for a while. What the heck? That's a bummer. I mean, in that regard, I would say it's NIO's own fault that they don't. I mean, they don't sell that much because they need to stay updated and bring the new cars here ASAP. It's gonna end up like Thailand. In Thailand, they get the shitty previous gen Leaf and the previous gen Ionic 5 and shit like that. No, with the battery, they don't get the facelift, so they fall behind. The people are not stupid. They don't want to buy the previous gen if they can buy the latest gen from another brand. Well, I'm down to 8%. Always go deep. Yeah. 7% left. Okay, last stop. I need to figure out 808 kilometers now before corrections. Let me see if I have 1.2%. That's around 10. Okay, I'm kilometers soon. Okay, 180 kilometers then before the finish line. 175. Well, where do you live then? Meters. Well, I can probably go behind this guy. Unless he wants to exit and go dog slow when he exits. We'll see. Okay, it's fine. Let me exit here. Alright, 6%. Oh, that's a pretty good estimation. Okay, another pit stop. Possibly minutes here, but no more than 50 minutes. Also, Norway side, I have to expect less low consumption, so probably about 230 maybe. This leg, last leg. Okay, that means charging will only around 55%. There's so many chargers over here now. Circle K. Adding more noise. so I'll use my favorite slot up here, second to last. Or I can take one of these, I'm not sure. They should be okay. Let's do a typical Audi parking. Quite between two spots. That's the best for the cable stretch. Okay, status update 239 consumption, 814 kilometers done for correction. Stop. Wait, please. Come on. Ström start. Okay. Search. VM-opplysning. I button. 171 kilometers. Okay, I have to try a little bit past it. So I have to aim for around 180 kilometers total, I think. So I have to try and fix the something there. Somewhat limited time as usual. Need to shut down the car slightly before I... Well, let me just shoot the video. This is it, the last turning stop at Strömstad, and this time, boom! Very consistent, every time now, 267 kilowatt. We are with, I think it was 7 or 6%. But yeah, this time we don't have to charge that much because we're only going 171 kilometers, or 70, I think roughly 175 to 80 kilometers. But then on the Norway side, we have to drive slower. So maybe just 3-5%. I have to do my calculation again. But yeah, wow. We're almost done, and then time-wise, we had 5. Okay, we have to add 1.5 hours to the current time, so that means 5, 6, 7.5 hours, and we've done over 800 kilometers. This is gonna be a schnell run. Wait, did that record it? This is the last turn stop at Strömstad, and this time. Let me hurry. I want to pee one more time, but then. I need to quickly calculate now. Come on. If I guess 230 consumption, it's a bit cold. Oh, I hope I didn't mess up the cooling here. 230 consumption times, let's say, 180 kilometers. Okay, and then I need to charge around 50%. Let's say 55 just to be really safe. Well, I'm already at 33. I'm almost done. I don't know if I have much time for food here. Just have a quick snack and see if I can get that done. Because I need 50%, and I might arrive at 5%. Or if I go safe, I go 55%. Shouldn't take that much extra minutes. Wow, look at that. I wonder what happened there. It went from cooling to heating or heating to cooling. 46 degrees Celsius now. Maybe it heated up and then now it starts cooling. I don't know. All I know is that we're almost good to go. sanity check here. Now, if you leave, I have 43.6 kilowatt hours. Let's say 43. If I have to go 180 kilometers, I have a budget of 239 watt hour per kilometer. It is highly unlikely I'm going to spend that much. But I might stay here just one extra minute. But I don't know. I'll shoot the video and then we go. We should have enough now. 52%. We're still taking 189 kilowatt. And if you look here, 46 kilowatt hour divided by roughly 180 kilometers before we are back home. That is roughly 240 watt hour per kilometer. It's plenty because we consume 236 something so far. We check how long we charge up. Okay. Well, I know how long it's gonna take to go to Yes Home or 999. Do you guys want to know the 1,000 kilometer time? Wait, is the chat bugged again, or is it still working? Yes, you want. Or can you guess? If you're a hardcore viewer, you can guess what the time is going to be, right? Or you already know. We tend to end up at Strömstad many times. Well, this is the final run. So time now is 10 minutes past 6. And then we have roughly 170 something kilometers left. So this is 8 hours, and it's 7 hours and 40 minutes now. Okay, let's hammer it. No, I know from so many runs that it takes 1.5 hours to go from Strömstad to Jessheim or 999 point. That means that we'll be there, given that there are no major delays, right? We'll be there at 7:40, and then you add 1 hour and 30 minutes. And it becomes 9:10. So the 1,000 kilometer time is 9:10 now. It's a 10-minute improvement. I'm not sure why it is so big. It could be because we managed to nail the charging stops better this time. We went deep and we didn't charge that high. We charged to 65% first time, 66% second time, and 54% third time. Wait, is this the brother from another mother? Yeah, it's the station wagon. It's the Kombi. I have the Sportback. Yeah, so I mean it's not super exciting for you guys maybe, but well, at least I know that it's very consistent, especially if you do this on a Sunday morning. There's no traffic, no major traffic at least, and no Baustelle. So then it's very consistent. 1.5 hours. We are 10 minutes away from the border. Or from Strömstad to the Schweinsund bridge is 10 minutes, and then from Schweinsund bridge to Jesholm is 1 hour and 20 minutes roughly. That's 1.5, and we left at 10 minutes past 6. So yeah, 9:10. Nice. If it was a bit warmer, even let's say 15 to 20 degrees Celsius at night, we could maybe go 5 minutes faster, but there's not that much to shave off here, I think. Or maybe if you had 20-inch wheels versus 21 now. But who specs up a 1 mil Audi A6 with 20-inch wheels, right? Yeah, the one time was 9:20, and I felt like it was a bit slower than expected. Maybe because I kind of screw up on the first session a bit, or I stopped at Spekerud, and then I kept arriving with too much juice, so I didn't go deep. But this time I went at least, okay, I arrived with 4% first time, 5% second time, and 6% third time. So I'd say that's pretty good. Okay, ideally I want to arrive with 1% every time, but then there's the risk. And also I did miscalculate a couple of times. For example, on the second stop, initially I estimated to arrive with 7 or 8%, but I did arrive with 5%. So okay, slightly more than I expected. So which means that if you cut down the margin, try to arrive with 1%, you might not arrive with 1%, or you have to slow down, which makes you lose a lot more time than pumping in 180 kilowatt or whatever we had when we unplugged, right? Yeah, it's crazy, man. You leave at 54% while still taking 180 kilowatts. Most people are like, that's still pretty fast, right? No, but we have enough juice to go home, and there's no need to charge at Ionity if you can reach home and charge way cheaper at home, right? Oh, the car does slight phantom braking here. Huh. Typical scenario. Slight left curve. We're on the left lane. There's a right, typically truck or something significant, and it phantom brakes. But just a little bit. Just a couple of kilometers per hour. Wait, huh? According to my calculation, we should be at the Schweinsund bridge in 3 minutes. Really? So if you go for the Sportback with 20-inch, well, I mean, Rune, do you know how small tires can you put here? Is 20 the smallest, or can you go 19? 55 profile tires for the win. No, but if this 21 requires 35 and 40, then the 20-inch is then 40, 45. And that means that the 19-inch should be 45 and 50 profile. Oh, 19, nice. Oh, I guess the S6 has bigger, fatter brakes, right? So it requires bigger, okay. But I mean, it's not that much faster, the S6. How was it again? Just 50 more horsepower. Well, I mean, we don't count launch, because who the heck just to get all the horsepower? They just hammer it while they're cruising, right? I think this is already fast enough. Okay, well, I mean, it's still a significant difference, but I mean, 4.6, well, that's Schnell. 3.9 is like the i4 M60. Oh, M50, I mean, i4 M50. But man, I need to tell you guys that after sitting in this car for, well, 8 hours something, right? Or 7.5, yeah. I'm still not butthurt. And these are just the fabric seats. They don't even have the nice leather. And I don't even have massage or seat ventilation. And the ride is wonderful. Nice and comfy, you know? And quiet. Infotainment, okay, when you learn how to use it, it might not be the best infotainment out there, but the car gives me mostly correct information. It's not that good as guessing the percent at arrival, yeah. It missed the target many times, well, that's fine. But it's still a nice car, I like it. I like the ride, I like the comfort, the way they have set up the car. It's not killing me on every bump. And it goes fast. And, okay, I charge optimally, but it was 65% first time, 66% second time, and the last time I was 54%. Okay, because I'm just doing this test. But most normal people, they probably charge you 80%. And then you can go at least 200 kilometers, possibly 300, 400 kilometers in each charge. So, I mean, it's wonderful. Oh shit! Now the sun's up. Yeah, man. Okay, it's an expensive car, I know. But it's also a nice car. Yeah, I look like a lobster now, but man, I love this car. Yeah, there's no doubt about it, man. It's great. 2 thumbs up from Neo Bjorn and Tesla Bjorn. Yeah, that must mean something, right? Audi Bjorn. Yeah, I wouldn't mind driving around with this. Also don't have that much space compared to what I need for the whole family, especially if you're going on a long road trip. But I have the deal with Neo, so I'm faithful to Neo. Of course, I'm not going to break out of the Neo deal. So well, for now, I'll still be Neo Bjorn. And I still want to check out the cool Neo stuff that's coming out. There are cars I tested in the past, like that Lexus UX300E that cost 400k back then. Man, that was a waste of money. For that price, it was not matching the price and the performance and the interior and so on was not matching. I remember it was noisier than the Model 3 I borrowed from Marcus Biel even. And the interior was like meh. And also the infotainment was not good from what I remember. Well, ID7. Well, I remember when I tested them side by side, I felt like the S6, right, or the A6 S6 had a nicer ride. Probably because it has air suspension versus just adjustable dampers. But there is no doubt about it. The ID7 has more space. And I think also the ID7 should be more efficient. Well, actually, no, I'm not sure. But also ID7 costs less. If you want all the nice goodies there, or similar goodies at least, you get away with only 600k. But here, you kind of need a million look. So that's quite big difference. 600 versus 1000k, right? And also, yeah, this car charges faster. So, okay, so on a long trip here, you will go faster. But I mean, both of these cars are great. I love ID7 also. And actually, personally, if I would get a family car, I would probably still go for ID7 because it has more space. That extra legroom is very useful when we have car seat in the back and then wifey wants to recline. Just like I noticed in the EL8, there is so much length there that wifey can still get okay recline position and Isabel doesn't feel like it's too cramped. But actually I heard it from Isabel. She complained a bit. Well, I asked her, yeah, we went to Neo House. Worth double price? Well, no. There I'm not sure, because actually the headlights I remember now is really good on the ID7. That auxiliary beam is wonderful. Yeah, I mean, versus ID3, then ID7 is incredible. Well, we went to Neo House today, and when I asked Isabel before sleep, like, hey, how do you like Neo House? Do you like Neo House? And she knows what Neo is. Yeah, she even remembers she remembers the ID bus. I was like, huh? She remembered the name ID bus, the red van. I'm like, huh? Do you remember all that shit? But anyway, when I talk about Neo House, she thought I meant Neo. And when I asked her, do you like Neo? She said, nah, it's too cramped. I'm like, huh? What? I was like, what about the playground? Do you like the playground Neo House? She kept referring to the Neo EL8. And then what she was talking about was that wifey was intruding into Isabel's space. So there was a little, compromise. Wifey wanted extra length and recline, but that meant that Isabel could not fully stretch her legs in the EL8. We need the new ES8 3rd gen. 18 centimeters longer. Oh yeah, baby. But yeah, it was interesting. I went today, or rather yesterday, I went to New House. Well, we planned a bit better this time, and then we went to New House first after eating some breakfast. I drove the EL8 there, and then went to the cafe. Wanted to check out some drinks and whatever they had there. And I asked the lady if it's okay to film a bit. And then she said, yeah, fine. And then she was like, are you the YouTuber? I'm like, yeah, I'm Nearbjørn. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then the other lady there, she instantly recognized me. Oh, Nearbjørn, yo, what up? And then I filmed New House because it seems like Neo wanted me to make an episode about it, so I did. And I checked out the playground downstairs, and I filmed the stuff. And you can book a meeting room, and you can rent the meeting room and the stage even. And there's a price, but it's not that much. And also, I was able to spend my Neo points on some cafe stuff. That was awesome. Yeah, and then after that we were supposed to go to Barcode Street Food, but then timing was right for the kids to fall asleep around 2 in the afternoon. So then we drove home instead to Yes Home. But then I drove a little extra loop so this kids can sleep long. But then I became really tired suddenly around Cleavage Dal. I was like, oh, holy shit, man, I'm almost falling asleep here. So then I went over to Remen Byporten and I wanted to take a nap. But no, as soon as I stopped, Axel woke up and oh man, there goes my nap. I was like, okay, the heck do we do now? Okay, let's just go over to that Indian restaurant. We want to try Indian restaurant at Yes Home. And then Isabel also woke up. And then it turns out that there was great food there, but it's a bit expensive. 250 NOK for a dish. I mean, it's not the worst I've seen. Some of the most expensive dishes, for example, at Egon's, cost way over 300 NOK, 340 something for some of the steaks and stuff. So, but some of the cheaper or not so expensive restaurants, they might price the dish at around 180 NOK. But that was great, yeah. And then we went a little bit grocery shopping, and then we went home. So I didn't actually get any afternoon nap before I went for the run now. But I did get okay sleep the night before. Woke up at 9, so probably got around 9 or 10 hours of sleep the night before. That's why I'm not dead tired. But I was very tired earlier around between Falkenberg and Varberg on the way north now. So I purchased a small can of Red Bull just to stay awake and safe. But I might not drink all of that. Why is this car more thirsty than ID7? Well, probably because this car has fatter tires than ID7. Remember that it has 275 rear, 275 25. Okay, the front is 225 40 21. Pirelli P0. Rear are 275 35 21. So fatter tires means more energy consumption or higher energy consumption. Usually it could mean as much as, well, it depends, but somewhere between 10 and 30 watt-hour per kilometer, and it's more like a constant. So it's not that much speed dependent. That's why I also seen Optimus Prime when it was delivered with 21-inch wheels. It was thirsty, man. Dude, like even if I tried to do some tests at 60 kilometers per hour And he was still thirsty, but eventually when I got the 20-inch and the 19-inch on Optimus, it was better, but I mean, Optimus was thirsty because of the inefficient but powerful induction motors, especially the rear motor. And I don't know, the ID7 doesn't have that many horsepower, so maybe they use... maybe the APP 550 motor is more efficient, and it's 400 volts for now. Yeah, that motor is wonderful. I mean, if... Next then? No. If the partnership with NIO ends one day, I mean, I don't mind just sticking with NIO for a while. I like the brand. I like the cars. But if it ends one day, maybe I should ask VAG, because they are big and they are in every country, unlike NIO. And I have a bunch of cars. If I can get access to them, that'd be great. On more like a long-term basis, right? But I don't know. You kind of need to reserve a car for me then, or keep some of the cars longer than they usually want to. Oh, it's interesting. My neighbor, the guy who checked out the EL8, he's been interested in NIO for a while, personally. But also, his wife needs a new car. She's nowadays driving a fossil, I think it's a fossil Golf. I'm not sure it was a Golf or a Polo, but one of those, yeah. No, I think it's actually Golf, fossil Golf. And they want a new car for his wife, and it seems like they have enough money. Just look at the house, man, it's a beautiful big house. And they are probably well established, because they are probably older than me. But he's been looking into 3 alternatives. Actually, he looked also he tried the Volvo EX30, but he didn't like it because there was just one big screen. He misses the instrument cluster. I can't understand. He has also the BMW iX. But I told him, dude, did you check out the rear seats? He said, no. Well, maybe he did, but the rear seats in the EX30 is abysmal. Even wifey, who is kind of short, noticed that it was short. So I don't know how they can sell those cars. I guess people don't care about the rear seats then. But he ended up with 3 alternatives, and he wasn't sure which to go for. It was either a Kia EV3, a Skoda Elroq, or ID3. I said, good choices, tough choice. And I explained to him that the ID3, I mean, it's a nice car and all that, but they kind of a bit overpriced, or you need to get it somewhat stripped down for equipment. But he was looking for around 400k. So okay, for 400k, you don't have to go for the ID3 Pure. You can get something nicer, like I don't remember, man. But one of the nicer ID3s. But then Elroq, feel like it's better bang for the bucks. You get a bigger car, and still nice, and it charges 165 kilowatts. You know. But then the EV3 is like, I have some mixed feelings about the EV3. It's front-wheel drive, not rear-wheel drive. I personally don't like front-wheel drive. But the EV3 is also nice in many ways, but then also I kind of like the MEB cars better, in the infotainment especially. So he was leaning more towards Elroq, but then his wife kind of wants a small car, which is ID3. But I was like, but the ID3, you cannot have any roof load, and you cannot tow anything. But he was like, okay, whatever, he doesn't care about towing, because if he needs to tow, he would use the iX. Okay, that makes sense. But he was leaning towards Elroq, because with Elroq, you can use the L-Rock for a trip even. So they don't always have to use the iX, right? So yeah, okay, so yeah, I said, well, it's a good choice. See what he ends up with. And he also watched my video. And I just happened to make a video about EV3 versus L-Rock. And he watched it. But I guess, yeah, and also I talk about app and stuff. Yeah, there's a Volkswagen app versus, well, Skoda app is very similar to the Volkswagen app. But then you have the Kia or Hyundai app. But they park the car in the garage, but it's not heated, insulated. So in winter it can be 0 degrees in the garage. So some preheating would be great, yeah, from the app, I mean. But I mean, both cars can do that just fine. But I still feel like, I don't remember, but I still feel like the Volkswagen or Skoda app was better than the Hyundai Kia app in terms of features and so on. So yeah, on Monday I pick up the Volvo EX90, and then I'm also planning on going to Valdemar to shoot Valdemar's garage. Just asking a professional, get mentally prepared for an ugly freezing winter, huh? No. Oh man, this is what I love about Sunday morning. Traffic is, I mean, the roads are so empty. If this was weekday, man, it would be packed with office rats, early birds, hurrying to work. Months to Christmas. Oh, wow. All right, 4 months left. All right, I need to consider some ticket to Thailand, but I'm not sure if I have the money to. I want to reserve that money now in case I need the money for something else. But I kind of feel like a Thailand trip should be worth it. I might book. Wait, how is this again? I might book the Thailand trip for 77 days, which is the maximum for insurance. But then I'm not staying in Thailand that long, so you can extend the visa on arrival. You get 1 month, right? By going to China. There's got to be something I can do there. Some brands I can visit during the Christmas thing. Xpeng, Seeker, Neo, BYD/Denso, Cherry Group. I know they want me there. Yeah. So I bet I could easily spend 1, maybe even 2 weeks there, just to soak up the days. So I mean, that sounds like a deal, or sounds like a good idea, because in the past there was one time I flew back to Norway to work my ass off. Well, why don't I fly over to China alone first, and then work hard for 1 week or 10 days, and then wifey and the kids and Maya can fly over, and the flight ticket from Thailand, or actually Chiang Mai to Shanghai, is not that expensive. and it's only a 3 or 4 hour flight. Well, that's what I just said now. Yeah. So, yeah, because if I only stay in Thailand for like 2.5 months or something, right? 77 days, then I feel like it's at one point I will have tested everything in Thailand. It's more like here is this dorky little car in Thailand that nobody cares about, and we are going to those Chiang Mai trips that nobody bother watching, right? So it becomes repetitive and boring. But if I go to China, I think I will get lots of views, and if I have enough time, I can even set up some meetups and stuff, and actually meet some of the Chinese manufacturers and make lots of interesting videos. And even if I have time, I could even do some kind of challenge or test with them, whether it's on public roads. I just have to be careful about speeding over there, or at some manufacturer track or something, right? If they can provide me the car and the track or something, I can take care of the testing, right? So it's like technically it's me testing it, an independent, right, dude, not the manufacturer themselves, and then we can try to make some headlines maybe. Let's say if I want to do some 24-hour run or whatever, right? They have all the goodies, equipment, and I just do the test. Now the car says 3% at arrival. Well, I never tested the speed, max speed. Is it 200? Okay, I have 28.3 kilowatt hour left, and we have around 100 to go. Well, actually slightly more, maybe 105 kilometers. So the budget is around 270. And currently we are averaging 256. Yeah, we have more than enough juice, because we had to pass through Oslo. I could probably have left at 50%, not 54. 210, and then, oh, that's actually a good reason to get the S6 then. If you want to hammer it in the Autobahn, 210 kind of cuts it, but 240, yeah, that's a lot better. But Rune, what is the horsepower before boost on the A6 versus S6? You probably know all those numbers by heart, but I don't remember. I think this car has around 428 horsepower, and then the S6 is probably, I don't know, close to 500 without boost. Well, I mean, not boost, but launch mode. Yeah, you have to be in launch mode to get all the horsepower, which is kind of silly. That means that the power, the remaining power seems to be available at low speed only. But I kind of want the high speed power. 428. Oh, that's quite big. Oh, that's 50, no wait, 50, 80, 75 horse, 75 more horsepower. Oh, with boost the difference is small. No wait, 450. Okay, I can't do that in my head right now. It's 50 plus 38. 88 difference in boost. Oh wow, okay, the difference with boost is actually bigger than without on the launch control. But 550, yeah, that's decent. But what I think what matters is the without launch control, which is 428 versus 503. But the crazy thing is that many of the Neos, they can already peak at higher power. I think here you have a more flat power band, just like the BMW i4 M50. It's just flat 400 and what was it again? Yeah, 400 kilowatt, 544 horsepower flat. Yeah, exactly, in Germany. In Norway, it is totally irrelevant. And, I mean, even in Germany, okay, it's fun hammering at 200 kilometers per hour, but it's not that often I'm gonna hammer at 240. 210 is actually decent enough. But there are situations where I want to go a little bit faster, but not for too long. So then it's kind of expensive to get the S just for that extra top that you use rarely. Oh, okay, it's not fast. Well, I know how it feels, because after I tested the Plaid, holy shit balls, man, the Plaid is just in another planet. It's just ridiculous how you can just accelerate so fast. And you go from 100 to 200 in just, I don't remember how much it was, 5 seconds. It's just insanely fast. It makes everything else on the road appear to be slow, even though they could be quite fast cars, right? Like some Skoda VRS or something, what it was called, Skoda RS, or I don't know, some BMW 530i or 535i. Is that they're not remotely close. Maybe some of the proper like M3, M5 could kind of match Plaid. No, the Plaid he sold it long ago before he went bankrupt. But I mean, the RS e-tron GT is also insanely fast. I remember it. But it was actually not as fast as Plaid from 100 to 200. Simply because it just didn't have enough horsepower versus Plaid. I don't know how the heck Tesla did it. They pulled so much power from the battery, and the motors were able to deliver. But I mean, that's before BYD brings out the big gun. What was it again? No, it was a BYD? That crazy hypercar with 3,000 horsepower. When the crazy suspension. It can drive on 3 wheels. Because the suspension just compensates for the last wheel. When how was the spec on the Not Huawei. What's the other one again? Chinese. Xiaomi. Yeah, the Xiaomi was not also insanely fast. 1500 horsepower. Just makes Plaid look slow. Young. Oh, that's what the one. Okay, it wasn't the BYD. Yang Wang. Yeah. The Young Wang. Maybe the Chinese figure out that, well, they made a 5C or 6C battery for fast charging, but those batteries, they're also suitable for high discharging rate without killing it. So that's why they can suddenly pull insane horsepower numbers. But they also need the chassis and the motors to be able to deal with that massive power. And the brakes, of course. Let's not forget the brakes. I'm gonna Xiaomi. Alright, status update. 250. This is the current. Okay. Just swipe over to the. Okay, long term. 241 consumption and 902 kilometers. We're going to 988. 1.2% under reporting. So we have around 85 kilometers left. And we are getting close to, let me say, 6, 7, 8 mark. So 6 minutes. Oh, it's owned by, I thought there was some BYD about it. Yang Wang, owned by BYD. Yeah, but that thing is insane, right? The suspension. Probably similar to the ET9 suspension. It can go fast, up and down. Yeah, you can jump. Well, I wonder when Isabel will wake up. I'll be home by around 8. Can I get a power nap? Bitte schön. So I can survive through the day. Not sure what we're supposed to do today though. And I wonder if Isabel's wounds had healed enough so that we can swim in the swimming pool. Ioniq 9. Well, the 10th of August I sent an email to Øyvind at Hyundai in Norway, and I asked him, hey, har du fått Ioniq 9 pressebil? And then I got no answer. And it's been 2 weeks now. So, but I mentioned this before, but I've seen the picture of Ioniq 9 interior, an Elbil 24, took it to Tronefjellet. When I look at the pictures, like it looks similar to Ioniq 5 interior, and the Ioniq 9 is the flagship. And then when I look at the Chinese cars, I'll be like, Xpeng looks a lot nicer, Denza looks a lot nicer, Neo, even the NT2 Neos, they look a lot nicer. I feel like if you're buying a flagship, you have nicer interior than that. 4 press cars, wow. Yeah, the Seek FR, yeah. But that has been out for a while. I think it's based on kind of old-ish tech compared to what the Chinese have now. Man, I'd like to know, how did they do it? But I'm not sure if they will give us the answer. If I ask Xpeng, how can your cars charge so fast? What kind of battery tech is there? And is it going to degrade? And if you can charge that fast, can you also discharge? How many C can you discharge safely without killing the battery? But I mean, it's great news if they have 5C batteries. You could get away with 50 kilowatt hour battery. That takes 12 minutes to charge, right? Or something. And then you can still get, I don't know, say 50 kilowatt hour, 50 kilowatt. Maybe you can pull 10C. That's 500 kilowatt. If it's safe for 5-10 seconds, then no problem, right? And then after 10 seconds, it reduces to 5C only, which is still 250 kilowatt. It's still quite massive. But I mean, 500 kilowatt is over 700 horsepower, 730, 40 horsepower. It's 7 in the morning now. Yes, 7. That means 8.5 hours, and we are at 916 kilometers. So that means 72 more kilometers. Well, I'm already booked until beginning of October. So if I get Ioniq 9, it'll be, I don't know, mid-October maybe. Or I have to check my calendar again. Maybe even later than that now. I also have the Sea Lion and the E30X also. Well, on the other hand, I don't need to borrow Sea Lion for a whole week. I calculated that battery swap yields around, or is equivalent to around 750 kilowatt average to 90%, which is quite big. I'd say even a mega charger couldn't average that speed to 90%. Yeah, I wonder, the new ES8, what kind of speed it can charge at. 600 is peak. Maybe it can average 400 on a session to 50%. That's quite massive. Cool. Yeah, it's cool. There was one time, briefly, for 1 or 2 minutes. The advantage in Norway and Europe in general is that there are not that many Neos on the road yet. Huh? I read that the new ES8 is 9-volt architecture. Well, they brought Wi-Fi to Europe without swap. Maybe they'll just offer new EL5 as charge only, no swap, no bus possible. Also, there's a Gen 3 battery on the ES8 version, or NT3 platform. New technology 3. Warning. First 20 for the warning and then 50-kilometer warning. Comes every time. But I want to go deep. Wait, onboard cannot be swapped? What? Well, I'm not gonna go over here yet. Okay, 936, we're going to 988. We have around 50 kilometers left. Well, how fast can the Onvo L90 charge? Well, so it should be yes home in 25 minutes then. I mean, finish it, yeah. Let's go home, make a summary, and plug it in with low juice. We're supposed to have a cheap period today from the low spot price. Well, it starts now and it's lowest at around 10. I can get many hours of charging. Unless freaking grid reward pauses the charge. And that tends to happen now when we have low spot price. Oh, it's really empty. 7 in the morning. Right, 240 watt-hour per kilometer, 946 kilometers. Around 40 kilometers to go. Well, actually 41, yeah, 41. That means I have to drive 5 kilometers past yes home, yeah. Simply because I had so few charging stops, 3 charging stops. Wonder if this is a record, huh? 3 charging stops. Wait, dude. Wait, huh? 3? How? That's the number of swaps I would take. With Neo, but the swap will give me 90% battery, whereas here I charge you only 65, 65, 66, and then 54 only. And I think I will have way too much. At least 5%, what the car claims now. Well, okay, actually that's okay, 5%. I need to clean the inside of the windscreen. I don't know why it tends to be dirty on the press cars I get nowadays. I'm going to be a good German and go to the right lane. Even though most Nissan over here that hug the left lane, drive slow in the left lane, is super annoying. They don't know that you should stay on the right lane all the way into the merge, because the two lanes here, they merge with the other two lanes. And then the slow pokes, they should still stay on this lane until here-ish. Then they can move over. To watch out for the truck, if the truck wants to move over or not. Now he wants to hug the middle lane, of course. Why not? Okay. Wait, are you guys still here? Is Rune here, or did he fall asleep? I've been checking out some, an emergency now until we get the driver's license, which could take several months before we are there. Just hope that we can get it before winter comes. If we are working hard, maybe within 3 months, August, September, October, November. Okay. But oh, negative. Rivian, nice. Are they finally coming to Europe? I mean, my partner has a connection with Rivian. And it was hinting that I might be able to borrow one, but it's still not there yet. So oh, dude, woman, you're gonna? Oh, you need to go behind me, woman. If you want, seriously, dude, the fuck, man. Either you speed up, woman, or you go slower. You don't just cut in right in front of other people like that. Jesus. She was already driving slower than me. She should go behind me, not in front of me like that. Holy shit balls. I'm gonna be nice, man. I could honk at her and give her the finger, or just raise my hands like a typical BMW or Audi driver, but dude, woman, you need to pay attention, okay? In the traffic, otherwise you're gonna cause some more accidents, or other people are pissed at you next time. You were lucky to cut in front of me. Not only is it illegal to cut in front like that, quite close, like she was literally cutting in, trying to cut in like a meter or two in front of me. I think in that case, she would get fined, not me, because she changed the lane right in front of me like that. She could even get pricks on her. Trust me, you don't want to get those pricks, woman. Oh shit. Trucks that spits out water. Welcome to Nissan. No news on that, but still sitting on reading on it, man. Okay. But what I'm saying again? Yeah. Do you know anyone who has cykelvogn, whatever they call it? We are debating whether we should. Wife said we could rent. I said, okay, renting, yes, for ad hoc, like when on the trip to München with Isabel. Yeah, and wife needs cykelvogn so she can get over to the kindergarten. But for me, I'm thinking, okay, she didn't think that far. Okay, well, we can rent it maybe for 300 NOK, but what if we need to rent it 5 times? Then suddenly it's 1500 NOK. We might as well just buy a second-hand cykelvogn I want the Hammocks Outback Duo. It has won some tests, and I like the design, and it's supposed in Norwegian. You can get sykkelvogn very cheap. Well, but I want the Hammocks. I like it, but they usually go for 3,000 to 5,000 NOK, and you can already get a brand spanking new for 7,000 NOK. So I think some of them are being a bit overpriced. But also some of the cheap ones for 3,000-4,000 K, they have some defects, or they are a bit damaged here, and they will have some wear and tear. It's like, okay. And then there's someone selling a brand spanking new for 5.5 K or something. So okay, it's 1,500 NOK lower than the brand new price. But I think I could probably haggle it down, maybe, because there's no way people are gonna buy it brand new for just a little bit lower than the new price. You gave one, okay, yeah. So I'm thinking about just buying a brand spanking new, 7,000 NOK. Okay, it's an investment, and then hopefully I can sell it after 6 months or 3 months even for maybe 5,000 NOK. Take that bill. But what is important is that if I rent one, what wifey didn't think about is, how do you think we get that sykkelvogn to and from our home? Do you think we teleport it? Do you think the guys who rent out, they will come to us with it? No, I need to pick it up, which means lost time. Time is money. So that's why I don't want to rent it. I want to just buy one. Maybe just go to XXL, or it seems that you can even just order it online. Maybe the package isn't that big. They can just ship it to somewhere at home or somewhere, if it's not too expensive shipping, or if I can just buy it somewhere and then pick up the thing. Because that would be actually a good solution for now. So wifey can pick up and deliver Axel, for example, when I travel with Isabel, and then in case some days I can ship the kids over, shuttle them to a kindergarten in the morning, and then wifey only needs to pick them up, and that's easier, less work, because in the morning rush we need to get both kids ready, they need to be fed, they need to do this and that, right? There's a bit of rush in the morning to get them out schnell, but in the afternoon is slightly more chill. You just have to pick them up and that's it. No need to do all the stuff yet, but then eventually I will of course be home and help with the evening routine, but it just so that I don't need to stress back home by 4 or 4:30 that I usually do. And sometimes I stretch it to 4:45, and Isabel will be the last kid there at kindergarten, and even she said that she want me to come earlier, so yeah, I'll try to be there around 4 then, because the problem is that if I come late, then I mean, in the beginning, while the other kids are there, that's fine. Then she can play with other kids, but eventually she will be more or less alone there for half an hour, 45 minutes. Then it becomes boring. You got a Thule, okay. You gave it away, okay. But probably not that expensive then. Because I think if it was Hammocks Outback, it's too expensive to just give it away. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Yeah, here, you can see. Hi, Rune, do you know anything about this Skedsmokorset? It must have been in the news, right? There's supposedly, I've seen in the traces, there is a car that went off the motorway and crashed into the transformer and killed it, so that the Kempower here are dead, DED. Here. It went over here, you see the traces, and then bam, into the transformer. Like, dude, what are the chances? They could have crashed somewhere else. No, they crashed into the damn transformer. That thing is worth, I think, 1 million NOK, the transformer. And of course the work by replacing it and whatever. So I was like, dude, that is very expensive insurance bill. Shit. I pass it by almost every day, sometimes several times per day, you know. August 14, oh shit, yeah. I could almost nail it when it happened. Dude, the fuck, man? Like drunken driver or speeding or something at night, or I don't know what the heck happened there. How do you know? Actually, to be honest, I'm not surprised, because just that stupid woman in front of me tried to cut in right in front of me. If I was not paying attention, she would cut in front. There would be accident, 2 cars involved. You know, Arte Bru, we're coming to it soon, in just a couple of minutes. Right before cleavage, there are accidents there pretty much weekly. Once or twice per week there are accidents somewhere between cleavage and Frogner. I don't know how they do it. Nisse, they crash in, and when I see the accident site, it's almost without exception 2 cars that crash into each other. Like, how did they do it, man? Like, is that place haunted? I don't know, but I think it has something to do with slow pokes hugging the left lane, because it always happens up there. They go at 90 kilometers per hour in the freaking 110 zone. Idiots hugging the left lane. And some people like me, or other people also, they tend to be fed up, and then they start undertaking, and then some idiots speed up, and then you have it. Unfall. If I undertake, I'm highly alert, and I will check the car I undertake and try to predict if anything would happen and react to it quickly. It was actually last year, or when was it? I think it was last year, I did undertake a Nisse. It was a Volvo, some Volvo hybrid. He had 400 horsepower, and I thought I slipped in front of him, but he accelerated quite fast, unexpectedly fast, and then he crashed into behind me, and it was Marcus Bil's Model 3 Highland. I was like, how is that possible? But then I made a mistake when filling up the damage thing. I basically gave away my the fault. I gave the fault to myself. I thought they was going to do investigation. Turns out, the insurance company, they don't investigate anything. They just look at that thing and then, yeah, okay, done. Like, they don't even look at the damage pictures or anything. It would have been quite clear. The Volvo dude crashed into me. He was 100% at fault. I already changed lane, and then he crashed into me. So from now on, I'm super aware when I undertake someone, in case they suddenly accelerate. Even though they will be at fault, I will of course not cause any accident on the press cars I borrow, because I wouldn't undertake with a e-Golf anyway, which is my own car. But yeah, around here, the few kilometers here and the other direction, accidents happens all the time for some reason. Okay, anyway, back to the challenge. 973, 15 more kilometers. We're almost done now with the challenge, and time is 7:34. So we are now at 9 hours and 4 minutes, guys. So if we can finish this within 6 minutes, then that would be 9:10, and that would be a 10-minute improvement. And I think some of the what was the Rune, can you help me? What was the consumption on the Combi Avant challenge? Right now, the correct consumption here at 239. Let me see. Is 236. Okay. Yeah. You see, like, this shit happens. Freaking annoying taxi driver. And then I need to be fully aware of what I'm doing. But I know also that's a G3, so he's not that fast. But it's like super annoying taxi driver just hugging the left lane for no reason. It happens all the time on this stretch. So 236 then is the consumption so far, and likely to be the end consumption. $2.59. Whoa! Holy shit! That explains it. Yeah, it was a lot higher, but the consumption, the temperature was lower, right? We had roughly 5 to 15 degrees on this run, but it wasn't 5 for too long. So the average wasn't. You can't just take an arithmetic average. The average was more like 10, wait, maybe 10, 12 degrees. Oh shit! We have the 90 zone here. In your sheet, yeah. Yeah, so this 90 zone slows down things a little bit. I should almost correct it because it's not. I mean, it's temporary. It's not permanent. But I mean, as long as we can round it down to 910, then no problem. 978, so 10 kilometers left, and we have 6 minutes, or 5 or 6 minutes left. But the traffic is getting slightly more dense now. Plus that people over here, they tend to not behave until dawn, usually. I don't know why, what's wrong with them. Especially here, when I come here very often, and man, I get stuck behind so many left lane huggers. There, 980. 8 more kilometers. $981. Okay, that explains it. Well, at least 20 watt-hour per kilometer lower consumption today, and I think that's mostly at the 120 stretch, but also, well, we had 110 a lot here, so the speed is high, and I think the Sportback is more efficient despite the fatter tires. Okay, 982. Fortunately, we don't have too many left lane hookers here, except for me, but I see there's some traffic there. Oh shit, I'm getting kind of low, 8%. Well, at least I nailed it, the percent. 983. 5 more kilometers. Uh-oh, but we are already at 39. There's more traffic now. Shit. Come on. 984. 4 more kilometers. So I might turn around at Mogreina. Oh, no, I mean Høveseter. And then go back. Oh, he's gonna turn 40 anytime soon now. 740. There, 740. 985. 3 more kilometers. 986. All right, let's do the countdown. 9991, 9992, 9993, 9994, 9995, 9996, 9997, 9998, 9999. 1000 times 741. It was 9 hours and 11 minutes. Oh, we can run it down to 910. And the consumption was 239, which is 236 corrected. Wow. Impressive. And we are here, right on par with what it should be. So now we're just going to turn around, and then we are almost at the Yes home. I can show you here. Yeah, so we have to drive a little bit extra here because we only had 3 charging stops, which is quite low, which means that we didn't drive that much extra. Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, let's go home. Okay, another thing is that we actually arrived with 6%, so it was slightly too much maybe, but I have that extra juice so we can make it back home safely with 2% now. Oh, 2% it claims now. Wow, 910. What cars are we matching suddenly at 910? Ah, 6%. Okay, hammer it. Oh, yeah. Wow. New EL8 100 kilowatt hour, right? That's battery swap. Tesla Model 3 long range. Wow. Highland, Tesla Model S Plaid. Wow. We match Plaid. We match on, but the Plaid was in winter run. Yeah, okay. I think the summer run was 855. But I mean, Tesla, they have the advantage of going quite far for the first run. I believe that Tesla made it to Varberg also. I have to rewatch that video. I should have watched it, but I didn't know that we could match Tesla. I thought maybe we can go 5 minutes faster, but 10 minutes faster is actually quite big. Okay, I'm down to 5%. Oh shit, always go deep. Quite lurker here. Want to tell you that I appreciate the effort. Okay, thank you very much. Highly appreciate it. All have 910 in your sheet. Okay. But man, how the heck was Plaid so fast? You know, it kind of, okay, 3 minutes, 3 charging stops. The Tesla, I remember it simply handshakes faster and it ramps up faster. Oh, that alone could give it, if it was, well, actually the Tesla had more charging stops, maybe 4 or 5, I believe. But these 3 slow handshake and slow ramp up could mean 5 minutes combined versus Tesla. When I plug in that Ionity several times now, I thought it will fail handshake, but then it's like click, 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 click. Okay, then it started. I was like, oh, okay. It was just spinning. It felt like forever, you know. It was probably 30 to 45 seconds before it started. And then when it started, it didn't just jump up to the maximum speed it needed. It actually needed maybe 30 seconds to ramp up to full speed. So that could explain why Tesla is doing it well. Plus that I think Tesla was more efficient. And you can see here the difference, because the two cars, this car and the other, they charge exactly the same. But simply because we had lower consumption on this run versus the previous run, then we improve it by 5-10 minutes, right? So Tesla has even lower consumption, and that means slightly more. But okay, Tesla has 5%, yeah. But Tesla has 250 kilowatt, flat to 30%, and then it slowly drops. Well, it doesn't just plummet. So actually the plant is kind of underrated. People don't know. I mean, when people say, oh, but Tesla charges slow, well, that applies to that shitty LG battery. But the Panasonic battery from the Fremont cars, they actually kick ass. I remember at 50%, you still got 150 kilowatt in the Model 3. It was insanely good. And then, yeah, but the LG, I remember once we saw the one with heat pump, you know, Octavia, was like, huh? Why? I don't see 200 even. Like, huh? Is something wrong? No, it's just the shitty LG battery ruining Tesla's reputation. But also, okay, the old cars, they were not charging very fast. But the Panasonic battery was good, man. Okay, 5% now at home. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should clean the windscreen regardless. It looks so dirty. It has this haze of I don't know, moisture and some other stuff. I mean, that's moisture, I'm not sure. You know what I mean, right? The inside is, I mean, it's not dirty, like schmutzig. It's just this little hinje. Something. I can easily get rid of that with a Biltema microfiber extension thing. 1 minute it's gone. QN. It's been ruining some of the shots at night, especially if you have oncoming traffic or street lights. We have 910. That's decent. So I just wonder, why doesn't it go faster? Because it should charge faster than Tesla. But somehow I measured only around 90 kilowatt hour net capacity, not 92 or 93. I'm not sure what's up with that. Did we have more losses? Possibly. But why? This is 800 volt architecture. It shouldn't have that many losses, right? But I almost get the impression that Tesla has less losses, maybe because it's more efficient, so it doesn't have to push that much power. Maybe it's lighter, so when we go uphill, it needs less kilowatt versus this car. Well, actually, no, the Plaid or the Palladium is not that much lighter, is it? I actually don't know. Maybe the whole Tesla system is just more efficient in other parts, and that causes actually less loss. I don't know, but I can look at the stats afterwards and figure out what the net capacity is. But I think when I calculated, we were hovering around 90 kilowatt hour, and it's supposed to be 93 at least if you drive slower and not hammer it too hard. But I didn't floor it or anything. Try to be gentle on that part. Now because I'm at arriving back home with 4%. So at least I didn't charge too much. Yeah, and I had to drive an extra distance. Let me see, around 10 kilometers extra to get back home. But that's so low distance that I don't count it as an unfair disadvantage or whatever, right? Yeah, Tesla has the handshake advantage and also the ramp up advantage, I believe. Let me see. Let me start it manually. I have to check the price. What is it now? 7. Wow, it's still kind of expensive. But it's not for too long. Then it's gonna drop. Okay, that's fine. Let me just start it manually now. Just charge it for a little bit. Just don't feel like leaving the car with 4%. There. Now it starts charging. All is good, right? I start packing my stuff now. Do my wrap up. Maybe I should do it outside because they have more light. And to check on Isabella also how she's doing. 8 now. Is she awake? Oh, Axel is awake. Isabella, I'm not sure. Where's Princess? Okay. Nice charging animation, right? It would be nice if you can get that in the Tesla. Yeah, what do you guys think? If Enhance could make an update so that you can get this kind of charging animation, or the blinker, like whatever. Yeah, when you blink, it also blinks on the side. Would you like that in your Tesla, or is it just a useless gimmick? Yeah, I think I might end up just buying a brand spanking new, what do you call it, super one. Well, I might check out Finn again today. Maybe we feel like taking a little trip with the whole family, just to go check out the secret room together. But I might have to empty out the stroller so I have maximum space for a secret room, I think. Yeah, but I think if you actually fold it, it shouldn't take too much space. That's the whole point of the cycle roll. It's supposed to be quite foldable. And you take off the wheels and so on, then it should be able to fit in the trunk just fine. The EL8 especially. I think that's okay. Exposure. That's all right there. find out what we're gonna do today. Somebody is coming. You can actually go quite far. See it. You get insane leg room here. You can slide the seat back a lot. Then there's almost no leg room for the second row. But let me check. I'm gonna do this. Now you guys see behind the scene. I will shoot the end shot. So I need to explain why was it a lot faster. Well, because the previous run A6 was done in -2 to 6. Oh, it was a lot colder. That explained why it was. The consumption was actually 259 versus 236. 23 watt-hour per kilometer higher. So yeah, roughly 10% higher consumption. Yeah, that makes sense. When you have higher consumption, you need to charge longer, and then you also you end up charging less optimally. You can't just charge with 65% like I did today. And actually, very important, we ended up at Varberg, bam, optimal, instead of having to stop somewhere before that, like Spekkeren or Kongsback or something, and then you end up in a place where it's not optimal to charge it too long, so you just top up and then you hurry to the next charger. And it wasn't even the optimal temperature. It could have been 5 degrees Celsius warmer. That could even improve things further. But yeah, maybe we could have stretched it to a 9.5. But let me see the palladium. Wow, the palladium. Hey, well, huh? What? How the heck does Tesla do it? Plaid. It was actually a colder run with the plaid, and the consumption was even higher. The plaid must have been, the plaid was riding on 250 kilowatt, you know, but it had several charging stops. But this car, the average speed might actually be lower than 250. Not sure. But the handshake was a bit slower, possibly. But how the Palladium did it, huh? The Model S long range did it at 855. How the heck was that possible? Consumption was quite low, 220, right? That helps. Huh, I don't know. The Model S was the fastest charging EV. Possibly because it had so good range, yeah. That's the best guess I have. And it was a bit warmer. Okay, I'm going to focus on the 910. Oh, the RS e-tron GT. It's charging faster, but it's also thirsty. And it was colder, so the consumption kills it. Just like a Seeker. Okay, there. Okay, a 910 run. It was a 10-minute improvement over before. And when I watched my old video, I saw that I had 4 charging stops, and I arrived with too much. I kept arriving with too much juice, so I couldn't ride on the low juice like I did today, right? So today I arrived with 4% the first time, 5% the second time, and 6% the third time. That's pretty good. Ideally, you want to arrive with even lower juice, but it's harder to go that low. But if the estimation was better and if I had shorter legs, it would be easier. And that's probably why Tesla did it so well, because Tesla ramps up quickly. Here I feel like the handshake is a bit slow. Sometimes I feel like it's about to fail on the handshake, right? And then suddenly start charging. Like, huh? What? Okay, okay. And then they also tend to ramp up the speed a bit slower. So maybe for this car, it was already optimal. 3 charging stops and charged to around 65%, and that yields the best time. And it was faster than last time, because last time it was colder and the consumption was higher, so naturally you need to charge more kilowatt hour, but each session was also less optimal, and I couldn't reach the optimal place like I did today, right? And nail the stops better today. So it was also more like a coincidence, luck there. But yeah, I don't think we can improve it that much more. Maybe if it was 5-10 degrees Celsius warmer and still no traffic, I could maybe go on a 905. But yeah, if you look at some of the other cars, for example, the RS e-tron GT Performance, you know, that's a performance car. It charges faster, 320 kilowatt, but the consumption is so high, and it was also cold on that run. So you see, as long as the consumption is high, like the Seeker 7X, which is an SUV or crossover, then no matter how fast, like the Seeker charges at 400 kilowatt, but the consumption kind of kills it. So, and I don't know what else was wrong with it. 267 wasn't that high. But okay, I mean, also another thing is that when you want to improve 5 minutes at the top, it becomes harder and harder. Versus if you want to improve 5 minutes from 12 hours to 12 hours to 11:55. Just the way it works. But I mean, it's still a really fast car. You know, the original 1,000 kilometer challenge was based on doing it within 10 hours, and we should be able to convince fossil drivers that, first of all, you don't need 1,000 kilometer range, because there's no way I'm gonna drive 1,000 kilometer without stopping for pee or food, and I don't want to eat while I'm driving. That's unsafe, and also it could be a big mess depending on what you eat, right? So you want to stop anyway, and the stops I had, you saw it. It was 17 minutes the first time, 16 minutes the second time, and I think it was 12 minutes the third time. Okay, a fossil car would probably not stop 3 times, but in 1,000 kilometer, I would probably want to stop 2 times. I could have done that kind of, and then maybe charge to 80% both times, and those would be roughly 20 minutes both times, and that's very close to what a fossil car would do anyway, right? If we don't rush it and hold the P and whatever, like I did with it. So, okay, whatever. What I mean is that this car charges so fast and it has so good range that it can match a fossil car, and it convince fossil cars owners to get over to electric, and there's no compromise. And it's fast, it's quiet, it's sexy, it's comfy. And what if you want a nicer seat, you just have to pay more. But the problem is that you already sold the one kidney, and you kind of need the other kidney, otherwise you die, right? So you have to find other body parts you can sell. The testicles, I don't need the testicles, I have 2 kids already. There you go, then you can get the full spec car that you like. But anyway, I think that's gonna be it for now. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Okay, by the way, I'm done. The YL, I think it's a bit hype, and the problem is that the Chinese, they're so good. So depending on how much they sell it for and so on, I mean, it's still an upgrade, but I feel like you can get better cars from the Chinese manufacturers, right? Even if you want a YL, the back seat are so limited that I wonder what you're gonna put in there. You know, you have to put your kids there maybe, or they better not be too big. Even a Model X has better space there from what I remember. Well, kind of limited also, but if you want 6 seats, there are better options out there. Or you can even go for something like an X-Bang, right? You have way more space then, and actually way better comfort. So maybe I should make a video just based on what I've seen. I haven't touched the car yet. I've seen videos, and I can do like an a pretty good guess of what it is. Seems like people are interested in model YL videos. Okay, but I better go inside now. It's 8, and maybe the family needs me now. Model Y in Europe. Then, or when you mean, or? And then, well, how much is it gonna cost? Well, if we overdrive, and I don't know how much it's gonna cost. 600K, right? Something. Or did they bump the price, or did they keep the same price and you just get more goodies? I would expect that they still. Oh yeah, they will. Of course, they will still sell the regular 5-seater Y, and then the YL will be more expensive. But yeah, so I don't know how expensive it's gonna be, but at least in China, the YL is outcompeted by better Chinese cars that are bigger. And if you want a 6-seater, you want a big car anyway, right? So I feel like the YL is a compromise. Don't have anything. I'm not against Tesla. I think it's just that yeah. Okay, whatever. I need to go inside now, guys. So thank you so much for joining. It was awesome as always. This car kicks ass for the Lord. It's just a bit expensive. Maybe not the most sensible car to buy for the money. Then maybe ID7 would be better. But I mean, it's still a nice car, and it's a good looking car. And of course, no doubt, this A6 looks a lot better than the ID7, no doubt about that. And it also feels more premium, you know. But bang for the bucks, ID7, yeah. Or some other brands. There are not that many Chinese sedans out there yet. And also some of the Chinese brands like BYD, what you call it again? The BYD, not Seal, nah. Han is horrible, man. The suspension is just way too bouncy, and in general, nah. ET7, well, but ET7 is not very practical because you cannot fold the seats, you know. So and then you have what's it called again? The Aura CR7. No. Aura, no. So there are not many Chinese brands that could match. Maybe the Xiaomi, yeah, but I don't know too much about it, how it works and so on. I wonder if that's more like a Taycan competitor. But yeah. So for now, the Germans, well, ID7, which is vague. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let me get inside so I can clean up the mess here later. I guess. I think I'm not going anywhere today. Just need to rest. So the car will just be sitting in the garage trying to slurp some juice in between the. Oh, okay, whatever. Let's get inside. Someone needs to edit this upcoming car. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, whatever. It's not updated, but that's it, guys. Have a nice Sunday drive, and we talk again later next weekend. And if everything goes as planned, next Saturday night, Volvo EX90 1000 kilometer challenge on V3 and V4 superchargers. Popcorn time. Can we hit 350 watt-hour per kilometer on the challenge? Is it gonna be one of the thirstiest EVs? Okay. Anyway, bye bye. So ready with this.